Okay, it says we're live. Let me check. Let me check. And this is something requested by Young Grizzly because we had an interaction on had an interaction by email and about this phenomenon with Wall Street buying up houses. So uh, he wanted a live stream because he actually wanted to interact, but um, we can go through the article. But this is something I have been talking about for the last maybe couple of years. Uh, Especially during the pandemic, they were actually buying up houses. What's up, JC? Mr. Z, Dave 2, Drug Times, yeah. Prince Johnny, Anacetus, Cool Gamer. Yeah, it's been a minute. Simeon Anderson, Edward, what's going on? Um, Rahid, Craig, what's up? So we're gonna, I'm gonna go ahead and read the article that we were talking about, and then we're gonna get into other stuff. What's up, AB? Let me go ahead and pull this up, share the screen. There he is, partner in crime. There he is, partner in crime. What's up?
Good sir, good sir. How are you?
How's my fellow monk today?
I am just walking the path, my brother.
They don't know about that, man. They don't know. Yeah, I always tell people about monkhood. Just take a second, right?
Yeah.
Especially during COVID, right? When people had to go through mini monkhood.
Hmm.
Um, once you get over the shock and you realize that you're not gonna die from lack of pussy, okay.
My heart.
And once you get comfortable with it and feel like and get contented with it, there you have your ups and downs just like anything else. But once you get contented with it, the trick is not to be in monkhood. The trick is getting out of monkhood.
Listen,
Because
it's oh go
yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
It's a little bit shocking and my
Hmm.
environment supports it. And the biggest thing is the environment, right? Like of
Hmm.
course with what COVID did, but also just my own environment. There is no like okay, pussy center that I can just go to. Be like, "Oh, can I get
Yeah, a
fat
side.
black bitch in
Yeah, yeah. With
big
wet
titties?"
pussy, big titties,
Yeah,
wet pussy. Yeah,
uh, uh, can I get it mildly wet, please? A little bit
yeah.
dry, I like the friction. Okay, all right, cool. Oh, her name is Diamond. Okay, that sounds
Okay.
exciting. Like
Yeah.
you just
Did,
don't you
did,
don't
did,
have that.
does she come without an attitude and neediness?
Only you have to pay extra for that. You have to pay
I'm willing to
extra.
pay extra for it. Can we get it?
But
Can we get it?
that's the crazy thing is that my environment doesn't support it in terms of like just going buying pussy or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I have to drive an hour and a half to a local strip club in Jacksonville or
Mm-hmm.
Hinesville, Fort Stewart area. But you start to like quote unquote live without it. So like
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to church now and I'm just like seeing how not because I'm like trying to find God,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm just trying to find a little bit of community and step away from things. Like when I go in, like I go to Sunday school. So when I went today, I left my phone in my truck and I was just like, that was something to me. Like that was important because it's like what I'm doing in terms of entering that the church hall is like entering a monastery,
Yeah.
in my mind. Like and it's a lot of little things in terms of what I'm doing and that's just different.
Yeah, yeah. Well, what you find out because I have people that are counsel that had to enter it into it, right, and got comfortable in it. I said, and I think Lucario said the same thing, which is surprising, right? You can't get out of practice because if you get out of practice and you get you don't realize how much emotional labor it takes to actually be with a woman until
Mm-hmm.
you're without her because we're so inundated and we build up a resistance to their little moods and their mood swings and their neediness and the little bullshit that they do, you know. And once you get out of that, and you have to enter back into, you realize, damn, then this shit is work. Okay,
Yeah, and it
this is
bothered me even the other day. I went to
uh
the grocery store
uh
on my birthday, and I was just like, I just didn't really want to be bothered. Saw a chick,
mm-hmm,
felt there was choosing signals there, could have
mm-hmm,
said something, just
mm-hmm,
didn't. Just walked past her in the aisle,
yeah,
like
yeah,
courteously, courtesy nod, but like whatever. At
Yeah.
the club the other day, some chick standing next to me, and I made
Mhm.
that video about just common human decency.
Mhm.
And I said I offered her the seat next to me. There's a whole
Mhm.
bunch of seats in front of me.
Mhm.
There's also the seat next to me. She could sit down at any point in time, but for whatever reason, she's standing next to me. So
Okay.
I gave her the seat, and I was just like, all right, cool, but left her alone. It's
Mhm.
like shit. It's like little things like that you just start to notice,
Yeah.
whereas I would have done something differently before.
Yeah. Yeah. You lose your resistance to their attitudes and stuff like that. But the thing
Hmm.
is, what you find out is, you know, and I've talked to a few guys about this. What you find out is really how much labor that men actually put in for a relationship that we don't get
Hmm.
credit for. Like,
Hmm.
goddamn, do I have to answer a text? Do I have to answer a call? Do I have to reply to her? Do I have to make a date? Do I have to see her? Do I have to go out and have fun with her? All
I
these
always
little
have to
things.
initiate.
Yeah, yeah. I always have to initiate. Okay. Do I have to feed her? Does she feed me? All the little things that you took for granted because it's just in the normal flow. After monkhood, it becomes an irritation because you got contented with with yourself and with your daily life and your daily routine. To actually break it, I almost like pissed off. God damn it! I'm used to doing this on today, and I have to, take a break because I have to talk to her for an hour or talk to her for a half an hour
Yeah, like
about
I have.
nothing.
Yeah, and like, or her being a brat is cute, or she thinks that shit is cute, and it's like, nah, bitch, that's annoying.
It's annoying. Yeah.
Or don't fuck up my self care Saturdays. Like every other Saturday, I see my gym trainer at 9. I
Uh-huh.
get my massage at 12 or 12:30, and
Uh-huh.
then that's an hour and a half, and then I go and get my hair like washed and like redone because I have locks and shit. So it's
Okay.
just like that's my self care Saturday, and I tell women about it. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. It's like
Hmm.
they're surprised about it.
Yeah. 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 And those realize how much time and effort women actually take. So
Right.
that's one thing I wish every guy that's chasing women could actually take like 90 days and go through many monkhood and come
Hmm.
out, and then you start realizing exactly how much your time and effort is actually worth. So
Yeah.
when she talks to you for an hour and she's downloading on you, okay, how irritating because it really becomes irritating if you haven't done it, and
Yeah.
you want to like
Especially when you're. Go ahead.
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Especially when you want to solve the problem. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, yeah. Can we cut to the chase? Okay, but you realize it's not about a chase; it's about validating her feelings.
Right. And the thing is, you really want to solve the problem because you care about her. Like I've
Yeah,
had that too, where an ex girlfriend, I remember she just like, she's like, I was like, well, why don't you do that? And she's like, listen, I just want you to hear what I'm saying so I can
yeah,
talk about the bitch at work. And I'm
yeah.
like, okay. So I told her, I was like, all right, cool, come and lay on me. All right, cool. All right, let's do this. And then I said, mm-hmm,
Hmm.
and just laying there, just like
Yeah,
listening. And she's
yeah,
like, thank you. I'm like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. But,
thank
but
you.
but the thing is, when you make it like that, she becomes more appreciative because she knows
Mhm.
that she's taking up your time and it's your valuable time instead of her
Right.
just doing it because she thinks that your time is worth nothing. Okay,
Yeah.
and you're listening. And I'm listening to you because this is what you want. So it's not just something that you don't desire. A lot of women try to make it like you should just listen to me because you ain't doing nothing else. No, I could be doing something else. Okay, so instead
Yeah.
of listening to you, and
Could
so
be
so
trying to
what's
put my dick in your mouth.
yeah, yeah, which would solve two problems at the same time.
You ain't shit.
But but
You
anyway,
are correct.
anyway, let's go get into this. We're gonna kind of go through the article a little bit, but the
Mhm.
thing is that this is just another iteration of what's been going on for the last, I say, 2 3 years.
Yeah, and I did want to start with the premise of what started this in that email chain. Shout out to Adrian Thomas and of
Go
course
ahead. Uh-huh. Hmm.
Julius Garcia. So maybe I shouldn't have said their governments, but um Julius was asking like, should I even try and save for a down payment? And my answer was yes.
Yeah.
And I understand like the difference because in 2020 I was able to escape South Florida and the high housing prices and then go somewhere else. Not
Hmm.
everybody can do that because they have to maintain proximity to their job, and then
Yeah.
the places that do have cheap housing don't
Yeah.
have jobs,
Right.
or jobs that pay a good amount. So
Yeah.
my premise is yes, you should, and if that
Hmm.
means you have to move, then that means you might have to move. But if you
Hmm.
like, I don't believe in doing rent like for a long period of time because that doesn't work out. In your 50s, 60s when you're like on your downturn in terms of your earning. And
Hmm.
that's like my original premise, and that's like the back and forth that we had
Yeah,
with the email.
yeah. Even though that's even though that wasn't what he was trying to say, even though he put that in there. Okay, the thing is
Okay.
that what's been going on is you know should you save for a down payment and try to buy a house? Yeah. Should you buy a house right now? Probably not. You probably should
Yeah,
wait
and
sometime
the
next year.
market may not have anything for you, to be honest. That's another thing that I had to consider.
The thing is, it depends. Okay, um, because the real estate trusts are actually holding on to these houses, um, are doing so with borrowed money,
Mm,
and and at some point, the balance sheet won't match, and then if the balance sheet doesn't match, they're going to have to sell off. And if you get a big enough downturn, you're going to get a run, just like you did in 2008, and you're going to get a big splash. So that it just depends, because they can't keep doing it
mm.
forever. Okay, they've been doing it in New York for the last 10 years, trying to keep their balance sheets up.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, they're playing these games, and yeah, they're playing these games, but it's just like, when is it gonna end? And then how is prepping yourself for that? But
Hmm.
I'll let you continue on because I like the doom and gloom.
The thing is that um, I understand why they're doing it, and this is something that the government could have stepped in and kind of prevented. They could have stepped in, and the Fed could have stepped in and said, okay, um, if you're gonna have stagflation, which is what we have now, and people start to get laid off, and people can't afford they already can't afford houses. Okay, you raise interest rates, and the prices are still the same. Guess what happens to the price of the houses? They go up. The down payment goes.
Mhm.
Even if you keep housing prices the exact same, right? As the interest rates rise every point, the price of the payments go up. Down payment, monthly payment actually go up. And at
Mhm.
some point, people are going to walk away from it. I can't do this. It's already people are already at their limit. Because I was reading something like in the 1960s, right before the United States went off the gold standard, right? Guess what the percentage of disposable income went for housing if you bought a house?
I have no clue
15%.
that you have to have 15% of disposal of your income
Income,
disposable.
the monthly income to actually afford a house.
Wow.
Okay,
But
it's the
15, but
average.
isn't it now like, well, they say you should have at least 30% should go towards housing is the most you should
Oh,
spend,
that's
or is that something
suggested.
different?
That's suggested. The thing is, how many people, how many average people can actually have a house and only spend 30% of disposable income?
Right. And that's another thing. Like, if I was to, when I got this house,
Hmm.
I was making 75 grand a year.
Hmm.
And that was after taxes, that was $1,888, I believe, is what my check used to be. So two
Hmm.
times a month. So I would have 400. I would have probably about $2,200 left over for other expenses,
Hmm.
non-house. So it's
Right.
like that's almost a whole check and making 75K. And
Hmm.
then my house, of course, just to give people the numbers, my mortgage is about 1422, and that's with
Insurance.
PMI and stuff like that
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
insurance.
Hmm.
And then I was what was the other thing? Oh, and the house when I got it was 213. I put down 3%, so that was like 6 grand. And then now I still have 195 left on it. So it's like
Hmm.
different housing market or at the time because this is during 2020, and
Right.
my interest rate is 2.99%.
Right. So basically, you're spending roughly what 35%,
Well,
disposable.
at that time.
Yeah.
Now I make, a lot more.
Yeah.
I was at 520, but I quit one of my jobs
Yeah.
because they were just bullshitting. So now I'm down to 385.
Yeah. And you
Um,
went. Yeah. You went to yeah. People like you can do that. Okay.
right, exactly. Yeah, and that's one thing I had to admit in the email chain. Like, I know my situation is different and
Hmm.
my thought process is different. Also, I know my base thought process is different because I'm
Yeah.
like, no, buy a home, don't give up
Mm.
that privilege
Right.
just because of, like, fuck these computers, rage against the machine. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like something.
Yeah. But the thing is that a lot of people, especially in hot housing markets where the jobs are, um,
Hmm.
they got to pay 50, 60% of their take home income to afford housing.
Yeah,
Because
I
in
was
a
just
place like
watching.
LA is even more.
And I was just watching a video about like a lot of these tech workers and these big FANG companies getting laid off, and
Yeah.
they're not going to make a lot of money going to AT&T, where AT&T's top developer is probably 145,
Yeah.
but these junior devs, or they were getting paid at Meta and all these other companies,
Yeah.
junior devs were getting paid like 170K.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
got to work like two jobs to do that just to
Yeah.
get like a quarter mil, and it's just like, bruh, what the fudge? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And these are the people that are in the, would be like in the, top 5% of people.
Yeah. Well, at a half mil, there's salaryrank.us,
Hmm.
and a half mil
Oh yeah.
that puts you at 0.36% of all earners in the US.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah. You considered relatively rich.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Relatively rich. But the thing is, if the median income of a person in the United States is $33,000 a year, okay, how many people can you put up? How many average people can you put out of homes? Like I'm looking at this article with a Robo landlord, right? Landlord buying up these houses and then renting them out for like three times the amount.
Hmm. And that's wild. And then, even in the article, and I didn't read through all of it because it got kind of long,
Hmm.
but the company that was doing it,
Mm.
they try to cut down the human interaction. So
Yeah.
everything is like maybe using like the August smart locks, which are probably about $200 a lock.
Hmm.
And you can unlock those via Wi-Fi. You just need an internet connection and all that stuff. And essentially what it is they do everything through an app. They don't really talk to anybody. They never meet anybody. And
Hmm.
then they get all the codes and everything through email. And then
Yeah.
boom, get let in.
Yeah. Yeah. And then if you need maintenance or help, they outsource that with
Yeah,
gig workers.
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is that um, this is just the latest iteration because I think BlackRock and a few others, right? One out of every seven single family homes was actually bought up by a real estate trust by Wall
Wow.
Street. And so if robo landlords are actually doing the same thing, it could be one out of six. And you were already at the very beginning, and I think it was 2020. Let me look it back up. Okay. Thank God for Evernote. I think 2020. I think they were like how they were saying that like um, what is it? They were like 5.5 million houses short then. And then if you take homes off the market, one out of seven homes off the market, there's millions more. So you're probably like
So
10. Go ahead.
so 5.5 million short. So pretty much in terms of they had more demand than they had actual supply.
In other words, they look at the demographics, they look at the amount of people that need homes, the population increase, the people coming into the of age to actually buy a house, and they estimated, okay, we need this many homes. And then when
Wow.
they say we're short homes, in other words, we're going to have demand for homes by people that want to buy it, and we're this amount short. And if there's a shortage, that means guess what? The demand for existing homes go up.
Yeah, therefore the price stays up or it goes up.
It
Because
goes up. Yeah. Yep.
yeah, because one of my jobs was talking about moving me out to Plano, Texas, and then I looked at the prices of the houses, and I'm like, okay, 1 acre or even a quarter acre, I got neighbors,
Hmm.
and that's gonna be about 300 grand, two a quarter mil, and I'm like, yeah, y'all can go fuck yourselves. I'm gonna just
Hmm.
work this contract until it comes out or until it is done, and then go from there. Like I'm not moving out to Plano, Texas, and getting less and paying more and getting less.
Hmm. Yeah.
And that's the other thing I was thinking about too when I was writing all that stuff is that since I've been in this house, I think I've made probably 80, 90 grand in equity in two
Hmm.
years
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah. Yeah. Because the housing supply has been, one is already short, and two, it's been bought up.
Hmm.
and then but the wages aren't going up, which is why you had
Yeah.
the railroad strike.
Yeah, and you're not. It's not going up fast enough. Like you got your usual courtesy 3% that they throw you, but it's like that's just enough to make sure you get to work on Monday,
Yeah,
if that. And it's just
yeah,
not enough because it's you have to wait till the end of the year, and then you wait till the end of the year, it's 3%, but inflation has gone up 4, 5, 6, 7% in
yeah.
the year. So it's just like you're slowly boiling and going from there. I buy Miami. Oh, okay. I used to live in South Florida. I buy Miami says like they've been buying up houses for over a decade. I was selling to hedge funds for a minute. I mean, what in terms of what volume too? If you can answer that, that'd be great. And then would find young Grizzly. I would find houses uh, undervalued and sell them to the hedge funds direct. Listening to beginning of the stream 2 XPs to catch up. Okay. Um, yeah, and that's another thing. Like buying these houses in bulk, and this is what you're going up against. Again,
Mhm.
that's another point that Julius was making, was just like, how can you compete with that? And I'm
Yeah,
like, I understand,
yeah,
but you know what is the alternative?
yeah,
They're not good. But
yeah. Yeah. I think this was what date was this? Can't remember. U.S. housing market needs 5.5 million more units. So then this was like maybe a year or two ago.
right.
Yeah. So and then you buy when the 1 in 7 houses get bought up, you take it, know about supply and demand because the banks have all these houses on the balance sheet. That's one reason, right?
Hmm.
And if the price of housing is going to dip because people don't have jobs or they're just coming back on the jobs, they have to take less, it's going to go down. Interest rate goes up. The price of housing has to go down to actually match where people can actually buy them. Okay, the only way to actually ensure that the housing the housing prices stay up is actually what buy off the supply, and that's what
Yeah,
you
and
do.
then you artificially inflate the market at that point, right?
Artificially inflate the market, and that's what's going on, and that's what's happening. And then, but thing is, how for the banks to stay solvent by keeping their bottom line up, how long can you do that?
Right.
How long
Yeah,
can you
and
do it?
then you really can't do it. I don't think you can do it for long, but I don't know the numbers like that. I could pontificate and shit like that, but it's like what, 5 years? I guess.
Not really. It depends. The thing is, how many people can you put out into the street? Because the thing is, you're not just buying up houses and renting them out at an affordable price. What you're doing is actually rent them out at the going rate, and the rate keeps going up. Like that house in Pittsburgh, right? Little dinky house in Pittsburgh with one bathroom in the unfinished basement was written for like $1,500 a month.
Yeah, and it looked like it's like it was in the middle of construction. That kind of confused me in the article because I
Hmm.
was just like, okay, so I was like, is he looking to buy the house and then do whatever he has to do? And then it was like, oh no, he's there to rent. I said, oh hell no, bitch.
Yeah, yeah.
I was
Basically,
like,
yeah, he's a
oh no,
reporter
fuck
there to
all that.
pretend like he was renting. Yeah.
Right. Because I even in my house, right, like it's just old and needs to be updated. Like it just does not look
Hmm.
cute at all. Like I could turn on my camera and stuff. I'm trying stuff out from this new MacBook I got. But
Uh,
it's like, wood paneling. The room I'm in right now has light blue wood paneling, which I didn't know they even freaking made. But,
uh,
you know, going through and trying to rehab this house would be a lot. Like that's what that sounds like. What well, sorry. The point is, when I heard this guy describe this, I was just like, oh, this sounds kind of like my house. Okay, cool. You rehab it. And I'm like, oh, you renting that shit?
yeah, yeah. They
Oh,
rented it
hell
out.
no.
Yeah,
Y'all crazy.
yeah.
So they're not putting anything into these houses and saying, oh, here you go.
All they're doing is taking the supply off the market so that so that the price, so the demand will actually stay high.
Right. And then they rent it out in the meantime to get anything that they can,
Yeah,
just so they're not underwater on the property. And
yeah.
then, so then they can hold it for even longer. So 5 years is probably not even a good estimation of time.
It couldn't be until you get people in the street and the government has
Right.
to do something. So the
Well,
thing is, yeah. Go ahead.
that's already happened with those 10 cities in Anaheim that you posted that video about, that bike ride.
Yeah, the 10 cent. Oh, yeah, 10 cents. Anaheim, San Francisco, Sacramento. You know, Las Vegas is a little too hot. They actually take better care of them. But
Yeah, they got trash
L.A.
pickup.
Yeah. So this is what we're talking about. It's not now the Robo Landlord. That's just the latest iteration of it. But thing is, they've been doing this for a while. And the thing is, Jules is actually saying, when does it end?
Yeah. Mr. Z, Black in Effect says, Young Grizzly, whoever designed this, whoever the designers of this society are. Oh man, now it scrolled up. Great. The designers designing the economy to pretty much work for the top 20%. I wouldn't even say 20%. I say
Mm,
5 to 1%.
yeah,
20% would be really generous, and that would be actually fucking nice.
yeah.
Because even at 20%, like that, honestly, BGS, can you bring up salary rank dot us,
Okay.
please? And I like using this because it's I think it's a pretty decent tool. I used to have this other one that showed like millennials, but I think the data is out of date now. But salary rank gives you salaries from like 2019 census or something like that. But what's really cool about salary rank, are you bringing it up or should I?
It doesn't matter either way.
Okay. Hold on. Salary.
Salary.com or which one?
Salary rank dot us.
Okay.
All right. StreamYard at again. Okay.
You on your phone or what?
No, I'm on my Mac and I'm trying to get used to this whole day thing. Like, I got the trackpad and all that shit, and it's like moving around is different because I'm using the trackpad as opposed to using like my trackball mouse, which can't fit my desk. And I like my trackball mouse. I already miss it.
Okay. Salaryrank.us.
Yeah, that
Oh,
US.
okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Like I was just bringing. All right. So then type in a number like say 120K. Because to
Okay.
me, 100 the new 100K is 120K in
Give or
terms of
take. Yeah.
just
Yeah.
okay.
I'd agree with that. What year?
No, 2019. Yeah, and then you could
Okay.
just rank salary. So
Now,
that's your top 10%, right? So or
yeah,
eight
not
point.
eight. Yeah. So top 8%. Sounds about
So,
right.
so if you do like 100K, like
Hmm.
where at what number? So 20, the top 20% would be like 75, like 80K or something like that. So that's a yeah, top 11% is 100K.
Yeah.
And so even when you say like, and I'm not trying to like pick on Mr. Z, it's really the like when you look at what the top 20% is,
Yeah.
that's probably like people that are like making 75, maybe 80K, and nah, they're ass out too.
Yeah. Yeah. They're a little
Yeah,
bit above top 20. I think 75 is probably closest to it. On the
25, yeah.
top. Yeah. Yeah.
And I like this website, and I tell people like, hey,
Yeah.
look at
That's
stuff
about
like
right. That's about 81.3%. That's about right. Yeah. And
so it's like
that's when you factor in Asians and white folks. Black folks is lower.
yeah, and then also like where you live, like what is 75K in your area? Like,
Right.
like, hey, shit.
You tell me you got to be you and your wife.
Right,
You're
right,
renting. You're renting, unless you move in making like a 70-mile drive.
right. And that's the other thing. Like, again, just back to my premise about it. It's
Hmm.
like, okay, you're probably gonna have to make that drive. Like, you're probably better off doing that.
Yeah.
If you want a house, like you're gonna
Yeah.
have to there. sacrifice is gonna be like is literally gonna be the word of the day in a lot of cases, or for a
Yeah,
lot of people.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what it's going to be. Sacrifice. Well, the thing is, at some point, they're gonna bleed people white because if the Fed keeps doing what it's doing, then what's going to happen? You're going to have more layoffs. Like you had a lot of tech layoffs, Amazon, Microsoft, places like that laying people off because the interest rates are getting so high.
Yeah.
And that's why this Robo Landlord is doing what it's doing to actually minimize uh, um, the people that you have to pay in between. So it's easier to get somebody on a gig to actually come out and fix a pipe or fix something else. Like they were saying, they were actually teaching renters how to do home repairs.
What the fuck?
Hmm.
And that goes back to the old like, all right, cool. We live in the apartment and my dad's a maintenance man and he still got a job. You know what I mean? That type of stuff.
Yeah.
Just gonna answer Ibuki here, 8.6%.
Hmm.
Yeah, because he's asking, so 120 was what percent? And that's you're greater than 92.4% of all individual salaries in 2019.
Right.
It ranked, 12.9 million, highest out of 169.3 million reported.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so with that whole thing, it's like I don't know how that breaks down, what the numbers look like.
That's
But
probably this basically look according to BLS. That's like 60% of your population.
yeah,
The
like that,
report's
and that'd be
already
your workforce, right?
that's your workforce. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's roughly what is it? Half? Um, well,
Yeah.
roughly half the population.
Yeah, it's pretty much supporting the other half.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like I had a local customer, I call him neighbors and everything, but he lives a little bit further down, um, in a smaller town, and you know, just doing a little simple computer repair, just a reformat or something like that. I charge less because of where I live. Like I used to charge maybe $100 and then plus whatever the parts are. Now I charge 50 to 75 because
Yeah.
motherfuckers
Yeah.
just can't afford it around here. No
Yeah.
offense to them, it's just knowing my market.
Like say the landlords are now encouraging subleasing of rooms. If you're a renter, they're encouraging sublease. They're trying to get their money.
Wait, they're
Yeah.
encouraging it.
Yeah.
You know
Out
how
there.
much that used to be taboo.
Yeah. But they need their money.
I was actually doing that with the salon before that went down. And
Yeah.
I by Miami, I used to be one of the owners of Top Cutters Hair Salon down in Miami Gardens. And it was the location off of what was that 127th or something like that? I forgot now. Dang, or 20 yeah, oh darn. I think it's 27th Ave and 826 near the Home Depot. And my business partner since moved then, but we told him, we were like, hey, listen, if you sublease your chair, we have
Yeah.
no problem with it.
Yeah.
Just, let us know. And then, they have to sign the same lease in terms of the agreement and stuff like that. And we'll provide all of that for you.
Yeah.
Just so we made sure that they had the money to pay whatever. And
Yeah.
there was no problems.
Yeah. Yeah. You're getting ready to go through that now with with homes because this stagflation is just getting started, man. You know,
That's
which is
crazy.
which is a lot of this stuff. I would love to talk about it. But I don't want to get in too much trouble, but a lot of this stuff that you go on with, a lot of stuff going on. Ukraine is at the center of it, but it's not the reason for it. Okay. Um, what they're trying to do is actually split this, split this united global economic infrastructure in two. What you have is like a divorce proceeding going on between the West and the East.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That's how, you notice that like Apple is trying to get out of China and move it back to the United States. But the thing is,
Well,
that's what all. Go ahead.
I was just reading something about Disney cutting off the Disney Channel in Russia.
Yeah.
You
Oh
know,
yeah.
and that I looked at it two ways. Oh, and they okay. One, what they said was because of the Ukraine incident,
Hmm.
or the whole that fight, and because I don't know much about that stuff or don't get into it.
Hmm.
I let you guys talk about that. But then I looked at it also as this is a test because they'll get rid of the Disney Channel here in the U.S. and you have to go to Disney Plus. So now
Yeah,
you're doing direct to consumer, no distribution middleman or anything else like that.
yeah.
So I was
Will,
just like, wow,
yeah. Will people follow you though?
right, right. Well, I think I think maybe 10, 15 years from now, yes.
Mhm.
But can they wait that long? No, of course, and will we care
I,
around that time? So that's a
I
different
don't think
story.
people are gonna follow you. I really don't.
Oh wow.
Apple's leaving China. One is because the administrate well, both administrations were trying to localize our production. Anytime you have chips outside the country, basically chips can be used for more than just phones and that kind of tech. You know, consumer goods can actually go into military goods, and Apple has the cutting edge one of the cutting edge chip technologies going into their phones. That M2 chip is probably as cutting edge as you probably can get.
Yeah, this M1 Mac is pretty freaking sweet, and
Yeah,
I definitely haven't taxed it.
yeah. Well, the combination of software and hardware, and that's like a Windows is struggling because Windows had to change. Windows 11 had to come out because they had to change the scheduler, right? How they interact with
Hmm.
that chip. Windows could not interact as it was written before. Could not interact with those uh, with those pieced together chips.
With the Intel chips or
No,
the ARM chips?
the ARM chips, yeah, they weren't
Hmm.
built.
Okay.
So they were actually the translation layer was too slow. Um, and
Okay.
and what 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 happened? Well, I think I've explained it before, right? About that, right? Um, what happened was Barack Obama cut off advanced chips to China, right? So they couldn't buy them from Intel. So what they did, they looked around and found IBM couldn't finish their technology they're actually trying to introduce with these um, EUV chips. Okay,
Hmm.
they invented this technology, right? So China says, okay, what do you need to actually finish the tech? IBM said about 6 billion. We said we give you 20. We want to actually get license your technology. So what they did, they got together and said, okay, what do you need? What do you need to actually put this into chip form? We need a chip designer. So AMD was on their ass. You remember AMD on their ass like in 2015, 2016?
Hmm.
Yeah, so they said AMD has the chip design, but they don't have the manufacturing prowess to actually make it happen. So they married those two together, and then they got TSMC to actually produce these chips. So you take the IBM's tech actually making smaller chiplets and smaller designs. Like below 14 nanometers because Intel couldn't go below 14 nanometers.
Hmm.
But TSMC went to 14 to 12 to 10 to 7. Okay.
And to everybody else, that means, I mean, I'm following some of what BGS has said. I haven't done a lot of that stuff anymore, and especially been in hardware for a couple
Uh-huh.
years now.
Uh-huh.
So I'm like usually mostly coding, so I don't even see a lot of that stuff,
Right.
nor code for it. I don't code at that level. But with smaller nanometer or smaller footprint, they could pack more on a chip, and
Pack
then
more on
now
the
these
chip.
chips
Yeah.
can like do like multiple cores
Yeah.
or like even more cores and be more energy
Energy
efficient,
efficient.
which
Yeah,
is
because
another big thing about the
they're
M1 chips from
they're
Mac.
closer together. So they took TSMC's prowess actually making the chip. They took IBM's um, technology of making the chip smaller. And then what they took for AMD is what they call the Infinity Fabric, right? Marrying all those little chiplets together. Okay. So those three things added up into TSMC's advantage. So what Apple did was, which is a boss move, right? They said, "Fuck it, okay, we see where it's going. We are at 7 nanometers. Anything below 7, we're gonna buy up all the production line, right?" We say,
Oh wow.
like they gave TSMC $20 billion. 20 billion, we want everything. Everything under 7 nanometers, nobody gets it except us. That's where the M1 chip came out. And they told Intel to take a hike. We don't need your chips anymore. We got better chips coming out. We'll make our own.
Yeah, and you'll marry. I think you just mentioned this. Marry software and hardware, so they
Yeah,
work in tandem,
yeah. So now,
right?
so that blew everybody away, and they put it in everything. They put it in their computers. They put it in their iPads, advanced iPads. Okay,
hmm
so
Yeah, I just got an
basically,
iPad Pro with the M2 chip,
yeah.
and
So
like
basically,
the thing's pretty sweet.
they locked everybody out. So nobody can, no, everybody. The only other person that actually go below 7 nanometers was Samsung. Samsung was actually in on the original thing with IBM and AMD as far as marrying the chiplets with the Infinity Fabric. But the Infinity Fabric was actually linked them together, which Samsung hasn't mastered yet. That's what makes it so fast. It's not the chiplets themselves, but actually tying them together, into
hmm
those little bitty cores, efficiency cores, and the big cores together. So and the schedulers together actually make them work right. So basically, after that, after they find that after Apple hit and they started dominating the chip market along with TSMC, because TSMC makes 90% of the advanced chips in the world
mm
with this technology. So basically, Trump said it first, and then Biden said, when Biden first thing Biden got in office, right, the very next month, fuck it, uh, Intel, IBM, and Microsoft and AMD, y'all got to work together. Okay, we need to
Oh
bring
wow.
this back in house. Okay, back to the country. And here's $100 billion for you to actually do that. You take it from China because China's going to take everything. They're actually going to leapfrog us, which they already had.
Right, and another thing is, you know, with some of these all right, no, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no, but thing that's what's happening as far as Apple. Well, they've been pressuring Apple and other manufacturers like that to actually bring all their manufacturing prowess back in house. It's not to give people
Well,
jobs. It's to deny China uh, the technology it needs to actually leapfrog them because China's at parity with the United States as far as tech is concerned right now.
yeah,
They're
because one of the biggest fight was like the 6G fight, and one thing I wanted to talk about was or
Mhm,
mention is like where does Qualcomm fit in all of this because they have all of these freaking patents for everything, and
mhm.
they get paid per chip and all this other stuff. Like
Yeah, but
literally, they have a whole room where they have a wall of patents, and it's like,
mhm.
what does that do to the whole scope of this? Or how,
The thing is, they can patent it, but they can't manufacture it.
hmm
Where they're still made, they're still made in China
yeah,
because you really don't have any chip plants in the United States. You got very few, and the advanced chip
yeah, no,
manufacturers are in Taiwan and in
we
Sichuan, right across the bay.
yeah, we wouldn't cut enough corners here to allow that in terms of just, human rights violations, workplace violations, OSHA standards,
It,
and then of
it's
course just paying for it.
EPA actually wouldn't allow most of the chip manufacturing in house. In fact, there's still a lawsuit up in Silicon Valley behind the poison of that area. The lawsuits are still there.
Oh
That's like when they
wow.
moved. That's why they moved them to Taiwan and then Korea and then China.
The APA or the EPA?
EPA.
EPA, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's another thing. Like even recently, I forgot what factory it was, but a lot of them, oh no, there was factory workers climbing barbed wire fences trying to escape from
Oh yeah.
you
Oh
know,
yeah.
this
What is it? Not TSMC. It was where Apple Foxconn.
Foxconn. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and Foxconn is big, and Foxconn makes stuff for pretty much all of the computer manufacturers. HP,
Yeah.
Dell was like a big one. I don't know if they still do a lot of Dell stuff. I would assume they do,
Hmm.
but yeah,
Yeah. That.
Foxconn. Okay, everybody
Yeah.
got it.
But Biden started that move in 2020. With getting all three of them together with IBM, Intel, and Microsoft. That's how come Microsoft 11 came out like 6, 7 months later. Okay, you had to.
Oh, wow.
It's not that they needed to, but they needed to change the scheduler for the new ARM chips or the new hybrid chips that Intel came out with in I think it was October. of that year.
But even with all of this, what are the benefits to the people by them, making these moves? Because to me, in terms of what I do, I don't need that much performance to code,
Yeah.
right? I just need, just not being debilitating or slowing or anything like that, or handicapping me. But, I still like what I often see is no matter how fast a computer is, it seems like the software, like
Hmm.
it's a software issue more than it is a hardware issue because the hardware is there. I don't
Yeah.
think this hardware is you or this software is utilizing the hardware properly, using multiple cores, using forking worker processes or anything else like that. Now you
Uh-huh.
see that a little bit better on Linux, and how it handles certain things, and of course languages like Node.js, which I write in,
Hmm.
and they look to or even Go, which is Google's Go, like kind of C like language, so Golang. So it's like they're trying to do a lot of that stuff and actually really utilize these cores. But then I see Windows, and I'm not sure about Mac. We'll see because I'm still working with it. But
Hmm.
it's like I don't see that the software is actually properly utilizing the
It,
hardware. What's up,
it,
AB?
but it's a lot. But
Going on.
they've actually done tests with Linux, with Apple, and with uh, with Windows. And basically,
Hmm.
the Windows is probably the worst. It's the biggest dog. It takes 3 times as long to use the same chip as say Apple and Linux.
Right.
Yeah, Microsoft is actually trying to work with that. They're actually bragging about them being able to run fast on the on the new ARM chip.
Yeah.
That's which is called ARM 64. Because when I pulled up Visual Studio, I was like, "What the hell is ARM 64?" Then I looked at the M1. I was like, "Oh, that's what
Yeah.
that is."
That's what it's for. Yeah.
Or Raspberry Pi is they were using the ARM chips or
yeah.
have been using the ARM chips. The ARM chips have been known to be in smaller computers.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
That's what's in your phones, what's your ARM chips in your tablets. But the thing is that
Yes.
they could well the ARM chips were fine. The thing is they didn't have the what is it the fabric that actually pass from one chip to the next
Hmm.
fast enough, talk to each other fast enough. AMD
Oh,
solved that problem.
and then to correct me if I'm wrong, BGS, ARM is more of a technology or an architecture like
Yeah,
Intel 86
yeah,
or x86 and yeah,
Yeah,
x86 and
x86 is
AMD
what's in
64.
yeah,
x86 is what's in your computers usually.
yeah.
Right. Yeah,
The
well, you have your x86, but now you have your x86 underscore 64
Yeah,
architecture.
64-bit architecture, which is what most of your computers are on now.
Right. Yeah.
I don't
And
think there's
like the
I don't
go
think they
ahead.
even build computers anymore that are under 64-bit.
no, no, they don't.
Yeah, operating systems don't even really care about it. Like, I think it was definitely not Windows 7. It's like Vista that was like one of the first operating systems that did the 64-bit stuff because that was a
Um,
transition from XP
Yeah, we had the
it was either
consumer grade,
7 or
commercially.
6, I forget.
consumer grade. But I think it was Windows. I think it was XP that started that. We
Yeah,
had the
that's what
version
it
of
was at first, but
Yeah,
I
before
remember the
64.
64-bit
Yeah,
edition.
yeah,
I
yeah,
remember
they
that.
did. They have like server 2003 64-bit. You're right.
yeah, yeah.
And like that was a big thing for me because I was just like I was working during that transition, like my early time working in computers and stuff, and I'm like, oh, what is this?
In fact, the specs for Windows 11, I believe you can't run it. You have to have a 64-bit computer to run it. It won't run.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Yeah, they
think,
really up the specs on that one. They like you have to have like at least 6 gigs or more to run it.
Yeah.
the real big thing with these chips is virtualization. For
Hmm.
servers and even um, other types of works, virtualization is probably the biggest thing. Unless you're doing heavy stuff like uh, um video or something like that,
Yeah.
video, audio, or a few other things that
If
that,
you
that are
look at
really
the
heavy
crazy
and
stuff they're
intensive.
doing with the Unreal Engine,
Yeah,
yeah, you need a beefy computer.
yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, virtualization is like you have to do that to because even when you do things like with JavaScript,
Hmm.
even with I think like Google's V8 engine, which is which interprets your JavaScript in the Google Chrome browser, and
Hmm.
that's what is that's the underpinning in Node.js. Now, even with that, they actually have like virtual machines where it actually takes your code, compiles it, and then translates it, and then takes it from written code and then
The machine
puts it
code.
in like to machine code. So
They,
you always have some type of virtualization layer nowadays that you have to interact with your
yeah,
software.
Mhm.
I don't know. And Windows XP was the shit when it first came out.
yeah, it
Fucking
was.
loved it.
Yeah,
Oh,
everybody
oh,
loved it
it
when XP
was.
was shit when it
It
first came
was
out.
way better than the ones that came before. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
XP was.
they still can't get past Windows XP. Like the Windows XP ghost still haunts them. Like
Oh yeah,
they can't
Oh
move
yeah.
that fucking menu out of the bottom left hand corner. Like they just started to do the Mac thing. you know, so it's
yeah. I
like in
think
the middle.
Windows 11 is probably will probably be the biggest breakthrough about them breaking away from those models.
Hmm.
The problem is you can't get a lot of the graphics people away from the older operating systems
Really? Okay.
because oh yeah, because I mean,
I
think about it. We
think
still operate in OpenGL,
Okay.
Oh
and
yeah, that's
so
right. Yeah,
you don't hear too much about M1 or M2 and some of the legacy OpenGL uh, processing that we use just to get this stuff done.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And from what I understand, there have been some professionals who have been having problems with the M1. I'm not sure about the M2, but the M1, a lot of graphics people stayed away from it.
Can you explain a little bit more about that and the need for OpenGL? Because that one I'm not too familiar with. And then also OpenGL in websites or like high end graphics in websites because you have like WebGL,
Well,
I
I
believe.
believe I can answer some of that. I believe OpenGL is what they base WebGL on, and that's how you get 3D in
Hmm.
website.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, because OpenGL, we've been using that since the 1990s. In
Mhm.
fact, the first
Hmm.
64-bit system that I used was the IREX system, and that was the Sun Microsystems SGI system, and that was back in the mid 90s.
Is that the
It
big purple box?
No,
Was it the purple box from back in the day? Or was
it
that the Spark Station was like, or
I only worked on it as a demo because the damn thing was
Mhm.
incredibly unstable. This was back when, before there was Maya, it was called Power Animator.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was a lot of those old systems.
Yeah,
However,
another cool project is deck.gl. I love that because I believe that's what Uber uses to visualize a lot of their stuff and routes and like visualize a lot of their data, their trip data. Go ahead, sorry.
yeah, OpenGL, that hasn't changed because, I mean, even though we've got real-time rendering, especially when you're using UE4 and UE5,
Hmm.
Hmm.
you still have to go back to just polygons and faces, and we are now using lots of them. I mean, back in the day, we were, you'd be lucky to find um, maybe 5,000 polygons on one character. Now we're working with millions.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And so, you know, parsing that type of visual data and trying to manipulate all of that, especially once you get into things such as voxels or, when you're working in ZBrush, which is an easy way to navigate it. But once you put ZBrush into a rendering program such as, your Blenders, your Lightwaves, your Mayas, your 3D Studio Maxes, then we begin to run into issues. So, like I said, a lot of us strayed away from Windows 11. I'm using Windows 10 right now. Before this, I was using Windows 7. And I used Windows 7 up to last year.
Wow. Oh wow. Damn. Oh
I mean, look,
man.
yeah,
Wow.
I used Windows NT4 workstation well into the 2000s because it had such fantastic OpenGL performance. And then I was running a dual processor system,
Mhm.
and I was getting somewhere around 80% of the second processor as far as performance goes. Yeah, it was a piece of heaven.
Wow. Yeah, and that's often what happens is people stick with the most stable um like the most stable thing, and then you start to see those little edge cases where they have like specialty or specialty considerations where they have to stick with some of these things and they have to have long-term support. And yeah, you see where a lot of that stuff doesn't move as fast
Mhm.
as some other technologies. But yeah, that's always interesting to hear that stuff.
But you're also
Upgrade the
talking about a
software.
very niche market too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's got to be worth it to them to actually upgrade their software.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because that's a freaking shit ton of money. Like the
Hmm.
latest MacBook or the latest Mac Tower. I forgot what you call it, but that's what like $6,000 starting or
Oh yeah,
something
oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah. That's
Hmm.
cheap. Yeah, at least.
Yeah, I you configure that thing. I can go. I think I was playing around with the configurator on that the other
Hmm.
day,
Hmm.
and that shit was probably about
20 grand.
like 30. Yeah, I think it was
Oh,
like up to 30,000 or something like that. I was just like, hell to the fuck no.
yeah. Don't get me
that-
started on Apple's ecosystem. You know, it costs $100 just to properly test that fucker on the iPhone.
Wow.
they got
You
to
have
get
to
their
get a
money back.
license to test the
Hmm.
just to debug your code. You have to get $100 license.
Hmm.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they got to make their money back.
So
That's
whenever
wild.
somebody asks you want me to develop from the iPhone, yeah, if you got $6,000, I most certainly will go buy a cheap M1 and develop for the iPhone. But you got to pay me so I can
Well,
buy the shit.
well, the thing is, if you're going to go cheap, if you're going to pay $6,000, you might as well get M1 Mac Mini or
Yeah,
M1
The studio, yeah.
MacBook. Yeah, I would say get
Yeah,
you
just
the best M1 Mac Mini you can, and be happy with it because it's going to do the same thing.
yeah.
BGS, $51,799 all maxed out, like the
Yeah, yeah,
highest or
yeah.
whatever. I
And
mean, the
then that
memory alone is 25,000.
I don't
Just
have they
ridiculous.
started putting the M2 chips in them yet, or are they still working on the Intel chip with the Intel chips?
No, still Intel Xeon.
Okay,
2.5 gigahertz, 28 core Intel Xeon.
yeah,
Shit me. Golly.
yeah, that makes no sense.
Yeah.
28 cores. Jesus.
Damn.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah, that's
crazy.
nothing, man.
Mm.
Basically with the AMD chips, man, you got you know s- uh, 56, 64 cores, 128 cores.
Yeah, and you see those in like and it's like who would use those? It's like Azure, AWS, because they have to consolidate.
Oh
They have
yeah,
to
that makes
have
sense.
Yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
they
That
have to
makes
have
perfect
really
sense.
dense compute to
Hmm.
handle all of the stuff that they're doing.
All
And
that
of course,
cloud information, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Hmm.
yeah, and they're sharding a lot of that, or not sharding, but they're what's it called? Dividing a lot of that. So
Distributing though. Yeah, that's where your
yeah, so
virtualization comes in.
hmm
So each process is handled by one core.
Right.
yeah, yeah, and it's like you need that type of density. And it's like, and then the servers, they'll be like your Dell nine. I don't even know what they call them now, but it used to be like the
Yeah,
nine
I would love
tens
to
or
see
something
the
like that.
async await code on that shit.
You say the Dell,
What
which
you
one? You
said, the
talking about the Dell
async
servers?
await?
Yeah, that's what it does. That's how that's how a lot of people. That's how they handle multi-core stuff now. Is this method called async and await
Oh
is
yeah, yeah, because you in Node.js you have the event loop. Oh, I
yeah
thought you said something else, but yeah, so async await, yeah, that's how you handle the event loop. And before that, of course, I mean, there's other ways you do it, like just deal with promises and stuff like
yeah.
that. But it's a
Await
lot cleaner
basically
to write.
means you're waiting on something else to do another process with another core and blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's a way of doing synchronous coding and
Hmm.
asynchronous coding languages.
Yeah,
Oh man, y'all gotten deep.
Oh yeah, well
The-
these are pros. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It-
you do it for enough fucking companies, man. You got to know that shit.
these Negroes do this shit in their sleep.
Yeah.
Literally in their sleep.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you wake back up and you have the solution. It's like there's a whole thing about that too. How coders do that, like how your brain works,
Yeah,
and essentially you're doing async await with problems. So you sit at a computer, you're working on a problem for like 2 hours straight, and you're like,
yeah,
what the fudge? And then you walk away for 15 minutes or take a
yeah. To
nap
come
and come
back, you
back.
see another problem.
yeah.
Right, and you solve the problem because the way your brain works is it puts it on the back burner. It's still working on it while you're getting coffee. And if you're not, it may not be in the foreground or something like that,
Hmm.
but it is still running in a background process in your brain. And then you come back after cooking and you're like, it was so simple.
Ah.
Yeah, we do
Right.
that. We do that in
Yeah.
graphics all the time. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
the Dell Power Edge R940, I think, is the latest one. And
Mhm.
Right.
those have those crazy sick ass freaking chips.
Mhm.
And I mean, I'm sure there's like other servers and then there's specialty servers and stuff like that. And then
Yeah.
there's other, yeah.
Have you played with Rust any?
Rust. No, I had to deal with a little bit of it with a a project recently for Amazon EKS or Elastic Kubernetes service, but
Hmm.
I never
Okay.
really got to really play with it or do anything with it. It was just something a part of our whole.
A lot of I'm hearing a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff about Rust. They're trying to get it to replace C++. Apparently, I'm like, oh, I'm like, okay, this should be
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
interesting.
96
It,
cores.
it, it never goes away. It just gets, uh,
Yeah, C++
uh,
ain't going nowhere, but yeah,
Well, one of the companies I work for actually makes BIOS, so a lot of that stuff, you won't get rid of because it's so ingrained, and then you need some like really low level code. Whereas
right.
something like a Rust might
hmm
be too high level, but I'm not sure. Like you still have things like assembly, and those guys pretty
hmm
much, they get their knob slobbed type shit in terms of like money and benefits and all
Oh
types
yeah,
of other
assembly.
stuff.
Yeah,
Just
there's so
only a few
few
of
of
them.
there's so few of them now.
Uh-huh. Right.
It's
And
only a few.
another thing that you're seeing with what I do is I do overemployment, and I talk about it. I mean, I don't talk about it as much anymore, but because if you know, get into it if you can with tech. But with
Hmm.
overemployment, now it's like, okay, if people are losing their big tech jobs and all, they have these free lunches and all this other shit, who gives
Right,
a fuck about free lunches when you ain't got no job? So
right.
now you're seeing developers that are senior or leads. Now they're saying, fuck being a lead. I don't want to be a lead. I just want to have another job. And they're even taking what's it called? Junior dev jobs. So now
Hmm.
junior devs are getting locked out because you're getting more senior talent that are working these low end jobs, able to bang out code quick as fuck, and it's clean and it's performant and right
hmm
the first time.
hmm
And they're
Mhm.
like, okay, cool. And then I'll just, keep working, multiple jobs. So now they're making a quarter million and doing even less work,
Yeah.
or
So,
500,000 and doing less work.
so young Grizzly, are you saying so the Facebook thing wasn't a fluke? That's like going across the tech industry right now, the laying off.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
there's already that happening, but you're also seeing where a lot of these people that are working in tech, they're staying away from big FANG companies because the amount of pressure and the involvement that you have to essentially be 100% into tech or sorry, into that one company. Whereas now I can work in 3 to 4 different time or yeah, 3 time zones in the US and be making, you know, um half mil or more, or like 300 half mil, like just 100K times three. Like my lowest paying job is 120K, and I had four at one point. And I'm trying to replace a fourth one now. Oh,
Yeah.
That's
Solus.
crazy.
I'll go after you and answer what Solus is talking about. BGF.
Go ahead. Go ahead and answer it.
Solus is saying, can you share your thoughts on Ansible, Jinja, Python, please? So Ansible is great. There's also Ansible Tower. That's really good for running what they call playbooks or recipes in some other language. They got
But I
Puppet and
never
Chef.
heard of that.
Ansible, it's very well known. So Ansible, you can actually run what they call playbooks, and it's an automation framework. And you can do things like automate your tasks on routers, switches, operating systems, so Windows, doing all your updates. You're
Okay,
definitely going to have to do that when you work with like distributed systems or even distributed systems on different platforms. That's something that I work on right now as well, where I work for a pretty well known, well, all states are well known, but um, uh, one of the states we work with their mail system, and that's like my first job. And then we have servers on GCP and AWS. And with those servers, we have to control them by Ansible. Like we have to Ansibilize a lot of stuff. And some of the stuff you have to like deal with. Jinja is a templating language. So it works with, I think it works with Ansible, but I think you do Jinja templates when it comes to just about anything you can do Jinja templates with, I believe. And Python, a lot of people like Python. It has a really good ecosystem. There's a lot of people that work in it.
Hmm.
But in terms of what people are doing, Python is going to be more your financial stuff,
yeah,
maybe even machine learning and things like that. And then yeah, that's it, pretty much it. Like Python, I don't personally, I'm not into.
hmm
But if you learn something like Python, you can easily probably go into something like JavaScript. It's just a bit of a paradigm shift in terms of dealing with browser-based code and
Right.
server-side code, and
Actually
also
recommend
asynchronous.
Python for a starter language because it one of the things I like about Python, it forces you to properly indent, so it forces you to
Okay,
make readable code, and
right.
you learn all your as long as you learn all your basic types, string, numbers, real numbers, all that stuff, etc. And it's a good starter language.
Yeah, on that note, we use I'm still using Lightwave. We use Python script to script,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
It's
Yeah,
stable.
a lot of our graphics.
It's
Yeah.
same
all
with
so
Blender we
old. It's
use.
stable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's old. Yeah, it's very
Mm-hmm.
stable.
And another thing about Python, they have a fucking on
Mm-hmm.
Linux alone, you'll have 2 or 3 versions of Python. The most
Mm-hmm.
recent one, the last stable, it ships with the operating
Free
system.
something.
So yeah,
There's a
3 something, and then
Python.
like the 2 dot whatever 2 X strain as well.
Yeah.
People are still doing it too. Wow.
I remember
I
when
mean,
Python was the
it's
new
there, it's
hotness.
available
Remember when
Okay.
Python was the
Okay.
new hotness.
in botnets.
The new hotness. Hotness.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, Golang was it for a little bit, and then
Mm-hmm.
now, and they're
Hmm.
still. I mean, people are still trying to do it or deal with use that for high end data crunching and stuff. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gotten long
a
in the
lot,
tooth now.
yeah, and a lot of people are kind of not moving back, but they stick with Java, and then
Mm-hmm.
of course JavaScript,
Yeah.
Node.js and stuff. Node.js is like the bee's knees for a lot of places. J Will
Yeah.
28, what are your thoughts on Google's data analytics and machine learning programs? I don't know. AB, do you know anything about that?
No, not at this time. No.
I've
I'm getting
heard
a little bit more in.
people have gotten jobs with it. Um,
Mhm.
Within like 6 months, they've gotten like jobs paying like $60,000-$70,000 a year. Uh, a,
Hey,
f- uh,
not bad.
a friend of mine in New York, his nephew went through it. He went in it, stayed in for 6 months. He came out, got I think the first job paid like 75 grand a year. So it does work if you got the talent, can stick to it.
Mhm.
Yeah, and a lot of that stuff, just so that you guys know, in terms of what that is, that's going to be your data analytics strain.
Hmm.
And if you're a data scientist,
Yeah.
or there's data scientists, and then there's different levels, and I forgot them now. But you're really going to be working with the process of ETL, so that's extract, transform, and load. And sometimes you can load and then extract, or you can transform and then load, or load and then transform, or something. There's a lot of different ways you can handle that, and then you could deal with the different phases of data, right? So
Mhm.
first phase, second phase, I think is how it is. And then that talks about what do you do with the data at each one of those phases? Where does that data get stored? And how does that data you know like how do you put it in a data lake or something like that, a data warehouse? And then if you're putting it in these different places, how do you retrieve that data? How fast is the retrieval of that data, and stuff
Mhm.
like that?
Hey, have you played with WebAssembly any?
No, not at all. Like I'm not that low level of a coder. I think WebAssembly is a little bit on the low end side in terms of like you're gonna have to deal with a lot of your own garbage collection and stuff like that. And I'm not that. I won't even say I'm that good.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, garbage collecting is no joke, but I just thought I would ask. I usually use C# myself, so I'm not.
Mm.
Oof.
I'm not,
Going, going back a ways. Yeah.
Yeah, that
no,
sounds like some
well, C#
ASP
is about
stuff too.
20 years old now, but yeah.
Hmm.
But
I get
it has a garbage collector, so you don't have to worry about that kind of code. You can't. Well, actually, you can write lower code, but you don't have to.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. I remember when they first came out with C sharp. Introduced it.
Yeah, it's like
Replaced
99
C
or
plus plus.
2000.
Yeah, yeah, like 98. Yeah.
For the
Yeah,
99 and 2000.
yeah. It was. I'll tell the truth about C#. It was meant to replace Java,
Mm-hmm.
and for the first two versions, it was basically a copy of Java. But
Mm-hmm.
after three, they went in a whole different direction. Version
Was
two.
Microsoft's ability. They were trying to replace C plus plus in Microsoft stuff and bring some Java elements into it.
Yeah, that and they was trying to get rid of the hold your hand language.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh,
Visual Basic. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I call it the hold your hand language.
What is that?
Visual Basic.
oh yeah. VB. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah, VV. Yeah, I had
I call
I did one or two things with VV.
Yeah. VB was designed to work with Microsoft Office, and
yeah.
and
Hmm.
that's
Hmm.
what it's designed for. It was never designed for that kind of coding.
shoot! I grew up on QBasic. That was the best thing in the world.
Yeah. 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 For certain things, it was. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Basic has its usefulness, but I taught myself C#. I never looked back to Visual Basic.
No. No. VBA is a higher level language. It was actually used for inside a certain environment, and because I used to code databases with it using VBA.
Wow.
Okay.
And it's fine. It's fine as long as you do that. As long as you keep it simple. When it gets more complex, man, it gets long. It gets kind of
Yep.
hard.
Yeah,
Very
because some of
workable.
those languages they allow you to do simple things,
Yeah.
but then they don't have all the helper functions. Like one person put in, Python has a library for everything, and that's
Hmm.
another reason why people go to Python or even Node.js,
Yeah.
is because you have all of these supporting
Uh,
libraries where
yeah.
you don't have to make your own copy and paste or
Yeah.
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 copy functions and shit like that.
Yeah. Because somebody's done it for you already. It took a while. That's why old languages are actually good because they have all these extensive libraries
Hmm.
because they worked out all the
Yeah,
problems.
very
Cobalt.
mature at that point.
Yeah. If you want to learn COBOL, man, you got to go to India to learn COBOL.
Yeah,
Woo!
that
That was
is
my
the
father's language.
old.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was
It's the
my
only way you're
father's
gonna learn it.
language.
They
Cobalt.
had they had to
I never touched it.
they had to teach COBOL
Yeah.
and assembly in India to get through the Y2K problem.
Yeah, I had to I did maybe like one semester COBOL, and I think I could say this now because statute of limitations has passed, but I think I stole the I stole the last project or most of it or something like that from
Hmm.
the professor
Okay.
at the time
Oh,
in my school, man, because I wasn't into programming at the time. Like programming
Hmm.
is like I've done this for maybe like 7 years or so,
Hmm.
but
mm.
I just was not into it with 2004, 2005 going in college and shit. I
Yeah,
just
it's not
wasn't
Hmm.
for the
into it.
faint. Young Grizzly can tell you, it's not for the faint of heart.
You
Hell
get
no.
you have to have you have to have the personality for
Yes.
it to sit there and actually hack. So it's not made for everybody.
Machine language. Damn.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, that's high. That's real high level when you're actually making translation layers from chips. You still need those kind
Yeah,
of
'cause
guys.
that's that hardcore computer science. That's when you like dealing with
Simply.
creating OSs and shit.
Yeah, every chip that you make has to have a translation layer, right? That's
Right.
where machine language comes in. That's what it speaks in. And once you get that, then you can actually adapt that to the OS. OS talks to the chip through the translation layer.
Hmm.
So anytime a new chip comes out, that's where the bugs are, right? In the translation layer.
Right.
That's
Yep.
where the machine language has to come in and clean that up.
Mm.
yeah, and
That
that's where
that's
you start
that's
to talk about. Go ahead.
no, that's where your bare metal is. You're actually talking to the actual chip.
Because I remember back in the 90s when I
Hmm.
first started Visual Studio,
Hmm.
which I damn near completely forgot, but I remember Microsoft kept on going on about the abstraction layers
Yeah.
because they had this
Yeah,
new abstraction layer that was there.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
and that's
That's
like a big thing. Like even in current code, there's a lot of shit that you just don't have to do.
yeah.
Like garbage collection is one of those things that I always think about because it's
Yep.
like, yo, I would never know what to do with that shit. Like addressing actual memory pointers and everything
Hmm.
else like that.
Hmm.
All I
Hmm.
need to know is that Node.js or the underlying engine handles that for me, and
Hmm.
what I have to make sure is that I write my code in a way that will utilize all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, then, do you think that the skill of coding is being diminished by all of these, I don't know, helpers?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
and when you say diminish, like a lot of people aren't going into the nitty gritty, myself included,
Hmm.
in some areas. Like I remember I was taking an advanced JavaScript course, and like it's talking about not optional chaining, but function chaining. I forgot what it was called, but essentially like how JavaScript handles resolving a variable name. So if it's not within the same scope,
Mhm.
using certain keywords like variable keywords like var, const, and let,
Yes.
and which are borrowed
Uh,
from other languages, but like you have to, those are scoped. But if you have var, then that could be
yeah, you can use
anywhere, and
it
then that
anywhere.
could all cause, yeah, and that can cause bleeding and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can't tell you how much I love them for putting in const and let because that
Mm-hmm.
solves a whole lot of problems with JavaScript.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Now you have the. I mean, not now, but like you still have to deal with the this keyword, and that
Yeah,
could be a little bit hard to deal with. But like stuff like that, you know, like learning those like little tricks, tips, tricks, and stuff like that. Okay, for
Hmm.
instance, if you have like a set interval, right, in JavaScript, how do you clear that set interval? Like you have to assign that to a variable or an anonymous function, and then like an anonymous arrow function or anonymous function, and you have to assign that to a variable, and then
hmm,
on that variable you can do like a clear interval to that variable. So it's
yep,
like learning little things like that, because you could actually have that set interval that just keeps on running, and that will eat up a shit ton of processes
mhm.
or processing or compute, and then make your website or whatever run really slow and get really buggy and all types of other shit, and you'll have performance issues if you don't account for it.
Yep. Have you ever read any web components?
I'm getting into React now. It's like one of the things I have to learn. I'm kind of like I'm actually starting to learn more build pipeline stuff for one of my jobs, so I'm working with that. But
Yeah,
in
I'm having a
terms
hard time
of
getting to React, but I'm still trying. I'm still trying to look up stuff on it.
I would suggest there's one really good there's a couple good courses, but if you go to udemy.com,
Okay.
um, udemy.com, there is Maximilian Schwartzmuller. I'll put it in there, but he runs Academind, and I'll put a link in the chat and everything. But I'm using that to learn it.
Okay.
And what's nice about his course is he has the full course, and then he has like this 4 hour section for people that just want to learn React really fast and have to get into it. And yeah, it's actually a really good course. And then they update it all the time. So I'll
Hmm.
put that in the
Okay.
chat because Abuki Cabal is was asking some questions, and who was it, the Black Genius or something,
Oh yeah, the
the Broke Genius.
broke genius. Yeah.
I love that fucking name. Yeah, he was talking about it.
It sits in like
Yeah.
Python for trading capabilities, brokerage firms. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Python's big for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it handles it computes a lot of that stuff really fast.
Hmm.
Um, or is very performant. As I like, for the little bit that I've like read and gotten into it, and a
Hmm.
friend of mine has written some stuff with that, and then also it hooks into other libraries with machine learning,
Hmm.
and other tools like Jupyter Notebook, which a
Yeah.
lot of people use, or
Yeah.
Pandas or Pandas.
Blender is actually doing something very interesting with their Python. They're actually making it now to where you can treat Blender like a platform,
Hmm.
and you take certain parts of Blender and make your own programs with it. Using
Yeah, well, other programs have been doing that for a very long time. Because I
yeah, I know.
remember,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I figured that was them catching up to other programs like mine and shit. But yeah,
yeah, because I mean, I remember both Maya and 3D Studio Max. They had an artist who created a game of chess with a computer player on the other side, just in
Hmm.
the OpenGL engine. You just run the damn thing and play it, and it wasn't real AI. It was simple f else type of shit.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, and you can really get in. I think it was Mr. Hypermagnetic. He was talking about like never heard of the OSI layer model or the OSI model, and there's a lot of different jobs in tech And one thing that's really interesting is what's happening in the lower, like if you're not coding, you're not going to get the big bucks like you used to. Like I remember network administrator or network
Mm-hmm.
engineers and stuff used to get
Yeah.
good fucking money.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now you
So,
have to be like a fucking CCIE, which is the highest Cisco certification. So you
mm-hmm.
have the CCNA,
Mm-hmm.
CCNP, and then CCIE, and then they added CCENT for entry level stuff, right? So there's 4 levels, but really it's only 3. But you have to be damn near CCIE to really get some really good money. And now so much stuff is automated,
Yeah.
even on the new Cisco switches, the Nexus class switches. And they had this for a while from even in their uh, SAN or storage area network tool devices, but they had the NXOS and they moved from iOS. The NXOS ships with fucking Python on it. So like and it runs on a Linux kernel now. So
Oh, that's
actually
good.
that always is. So it's like pretty much a Linux operating system, and now they're writing all types of different abstraction layers for it and tools. So that you can actually control all these things and have different APIs and all that other stuff. So now instead of actually writing commands, you're writing API calls to these switches, network switches. So you
Mhm.
already have to know fucking coding.
Wow.
I mean, I forgot what API's auto programming interface, if I recall correctly.
No, application.
Application.
Application
Appli-
yeah, program
pro-
interface. Yeah.
application programming. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
That
You can
those your
see how.
hooks. Those are your hooks into the operating system.
Mhm.
That
Yeah,
that that,
you can
that
see
Yeah,
prohibit.
how
the servers.
rusty I am because I
Yeah.
forgot what all that ish was.
Yeah,
API has been around for a long. It really started in for computer games. It's got
Hmm.
adapted to other stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
and as you said, BJ, it's like the APIs that we're talking about is for web stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
API as a paradigm or a thought or
Mm-hmm.
you know practice or whatever is
Yeah.
always been around. You've always had these layers that you had to interact with
Yeah.
or interfaces that you had to interact with to get data to and from,
Yeah.
maybe to the operating system or
Yeah. Yeah.
parts of the operating system.
So
yeah.
that's that came from the old term back in the I think 90s called write
Run
once
anywhere.
run many, yeah, API.
Right. Yeah.
We
hmm.
hook into the API and then hook your code into the API, so you only have to write it once.
Hmm.
For games, for applications, or anything like that, right? You write it one time, figure out what the API is, adjust the API to the operating system, and it'll run.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And now a lot of that stuff, which is you know, I have to learn, but
Mm-hmm.
you deal with some like really high end coders, and
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the stuff they're a lot of that stuff is getting generated automatically. Like
Yeah.
a lot of people aren't writing code anymore; they're using other tools that write
Mm-hmm.
the code for you as a
Mm-hmm.
skeleton, and then you
Right.
just fill in or cut down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like,
Yeah.
yo,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you
That's
be
your
banging
AI
your head.
AI at work for you.
So
Yep.
that's what I
Yeah,
was gonna ask. Is that where we are?
No,
Are
we're
we
there.
slowly walking? Oh, we're there. Okay, you
yep,
already know the
we're
question. All
there.
right, all right.
You've
Yeah.
been there, like AI has been helping design your computer chips, man, for the last I say 20, 25
Oh
years.
yeah, you pop in Visual Studio now. It
Mm-hmm.
actually predicts what you're going to write
Mm-hmm.
with the AI tools. It actually
Yeah,
predicts it.
I have to actually go and find it. I might go to like one of my computers here. I'm in like my room, so I gotta go to like my desk. But yeah, I might. Yeah, I'll probably put this down for a second, come back. But there's a tool that allows you to pretty much write just about like you could put in say an API spec or something
Mm-hmm.
like that, an open
Mm-hmm.
API spec, and it'll write all of the hooks or not the hooks and the
Mm-hmm.
API interaction code for you. Say, all right, cool. You use something like the Axios library, which is
Yeah.
very popular in JavaScript, front end and back end, because you can use that library there and both sides. Um, and it'll write all of the Axios code for you, so you don't even have to deal with it, and all you need is the open API spec, which is usually generated automatically based off of whatever API you wrote. So maybe one person
Right.
has to actually do the handwork, and then somebody else just uses the open API spec, And like these are things that I'm seeing people do and writing scripts for, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like I just got here.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I swear we are headed for a Butlerian jihad. Because
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is getting
yeah.
You ain't
Uh,
crazy.
shit. You ain't
what is
shit.
what was the uh BGS used to talk about them the in India the Dalits,
The Dalits, yeah,
Dallards.
yeah, Dalits, yeah.
yeah, where they destroyed everything, or they started destroying all the machinery and stuff like that because they machinery started putting them out of work.
Oh, they were talking about the not the
The ones
Dalits.
in Europe, yeah, the ones in Europe and in America. Oh my God, what the word is right there too.
Mm-hmm.
Goddamn.
Yeah,
The
The
Luddites,
Luddites.
Luddites,
Luddites.
There we
Yeah,
go.
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Luddites, yeah, and
yeah,
just like the
Sometime it
Butlerian
take me about
Jihad
5 seconds.
from Doom.
yeah. I mean, you guys read about the law passed where they can allow patrol robots to actually carry guns,
Yep.
use the weapons. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
Oh,
I
new
posted it already.
Oh, that's
Hmm.
okay.
yes, and the
It
new
got approved in San Francisco. My apologies. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
and the new
and
transportation laws now include self-driving trucks.
Mm-hmm.
That
all right, and
starts
then
Oh,
Oh
April.
they
no,
finally
really
allowed
gets
it
it?
through.
Hmm?
and don't be
Ooh.
in Fort Lauderdale and look up because there's
Yeah,
drones.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
So
there.
police in the
I'm
city.
down. I'm around the corner. I'm around the
So
corner from
Yeah.
Fort Lauderdale.
My dad lives in Lauderhill. No, is it Lauder? No, not Lauderhill. He lives in Lauderdale Lakes
Oh,
over
he
there
down
by
the
the
street.
Walmart
He's
off
right
of
there.
441 and Oakland Park.
I know
He
exactly
lives
what you're
over
talking
there.
about. I know
Yeah,
exactly what you're talking about.
he lives over there, and that shit, like it's 2 or 3 times that I visited him. 2 times
Mhm,
definitely. Um, I think it was last year. We went to go see the James Bond movie or something, or earlier this year. I don't remember,
mhm,
but we went to go see the last James Bond movie that came out, and you and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And we look up and you see these little lights, and I'm like, yo, pops. And he's like, yo, what the fuck is that? I was like, yo, bro, I think that's a fucking drone. And he's like,
Oh
what
yeah,
about
yeah.
the cloud? It's like we're just looking up, and then it's a drone. And the thing
Mhm,
is, okay, maybe we thought it was somebody, but the way it was moving, it was literally moving in a nice pattern up
mhm,
and down the street. And
mhm,
then I heard it again, and I was like, nah, these are cops. This got to
mhm.
be cops doing this shit.
That's what's going
Wow.
on.
Alexa, please play Trick Daddy Can't Catch Me. Go ahead.
Hey, look, y'all killing me with that Alexa thing because I have one and I keep it in the furthest room over in the most remote
Yeah,
place
because
because I
my
need,
Alexa just activated too. So
Mhm.
yeah, I don't like the fact that it listens to me.
No, yeah, everything.
Yeah, I
I got
can't say hey nothing around like my fucking iPad.
yeah, I keep Hey Google. I have to pull it up on my phone because I'm like, I'm not gonna say Google and it pull up.
No, I got them both. So sometimes they fight with each other.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. Oh shit.
Hey,
And
I'm
I
gonna
gotta
have to
you,
try
say
that.
though, I'm
you
getting
Google,
used to.
I will call Alexa, and Google said that's not my name.
Oh shit!
Nah, get the
wow.
fuck.
Mhm.
No.
I'm serious.
Oh
I'm
my
serious.
god!
I
I'm
knew
Oh
it was
serious.
man,
all
no.
over when they had put the two different robots in the room and they
Mhm.
started, well, it wasn't the robots in the room, right? They tried to have the software communicate with each other and they started creating their own language.
Mhm.
Am I correct? And
Yeah,
then they had
yeah.
to
Yeah,
turn it off.
wasn't that
Yeah.
Facebook?
That's the
Those are
AI.
those are bots. Yeah, those are
Yeah.
bots.
Those
Yeah,
bots.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's scary. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Okay.
Yeah, and
happened
those
like
are
it
like
happened
hot.
like 3 or 4 times. Google did it, Facebook did it, I think Microsoft had it, and one other company, and
And
they
on
shut
this
them off.
episode of Terminator, no, go ahead.
Mhm,
Mhm.
Right. Skynet.
Did
mhm.
y'all get any new
Exactly.
information on IBM's quantum computer?
The
I'll
last
be right back, guys.
IBM we're talking about creating the wormhole.
Oh, Jesus
The last I
Christ.
heard about it about the quantum computers creating the algorithm for a wormhole.
Wow.
Jeez. That is news to me.
Hmm. See if I can pull it up.
Because I remember it was what it existed in a vacuum and it's kept at like minus 5,000 degrees C or some crap
It's not
like
a
that.
vacuum, but it has to be kept like minus. I think it's minus 100 degrees or something like that. Oh, I think it was
Ooh.
That's extremely cold.
minus. I think minus 30 C or something like that.
Okay.
So it
Like a
produces that much heat, huh?
No, no. The thing is to get the quantum effect, it has to be that cold.
Right.
So
Oh
the
wow.
electrons got to move that way.
But let me ask the senior in the
Was
room this. This is
essentially
this that that's the. Oh,
go ahead.
go ahead, B. Just finish. I don't know because I'm gonna switch the whole subject.
Go ahead.
Keep going. Go ahead.
No,
Okay.
no, go ahead.
Okay. How in the hell is this sustainable with these home prices? Is my question. I came here to rant. Okay. So
Okay, well
I
that's
came here to
that's
rant.
that's the topic. But thing is, it's not. That's the thing. Uh, like most people have to spend 60% of the disposable on shelter, rent, shelter, housing
Mhm.
prices. That's not sustainable.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I can't because like me and my lady are serious, and I'm starting to talk houses. And
Hmm.
I just came from a car show, and all of us, all my boys, we did it backwards. We did the car shit first because we know if we didn't do it, we'd never get it. And
Hmm.
now we trying to come back and to the house stuff, and it's like, oh wait, we got fucked here too.
Hmm.
Like
Oh yeah,
what the hell?
yeah, yeah. I was just
Oh
saying
man.
that's why we did it because Grizzly was actually talking about it. The thing is,
Mhm.
the basically buying a house is an issue, but thing is that's not the real issue. Is just most people can't afford to buy a house. Just period.
Right.
Housing prices too high, and normally the when this kind of thing happens, the housing prices actually dip, but they haven't because you have robo buyers, you have big conglomerates on Wall Street buying up homes that keep the housing stock low.
L- Look, BGS, I don't want to be like California and have to drive an hour and a half to work. I won't do it, bro. I won't
Yeah.
do like because that's what's happening is that so many people are moving into like the South Florida area, and
Mm-hmm.
so with money, and so the natives are being priced out, and if you're
Yeah.
ending up having to drive 3 counties out, like I
Yeah.
have my best friend makes good money, right? But
Hmm.
he still lives like an hour and a half out.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous,
Yeah. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
they're escaping New York and Chicago and places like that.
exactly.
Yeah. Google's quantum computer suggests the wormholes are real. So
Wow.
that's what they're doing. That's the latest.
Hold on. Shoot, I'm subscribed to that website, Big Think. I
Hmm.
need to.
Yeah. Me too.
I'll put the link
Actually.
in the chat.
Yep,
Mhm.
yep, 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 yep.
But
Yeah.
that's the latest word about wormholes and stuff like that.
Yeah, because the last thing they were talking about how thinking. The last article I read at Big Think was the one about how humans process or think is we do it at a quantum level.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's like Heidegger is such a big Heidegger is such a big topic now. It's because they were using Heidegger's being in time to actually program these AIs.
Mm.
Because Heidegger broke down being into almost like a mathematical language.
Wow.
Hey, BGS.
Hmm.
I want to share my screen real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna do it right now. It's just all right. This window here. Share. All right. Yeah, it's ready.
Okay.
Resize real quick. All right. So this is the tool I was talking about. I just went to one of my computers and got it. But it is app.quicktype.io. I'll put it in the chat. But essentially, you can put in JSON and then it'll spit out code for you.
Damn.
So you can use
Really?
something like this. Yeah, like your source type could be JSON, and then it'll actually spit out code that will actually parse through that JSON or do whatever it needs to with it. So in this case, I'm trying to see where the language you can set.
Java.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's Java, but of course you can use other languages because JSON is just like pretty much a data type.
Yeah.
So,
You can use JSON and C sharp or a lot of languages use JSON now.
mhm, right, and like mostly becoming native. Um, I forgot there's some other stuff about this that you can do with QuickType, but it can actually take all of this JSON data for you and allow you to generate code and like spit everything out. So you're having like little tools like this that are
Hmm.
all over the place
Yeah.
that will allow you to code faster and get to a certain point. So you can get into like a groove, so to speak.
Hmm.
Fucking with the resizing of windows here. Sorry about that. You can get to a bit of a groove where you can have tools like this that will and I'll stop sharing now. That will produce all of your code for you, like within minutes. So and you don't have to do all of the handwritten stuff that you used to
Mhm.
do back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where's the skill in that?
Yeah.
yeah. I'm not surprised because the big standard used to be XML, but trying to parse that stuff was a pain in the ass.
Smells
And
a
when
bitch.
With Jason, yeah, it's easier to parse it to natural variables, so it's easier to parse to natural data types and languages. That's why we love using it.
Hmm.
It's just easier to translate.
Yeah, so what is it? JSON structured object notation or something, or JavaScript
Yeah,
object
yeah,
notation.
yeah. JavaScript object notation. That's the name of it. Yeah,
And what's nice about it is when you have these helper functions or high order functions that will and different loops too. So you'll have like a for in loop, so you can actually loop through an actual JSON object and pull out things like the actual keys and then do things based off of the key or the even just a value.
yeah,
Um, and then YAML is greater than JSON. Yeah, less verbose. Yeah. So so you could do a lot of different things with it now with some of these high order methods or helper functions or high order methods mainly for arrays. But they start turning some of these JSON objects into arrays so that you can you can start running through them faster and doing all types of different conditionals and things like that. So
right.
they're making these languages a lot easier to work with, and along with all of these other tools, so you could be a junior dev if you can get a couple tools and learn them from your senior devs. Man, you can like really. I mean, you could be a junior dev, of course, 2 times over at other
Mhm.
what's it called? 2 times over at other companies, right? So now
Mhm.
you could be a junior dev getting paid 60 to 80 grand a year, maybe depending on the
Mhm.
company you're at, and then
Mhm.
double up on that,
Yeah.
and then really like, yo, you just got in and you're making 6 figures day one,
Yeah.
damn near.
Yeah, the remote work, it helps.
I
Hmm.
just fail to see the skill in that because look, for a car guy analogy, because I am a car guy too. It's sort of like,
Let's do it.
yes, let's do it. What's the greatest car that a driver can drive? No anti-lock brakes, manual steering, nothing but engine, no assistance, no assistant power steering, nothing.
Now
Mhm.
tell them the flip side.
The flip side is you need skill to handle that.
Exactly.
And strength. And
And
strength.
strength, yes.
Uh-huh.
I mean, yeah, for cars, I mean, the car's front end is not really that heavy and not that hard to handle once you get it moving.
Mhm. Once you get
But
a movie.
yeah, because the whole point is to be moving and moving
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
when I relate this to what's going on with the software and what's even in my field when it's what's going on in graphics,
Mhm.
and when I see things such as, oh, now we got AI creating 3D graphics, or when I'm looking at what some of the Blender guys are doing, I was like, well, how'd you do that? They don't even know.
They don't.
And
Yeah.
it's just like,
Script
dude,
kiddies.
yeah, that's script kiddies. And it's just like,
Mhm.
wait a minute, if you're doing nonlinear animation, which is what I'm doing now, I'm asking them, where are your libraries?
Mhm.
Hmm.
And basically, the software is just handling all of it now.
And it does make for dumber coders, dumber designers, in your case. But at the same time, now you can easily knock out certain things because a lot of the tools do it for you. Also, if you watch something like the channel Real Vision,
Mhm.
Rob Powell had a guy on there, and he would do. He's doing something now where you can say you can describe what you want, like Leonardo DiCaprio meets, Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel or something like that, and then you'll see a picture of Leonardo DiCaprio on the Sistine Chapel touching God or something like that, or being God or something like that. It's a really cool episode or a really cool short of a longer episode that's on the Real Vision channel, and they can have like a better description of it. But essentially, you can describe what an artist does or an artist's style, and then put in some other stuff in there, and it'll make a completely unique picture every time.
That's BS. I'm I'm sorry. I do not like what humans are doing.
Check it out. It's a cool yeah, listen, check that out. I'd love to hear it. It's really short too. But it's really cool because you can see how, you know,
I mean, it's a
I
Star
mean,
Trek holodeck. Basically, you go in there, you
Mhm.
tell it what you want,
Yeah,
and then it
yeah,
creates it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
pretty much.
I look at it this way though. Dead set. A lot of these dudes come out here think they're gonna create use AI to create art, and my response to them is, okay, good luck trying to compete with art.
It's not, but the thing is, can it be? Is it fast and is it close enough? How close is it
Yeah, that's true.
to be
And
usable?
they're willing to deal with, it. They're willing to deal with close enough. They don't need perfect. I just put
Exactly.
the link to that video in the chat. But Rob Power and E. Mustak, A Complete Shift in Society. But he talks about, actually, hopefully this is the right
Let
video.
me see.
If not, I'll delete
Okay,
it.
there it
But
is.
he talks about how you can, you're just doing these things and you're making these unique images, and yeah, it's really kind of cool. I hope this is the right video.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
all right.
it's cool, and I can see. Actually, I'm not against AI art because I can see real artists actually using it for concept art and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So I think overall it does help, but we'll see what happens.
Well, I see the advantages of it. It's fast and cheap. That's the
Mm-hmm.
real advantage there, because
True.
artists cost money, and it can take time. But you had that damn thing running 24 hours a day. Psh, please, that I have a problem with it.
Yeah, I just I put in the correct link because I guess it was like a two-part, or they released another part of it. But
Hmm.
AI, this is the start of a complete shift in society. But
Oh
you can
yeah,
go
yeah.
to this website and then describe it. And
Yeah,
then
I'm
another thing
subscribed
is
to
like
Real
you can,
Vision too. Hmm.
and another thing is you can like describe writing patterns, and or you already see this in your Gmail. Like my
Mhm.
Gmail, it already
Hmm.
knows that
Yeah.
I'm going to say I am interested in this position, resume attached. Like
Hmm.
just you type in the first word and it's just like boom, it already
Yeah,
has it.
because
It already has.
it memorized your pattern.
hmm
Yeah.
So think about that for books. Like I can be Gerald. Was it J.R. Tolkien?
Hmm.
Tolkien,
J.R.
the
Hmm.
Harry Potter.
Tolkien. Yeah,
Hmm.
Tolkien. So
Yeah.
I could essentially write like her or her writing style, and
Hmm.
then make the character black.
that was
Mhm.
him. Unless unless you're talking about Harry Potter's author, that's the her.
Yeah.
Yeah, her, yeah. So
J.K. Rowling, that would be it.
J.K. Rowling. Yeah,
J.K.
yeah, yeah.
Rowling. Thank you. Sorry.
Mhm.
Who's Tolkien? Who's talking? Who's
Tolkien
talking?
created Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. Okay, all right. Thank
Yeah.
you. But
But that's geeks out here.
Hmm.
no. Listen, correct me, man, because I mix that shit up. But you could take these different writing styles, and then you can write a story like this person with your own ideas. And
Okay,
Wow.
think what
now,
that's going to do for like fan fiction and all types of other stuff.
well, I mean, that's the interesting thing because for avid readers, we know the styles of our authors.
Mm-hmm.
And some of these styles are very subtle, where somebody who just read one of their books, they could care less. They could
Uh-huh.
read. Yeah.
Right.
But for the deep readers, like, you know, you can read Dune
Hmm.
and you
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't know that if somebody tried to emulate Frank Herbert, it just wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not if his son could even get close.
No,
His,
no,
yeah.
no, not.
Yeah, the books got weird after a while, especially with the one guy turning into a fucking worm.
They made uh they made it into Star Wars instead of Dune.
Right.
Way more action and less thing about plot and esoteric wisdom.
Well, the one with the guy turning into the worm, Leto,
Yeah,
that
that
was a
was
very good book.
that
God
was
Emperor.
God Emperor. Yeah, it was a really good book.
Hmm.
Yeah,
It
Yeah.
was very esoteric too.
yeah,
It
yeah.
was-
I think the last chapter I was doing was the last of his books. I think there was 7.
that was 7. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and then they
thought to
turned.
me it just seemed like the weirdest thing to me. Like when I started reading that or listening to that, I should say.
Oh,
So,
talking about God Emperor.
yeah, so maybe I should just listen to it further. So
No, the thing
Damn
is,
the Ixians.
no, the things you have to read or listen to Children of Dune first. Then
Mhm.
it'll make sense.
yeah, I was listening to the whole series and going through it. I was going on like a binge, especially with the movies. Red Rising is another great freaking book series.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's like 4 or 5 books, and I got to the second to last one, and I kind of fell off from there, and I got to listen to the last one. But Red Rising is fucking amazing.
Red Rising. Hold
Yeah,
on, let me
Red
write that
Rising.
down because I'm always looking for good
And
material.
if anything, I do love Audible because I do not like personally I do not like reading, which is why I like
Yeah, really?
YouTube. And yeah, I really don't like reading. It
It,
just like
if
um,
if it's fiction, I don't read it. I listen to it. If it's nonfiction, I have to read it because I need to find it. Go
Yeah.
back and
mhm.
find my markups. Can't do this if you listen to Audible.
My
Yeah, I
the
see some
thing
of your
is
markups. I see some of your markups in Dark Ghetto. If that was you who left the highlighting in there.
Yeah, it was me. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, it's like, man, he didn't went to all the points that I'm trying to get to.
The thing is, I have to remember that the highlights what I'm going to highlight on,
Hmm.
and sometimes that's why I have to actually document this stuff. I have to go through it, and the tablet makes it easier. Okay,
Right.
I'm gonna tell you the Samsung tablet is a godsend for doing that kind of stuff. So I can actually because they have good mics, they got good mics, and the thing is, and with the pen, you can actually mark up the book and talk at the same time. So you can actually do a video of it while you're marking it up. So it
Do you
helps.
did you know that the word father is only mentioned 3 times in that whole book?
Oh, talking about the Dark Ghetto.
Hmm.
Hmm.
3 times. That's all.
I never even noticed it.
Yep.
But
That's
he talked. It's a matriarchy. So mother is it's really mother. But the thing is, I got to send you the one coming from uh, talking about the chancery when they actually ended the patriarchy, or the beginning of the end of the patriarchy, and introduced the 10 years doctrine. I got to send you that paper. I thought I did, but maybe got to resend it because they actually marked this come from I think Columbia Law School. They actually marked where the basically the court decision by the court of chancery in the London to actually introduced the 10 years doctrine in 1839.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I would like to have that. And let me go ahead and correct. It's not 3 times. It's 13 times. That.
Oh, 13 times. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
But the thing is the reason because Gigi got me reading the Tommy Shelby's book, which is based on Dark Ghetto. He's actually doing it for like 50 years later.
Wow.
But the thing is, Tommy Shelby is a philosopher and not a psychologist like Clark was.
Hmm.
But I see why, because I was asking Dr. Johnson, how come all these scholars skipped over Dark Ghetto? And Clark was the one that actually did the doll test uh, for the educational system.
Mm.
How come they never mentioned? But then you read
I,
them, said, okay, this is why. Okay, they didn't want that to
I
be
have a
known.
full idea of why they might have not referred to the man that did the all tests. And
Why?
my reason is they already conclude that black people already fucked from the start.
What? Fuck from the start. Actually, it was a lot of black people and
I mean,
black and liberal.
the black intellectuals.
No, black and no. What did what it was? Or really, what it was is there's a couple of things that they didn't like. Right. Number one, they didn't want to blame women. Okay, because that's where the blame the victim shit
That's
came
right.
from. Yeah. And two, um, they and Tommy Shelby feels that way the same way. Um, they didn't want to paint the black underclass as hopeless. Okay, seemingly hopeless. You know, they had an agenda, and they didn't want to do the work of actually cleaning all this stuff up uh, uh, by uh, by taking the jobs away from
Sounds
white
like
liberals.
prosperity pimping to me.
It basically was prosperity pimping because if you attack Monahan, right, and you introduce Clark, you read Clark, you understand where Monahan got his stuff from, and
Right.
Clark is much more credible than what Monahan actually put out, right? If you agree to that, then the whole thing about taking jobs away from women and giving it to black men would be instituted, which white women and black women did not want.
Hmm.
But it's just, and that's the problem. I think, like, much of the reason why I've been able to advance over the past 5, 6 or so years, and my jobs are
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily glamorous, but they're
Mm-hmm.
stable as hell, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
unionized. It's because of listening to people like you, BJS, and knowing like, okay, this is the landscape. I can do the
Mm-hmm.
hopeful, wishy thing with extra cash, but
Yeah.
you got to get stable first. And other people refuse to deal with the depressing part first, and
Yeah.
so they jump off into wish fulfillment shit, and then they get their heads
Yeah.
cleaved off by reality.
Yeah. But I
Yeah.
want to, but I want to say this chaos and chaos because it took a Mary Brown's dumb ass to actually bring that shit up for me to dig into it. Okay.
Um,
And I want to thank him
I
because I
know.
would
Bless his ignorance.
I would have never really dug into the book that deeply if Mary Brown hadn't opened up his big fucking mouth. Okay.
Well, actually, he has referred to the book on his channel years ago.
Evidently not, because if that was the case, he'd have came up with the same conclusion that I did. How
Not
come
really.
he didn't? How come he didn't?
Well, let me ask him personally. Let me mute myself.
How come he didn't? Because when I read it, it was pretty damn simple.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple myself. Which y'all are still talking about Dark Ghetto, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's
because he talked about the tangle of pathology, right? And people said, "Oh, it didn't exist." Read Clark, you understand that it was, and basically, tangle pathology is all throughout the whole system now.
yeah, and we see the product of it today.
Yeah, with Megan Thee Stallion, and because I was actually listening to Chloe Bailey, right? Sing
Bruh.
Glorilla's song, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
and so I said, okay, I'm
A
looking at
Disney
her.
kid, yo.
A Disney
I
kid.
know.
I'm looking at her, and you singing a ghetto ass ratchet song, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so I go back. I said, let me see her interviews, right? I saw an interview with her talking to the Isley brothers, right? And you can tell class of a woman by the way she sits, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And she's sitting with her posture straight up. She has her hands clasped on her knees are together, and you have the little ankle cross that high class women do
Mm-hmm.
with their knees and legs pointed to the side, sitting like side saddle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's breeding. That's upper middle class or upper class people. You have an upper class woman trained by upper class parents singing a ghetto ass wretched song by Glorilla. Okay, that means it's gone throughout the whole system from top to bottom.
Because Chloe is not the face of cool. She's not Meg the Stallion is the face of cool for women.
Yeah,
See, and
and
that's the thing.
you
That's
got
the
you,
that's the
you
thing.
got Glorilla who's a 85 ratchet,
Bruh,
70
that's the
IQ
bottom of
chick.
the bottom. That's the
Bottom of the
bottom of the
barrel.
bottom.
But you have somebody that's upper class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Upper class Disney kids singing that shit. That means all the tangle of pathology has gone from the lower classes all the way up through the system.
And
You
But you
know
know that
what?
another
I
harkens
thing that
back
started.
needs to
to
be
that
real.
Let
harkens
me
back.
get in
Go ahead, go
next.
ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah,
go ahead, yo.
Who's
that
first?
harkens back to a video that Art Newstill sent me a couple days ago,
Mhm.
and this was the interview with Jimmy Walker talking
Mhm.
about Good Times.
Yeah.
And how he stated that Bernadette, what's her name?
Stannis? Yeah.
Bernadette Status would have gone a lot further had she used her assets, talking about her looks.
Yeah.
And he actually brought it up to her to, maybe you should do some pinups and some stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was John Amos
Mm-hmm.
and a couple of other people who said, don't you ever ask her to do any ish like that.
Yeah.
And because of that, Jimmy Walker thought her career suffered because, everywhere he went, they were talking about how hot she was and, how they wanted to basically pass her around the industry.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And,
Yeah, she was. Yeah. And she's a good girl.
Yep, she was a good girl.
She was a good girl. She always has been.
But I was real quick. What I was gonna say is also the concept of what it is to be liberated. And so what ends up happening is the Chloes of the world see Meg and they see Glorilla as free. They see that the way they act is liberating, as liberatory, better yet. And I think that's something that's not often investigated. Like the women that grew up in two-parent households, strict parents that got them out the house, and you can live on your own. You're self-sufficient. You're intelligent. You're educated. Blah 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 blah. But they low key are jealous of the wild ones.
You know,
Not even low key, high key actually. But go ahead.
something that really fucked me up, and Oh, sorry. I'm gonna say something that's really fucked up and really pissed me off when I saw it. Is when strippers started to have respect for themselves. That really
Thou
I'm
art
dead
not
ass.
shit, sir.
No, I'm dead ass because what you saw, and I was like during my blue pill heavy tricking days. I'm gonna say this bitch day. Like some, I was like, I can save you. Like like that type of shit. Um, is I started to see how it's like you had to do more for those that were seen as less than. And what it showed is that their status, and they knew that their perceived status became was greater. Now they became greater in society. Sorry to finish that sentence, but became greater in society. So then now, of course, you're seeing where these chicks are openly talking about how they're strippers, hoes, sucking this dude off, doing all this other shit. And I like Glorilla's music.
Do you?
I'll do my Red Pill breakdown series where I talk about where I talk about the music and everything and what it really means and or what they're really saying. But the thing is, a lot of people don't even think about it like that. Like I like the music, but SZA or SZA is a fucking misandrous, like literally
Yeah, say
misogynoir.
that. I know where you're going.
Mhm.
Yep,
She's
yep.
a
Yeah,
I
bad
like
know
if you
exactly
influence.
where
see it
you're
in her
going.
videos, like
Mm-hmm.
blood, like she has a song called "Blood on the T-shirt" or "Blood T-shirt" or some shit like that, where I think she's basically talking about hurting somebody or like anyways. But you can see it in her video "Weekend,"
Mhm.
I think it is, and it like at the end she pretty much sets up the Travis. She sets up Travis Scott in the video to get killed or mutilated by this white woman.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, or fucked, I don't know. But it's just like, what the fuck? Like, you're saying this, and then like you could hear it in her music, sometimes see it in her face, like. But it was really amazing when I started to really break that down and started to see how the strip club was a microcosm of our greater society.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can go
Yeah.
into the strip club, a lot of the strippers were seen as, or they thought they were better because they could travel, go to all these
Mm-hmm.
different places. They
Yeah.
can be all over the place. It's
Just
crazy.
just
I mean,
just like the drug dealers in the 80s. They
Mhm.
yeah,
started making money, and money equated class.
yeah. And I was even when I was in ATL a couple weeks ago, I
Mm-hmm.
saw one dancer, and I mean, she was like, "How do you like?" I was like, "Yo, did you used to dance in Miami?" She was like, "Yeah." I was like, "How do you remember?" And I was like, "Oh, because of your smile," but it was really because her teeth are fucked up. But it
Okay.
was just
Hysterical.
like, but it's just like, damn, these
But,
bitches is really
but
out here.
real,
And then you see all these different white websites and stuff like that where you can pretty much these chicks have home menus. So,
but
anyways.
real quick, BJS, is it class that the D boys and now the strippers have, or is it a perceived class?
It's money.
Perceived.
It's not class. It's money. Okay.
It's
Exactly.
exact.
Right.
Okay, that's my point. Okay, yeah, yeah,
In
yeah,
other
yeah.
words, they're able to supersede class with money, and plus a lot of your perception about what is popular, what is class, or what is the desired outcome has gone from people like Kevin Samuels to people like Jay-Z or people like Future, people like that,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's where you have that fight between Russell Wilson and
Just being honest, God.
in Future, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Russell Wilson, stepfather, married the woman, had three
Mm-hmm.
kids upstanding versus Future that has 8 baby mamas, okay?
Yeah.
Yes, class has a lot
Yeah.
to do with pedigree.
Right.
The
Now I
pedigree.
know.
Hmm. And the thing
Yeah, and
about the
people are
black
trying to
community
buy that
is
pedigree in a sense, or buy that
Mhm.
semblance of pedigree.
Yeah.
exactly, and because the black community, we don't really care much about pedigree unless you're part of that, bourgeoisie.
Mhm.
Yeah, I talk about that all the time. The flattening of the hierarchy in the black community, and it's
Mhm.
something that uh, I kind of take that the way I say it from Dr. Tia San Johnson, and then of course BGS talking about how pretty much a millionaire could be sitting in a bar with a janitor, and the
Mhm.
janitor thinks he's
Hell yeah.
better than a millionaire
Yeah, the
because you
flattening
get
of the flattening of the classes in the black
Yeah.
community.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I say like flatten of hierarchy because it's like it's not even I'm not above you. I'm literally right beside you. The only thing is there's a separation or a gap, but I can
Yeah.
still at least holler and
Yeah.
yell to you and say, nigga, I fucked your wife.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. That's
that's
true.
essentially
That's
what you
true.
can
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, but
It's
but but,
ridiculous.
but check her out for a
My
second.
beautiful
Right?
sister and I, a friend gave me this oil canvas painting of us. We were performing at Global Citizen, and I love it so much because it really just shows us in our element and chill. And she's my best friend. So shoes off in my home. We put them all in here. West Sound, I think is great. Got a cute little baby plant. I love my long hallway because it's like whenever I have a long stressful day, I'm like,
Watch your hands.
unpacking.
Watch
I'm
your
like
hands.
ripping everything off of me. Look at this. A mirror so I can check myself out before and after I come home and be like, is this okay? Is the outfit all right? Never want to be caught slipping. This is from my very first music video shoot, Have Mercy. I love it because it's like, hello, you have entered into my home. And it's like boss, and I love it in abstract. Because I always think it's the weirdest thing having photos of yourself in your home, but if they're done artfully and tastefully, it's okay. As we walk down, you kind of see like my life almost in a way. I'm such a nerd. I produce on my Ableton Push, and that's me with a robotic hand. I love it. This was also on the set of Have Mercy when I was on the roof. Fun fact, I fell almost off of the roof, but I fell, and it was a great experience. I will always remember it. I will never forget that. And that's my hallway.
She's definitely upper class.
This is where
Yeah.
I work, guys.
Yeah.
You can hear it.
Blue is my absolute favorite color. My computer is currently packed up in my bag because as I'm doing mixing, I'm doing it outside of another studio. I have my Ableton Push right here. I have my interface and my mic and my speakers, and of course the ring light for those Zoom interviews when I gotta look, a little put together. And of course this beautiful photo of my sister and I always have her around me because no matter how far or near we are, I just always like having a piece of her with me. This reminds me every day to do epic shit. Right? I love this chair and this table from West Elm. It's so cute and cozy. And honestly, with the sound, it absorbs it pretty well because I'm in a building with other people and I haven't had a complaint yet about my music. So I guess it's doing something right. And then we have my couch. I love it because I don't have like a second guest room bedroom because I was like music and my studio is more important. So I love this blue velvet couch from West Elm because it's a sleeper sofa. And when my brother or anybody comes over, I have guests, we just pull it, put like sheets, and it's a bed. Convenient, easy. And so here we have like all of my purses and my bags. I love it because a girl can never have too many bags. My favorite right now, I love anything shiny. I think it'd have to be this one, as well as this Louis Vuitton clutch. Oh, this would be kind of cute with this, right? And then I'll say my third favorite, let's see. I just kind of wrap it around and it gets the job done. So this one as well. It's the Balenciaga and Gucci collection. I love it because it's black and I'm so clumsy and I spill things on myself. But if I spilled something on this, you couldn't tell. For my
I'm glad you
23rd
took that
birthday,
lip ring
Alec
out.
got me this bad bitch neon sign. And when I look at it, it reminds me to be a bad bitch because sometimes I don't feel like a bad bitch all the time. But when I look at it, I do. And that's thanks to
How long must I endure this, BGS?
Say what?
know
Huh?
I was like, how long must I endure the torture?
But you know what?
No, no, no.
I mean, look, I went to her pictures.
Stood out.
Mhm.
I went to
One
her
thing that
pictures.
stood out to me is that you start to see how her environment is
Mhm.
and what she how clean it is and everything else.
Right.
And okay, this shows good upbringing. She keeps the place clean, or at least has somebody that can keep it clean for her. Blah blah blah. Even if
Mhm.
it's it's still organized, it's not messy. But
Mhm.
she dates Young Gunna, and then or
Yep.
yeah, or Gunna
So-
Gunna. Or something.
Facts. No,
Yeah.
you're right.
And
But
he gets caught up in a fucking RICO case
Mhm.
and talk about how he's doing all types of wild shit and
Yeah.
seems
Well,
like hits and all types of other stuff.
that's how you sell yourself to the street.
Yeah.
By who you
But-
date.
I knew
That's
it when
what-
she said slipping. She said it the proper. She said slipping, and I'm like, oh, okay, we're done.
Yeah.
I'm
We're
done here. I
done,
was
yeah.
done from within the first 30 seconds. I was
Yeah, I
done.
know. I just wanted to see that she is not Glorilla, right?
right, that's
Right.
the thing that I was about to bring up.
Why are you down in this element? You don't come from there.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
'Cause
can
when you
clearly hear she's
when you-
upper middle class.
It sells. She has to go to the dark
Exactly,
side.
exactly. So
but when you go
How it
to
works.
when you go to her images, she is missing one essential thing that all these other girls have.
what's that?
She did not have a single picture with a tattoo on.
No.
Tatted.
No
tats.
tats.
No tats. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That-
she could easily go back if she ever needed to.
no, she's faking.
Yeah.
That's why. That's what
Yeah,
she's
she's
Yeah.
faking.
She's faking.
She's getting her credentials now. Don't worry about it.
And she may get one in the future. But like I said, when I saw the picture of the lip ring, I was like, okay, where's she going with this? And then in the video, she didn't have it. I'm like, okay, yeah, she is not from that element.
No.
You
She
know,
ain't from that
I
element.
by Miami was talking about like the strip club is an indicator, and it's true. I was listening to Pocket Watching with JT and uh, what happened to Common Sense, a guy named Elijah, and what they were talking about. Elijah was talking about is that during the PPP loan thing, everybody was in the club, right? Like when all these
Mm-hmm.
loans started hitting the streets and everything else like that, and then stimulus package, blah blah blah. A couple months later, nobody's in the club. It's just him and like five other guys. Like he's partying down in Miami, and it's so true that you can actually go into some of these clubs and you could see all the women just sitting down doing absolutely fucking nothing,
Seen it, been
and
there.
then you could talk to them and ask them like, what's going on, like, hey, is your night going well? No, I ain't really making nothing. This is like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just
Yeah.
want to put that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, when you're down here in South Florida, you see the fronters. Feminism and
I
What
ratchetry
the
at the
hell
same
was
time. I
that?
love it.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
know,
At least
I
she
can't
cute.
wait till somebody makes her the hoe that she wants to be. It's gonna be
She ain't.
great.
She's faking. And
Yeah,
what
it's
I'm
gonna be
saying
like
is
Run DMC's daughter.
just by her doing that, it shows you how far this ratchetness, this kind of low class stuff has come.
That
Where
is the tangle of pathology
it's
right
tangled
there.
pathology right there. That's what I'm
Mhm.
trying to say.
Look, bro, you need the hood pass, y'all. Y'all underestimating the power of the
Now,
hood
could
pass. Okay.
now the chick that you saw in her apartment, could you actually, if you devoid of everything else, would you actually believe that she would actually come sing that song by
Yes,
Glorilla?
BG, yes, because I grew up with them.
Oh,
It's
that's
not
that's her.
surprising to me.
That's her Sasha Fierce.
Say that. Thank you. You see what I'm saying? Like Beyonce with the Sasha Fierce,
Hmm.
when really Solange is the hood one. Anyway, we're gonna pretend like I didn't say that.
Yeah.
This one, her and her, like,
Solange is
not.
honest. Okay.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
yeah, that's true.
she
That's true.
honest.
She's
Solange
honest.
really is the Sasha Fierce, if y'all want to know.
No, her mama's Sasha Fierce, if you really want to know
Ooh,
the
yeah,
real Sasha
true. That's
Fierce.
true. That's actually true. That's actually true. But yeah, so I grew up with these like square square bears, but like they resent being square,
Hmm.
right?
Yep.
And they aspire to be,
Yeah.
because the way they looked at the hood chicks in high school, or
Hmm.
the hood chicks that went to the hood school down the street, and like they, like, that's what I keep on saying, they looked at them as they were free. They got to do whatever they wanted to do, however they wanted to do it, and they wanted that. So yeah, now they're 20 something, 30 something, 40 something, but
Hmm.
they're still low key jealous of the girl that was doing whatever she wanted to do when they were
Yeah.
17.
Yeah. But basically, uh, Rogue Genius said elite black men don't mimic hood niggas. You know what? I had this argument with Black Guru last night on Keep It 100, Marcus's channel, about image, and he said image doesn't matter. Okay, and Uru is a senior CPA with his own
Hmm.
firm. He's ran for office twice in Chicago. Okay, so
Hmm.
bullshit. He was actually defending this low class hood image. Okay, so it's gone. So they might not dress like it, but guess what? They agree with. They grew up on this kind of music,
Hmm.
and they
Hmm.
agree with it. And I've seen them.
Well,
Well, yeah, you see somebody like Anton Daniels and how,
Hmm.
well put together brother in a couple ways, but
Hmm.
he still like has to stay attached to the hood element, so to speak,
Hmm. Yeah.
and talk to that level, or
Hmm.
resonate with those type of people, and it's
Yeah.
just like,
Yeah.
why? Or even Earn Your Leisure, like there's always this hood scam element, or
Yeah.
my latest content dive has been about Earn Your Leisure, him 500, and this guy named something Dupont or something like Mr. Finesse or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And they talk about finance or black finance, or like they're part of the black financial sector. And it's like, these guys talk. The one guy Finesse, um, he actually got caught for like aggravated something wire fraud or aggravated
His name is
identity
Finesse,
theft.
though.
Yeah, exactly. And his name is Finesse, and his
Hmm.
whole thing is
I'm
you
just
know,
saying.
rich but unemployed or something like that. And it's just like you look at it and it's like, wow, these guys are really selling the lifestyle, the swag, and people are eating the shit up.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
last thing, the guy him 500 is talking about, oh, okay, hey, listen, okay, you get this credit card, right? And then we're gonna take your credit and turn it into cash. So then you're
Hmm.
gonna go to the Apple store, you're gonna pay for something, and then you're gonna pay part of it in a debit. And then what Apple does is they'll refund everything, all the cash to your card, to your debit card. So now you have that cash. And it's just like, okay, cool. So what happens when I have to pay that loan back? Don't worry about that. You think it too deep. It's like, what the fuck?
Yep,
Like,
yep,
You got to keep it.
yeah.
Got to keep it moving. Yeah.
right,
You
but this is
know,
the thing though, like, but then you see again connecting back to Chloe, it's just like this is,
Hmm.
or I forgot her name. I think it's Chloe, right?
Chloe
yeah,
Yeah.
Bailey.
Chloe
On
Bailey,
how,
Chloe
Chloe
Bailey.
Bailey.
yeah, like you see how like they have to, like, for whatever reason they always have to reach back, quote unquote, down,
Yeah.
and it's just like, wow, do you
Because
have to do that?
hood culture sells, and it's
Yeah,
And
spread around
just
the
like
world
sex.
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
imagine you grew up square, then your parents help you on the road to this super success, and then you're 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 in your mid 20s, and you look to your left, and there's Glorilla.
Hmm.
And yes, she may not be as popular as you, but she still got some money, and she's pretty well known in the hood now, and over one or two songs. You know what I'm saying? So like there is something to be said about being on this road for two and some decades, and
Hmm.
then you look to your left in your mid 20s, and there's this hood chick that did it in a matter of a couple years.
Hmm.
You
Well,
know, and what does that do to your mind? Does it make you want to continue on that class road when the chick that didn't do it, she's right next to you practically?
hmm
That's something to
Well,
think about.
it's also the age that you live in, because you've gotten rid of all the gatekeepers with social media,
That too. That too.
which is something
Yeah.
that when we actually talk about politics and having to go through
Hmm.
these processes by paying
Hmm.
off politicians and getting lobbyists and stuff like that, because
Yeah.
those were the gatekeepers. Okay, you don't have
Yeah.
gatekeepers anymore.
But the funny thing is that it's just like what you were talking about last night on Arts Channel.
Hmm.
This class comes with a network
Hmm.
that often determines your success. That's, when we were talking about the what was it, the captain in the army,
Right.
and how he was in a different
Yeah.
class
Yeah.
than most people,
Yeah.
and how it would inform his career, how it set up his future, the whole nine
Hmm.
yards.
Yeah.
And so, when these people begin to equate money with class,
Hmm.
they're just getting like only I wouldn't even say a third of the picture.
No, they're not. The
But dead
thing,
set.
but
Go
the
ahead, go
thing
ahead.
is, they can make money by selling it, and actually
Mhm.
and forcing the
Yes.
upper classes to actually acknowledge them, and
Yeah.
actually start picking up elements from them.
Mhm.
And it's about, you're talking about people in the know of this, right? People that
Hmm.
get it. But if on TV and on social media, what you see is the Chloe Baileys piling around with the Glorillas, and you can
Yeah.
see which one is actually kind of fawning over the other one. It's not
Hmm.
Glorilla that's going to be fawning over Chloe Bailey. If they haven't met yet, wait until they meet on camera, and you'll see which one is the one that looks like they're fawning over the other one, right?
Yeah. Because,
Yeah,
So
you see who's in
when the
charge.
young girls see that,
hmm
it's clear who has the power in this situation. Even if Chloe Bailey is the one that's the most connected, she has more money, she's more well traveled, she has more of a class element about her, and she's the one that you would probably want to make a wife. The other, it's it's interesting when all of us watch her fawn over the other one. That's
she's
that's when you get into some conflict. Go ahead.
because she's connected to the eyeballs that'll get her $1 billion, and that's what it is. It's a race to $1 billion now. So in
Yeah.
other words, how what kind of track that you need to be on to actually get to that level, right? So you see Russell Wilson allowing his wife to twerk on a car and stuff like that because it's getting him closer to that billion-dollar mark, billion
Yeah.
dollar mark. Uh,
Yeah.
if the Betas want to be a $1 billion, be that at that level, they had to institute some of this hood shit, right?
Mm.
To
I
see her
mean,
sing, oh, she's not a Disney girl. She's not a good girl. She's
yeah.
got a little
Yeah.
dirt on it. She got
Yeah.
edge to her.
Yeah. I mean, you just saw it with that song she sang,
Mm-hmm.
right? She's singing this boy. It's interesting. It's freak shit mixed with feminism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mixed with some weird type of empowerment, but like it's all type of contradictory. But this is like what sells right now.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
mean, I'm doing the
yeah,
shrug
it
shoulders
definitely
right now. I
because
mean,
they're all doing the same thing at the same
yeah,
time, right?
yeah.
You look at like Lori Harvey. She shouldn't be
Say
dating
that.
them kind of dudes, okay? But the thing is, who's going to bring her press? Who's going to bring eyeballs to her? Who's going to sell her, make her clothing line, right? Look at Kanye. Well, even though Kanye, the Kardashians are not lower class, okay? They never
Hmm.
were, even though they pretend to be, okay? They're rich upper class hoes because
Yeah,
the connection to Hollywood. Really, I'm
I
serious
mean,
because
no,
Real,
serious.
real
No,
yeah.
that's a
shit
perfect
though.
description.
No,
That's
no,
a
we
perfect
believe you.
description.
because
Adams in training.
because through their father, Rob Kardashian, not Rob Kardashian, what's his? I forget what his name.
Yeah, Rob
He
Kardashian.
was his first.
No,
Was
Rob
that
was
Rob?
the son.
Rob is the son. I think I'm trying to
Hmm.
remember the father, right?
Yeah,
Very
Yeah,
Robert.
connected
Robert
Hollywood
Kardashian,
lawyer.
I think is his
Oh,
name.
yeah, it was Robert Kardashian. Yeah,
It was? Oh,
OJ's
okay,
lawyer.
sorry.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. And basically, they're very well connected Hollywood lawyers. They got Gloria, what's her name, already on speed dial. Okay, in case of
Hmm.
Mhm.
everything. So if Kanye thought he was going to get his kids in L.A., he's out of his league.
Well,
It
I
never's
was
going to happen.
watching. I was watching something, you guys, that it was speaking to the elite. Don't they don't they don't speak the way they spoke 50 and 60 and 70 years ago. The
No,
whole speaking
okay, 20,
condescendingly
20
down in
years,
class,
20
that's
years,
true.
not even 20 years.
But the whole speaking down, being condescending in class, even though you're part of the upper class, they don't
Hmm.
do that anymore. Now it's about speaking like you're part of that other group, right? And they do that with their workers. They do that with people they meet on a daily basis that they
Hmm.
know it can never touch them, right?
Hmm.
It's about kind of making those people feel like you're one of them. And so when you see that, I think that also applies to some of the the few black elite that we have and the way they kind of interact with the rest of us because they
Hmm.
actually do listen to the music we listen to, right? They
Yeah.
do listen to the same music. They often do the same dances at home. Now their parents are the ones that keep them on that strict road, but after 1821, you know,
It's
yeah.
it's not even and I like where you took this, but it's not even it's kind of like what I do with the breakdowns of the music. I can listen to it and enjoy it, but that doesn't mean I have to actually let that like I don't have to live that. I don't have to
Facts. Hmm.
yeah, like that doesn't
Hmm.
really program my consciousness.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Like I know that hey, listen, yeah, listen, I love a hoe like anybody else.
And then that's
But I
you
ain't
might
gonna
not
get
you don't embrace all of it, you embrace some of it.
right. Yeah, it's just like, you said back in the days of the Pookie and Educated Lame Wars.
Hmm.
We'd be like, BGS would be like,
Back in the
Mike, you
day,
got a little
like they
Pookie.
ended.
No, they really Kevin ended it with the high value man.
Yes,
It
he
ended
Mm.
did.
the Pookie Ray Ray wars for the most part.
The
Yeah,
Ray Ray
but like,
Wars.
right,
Pookie Ray Ray wars. Yeah.
but like,
Go
Versus
you
ahead.
know,
educated lames. We don't even use the term anymore.
and like
Dude.
BGS would say like, oh, like Mike, you got a little Pookie in you, and then it's like you start to see it, but then it's like,
Hmm.
yeah, but then you stop it. You know when to stop. Like,
Hmm.
Mm.
hey, the Pookie in me would be like, we need to go to the strip club tonight, and then the educated lane would be like, bitch, we ain't got no money.
Yeah, well,
But like, but we do got a credit card. Nah, we ain't doing that.
Mm.
Like,
see that the inner Pookie man that you got.
right.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, like I just think it's we're commodifying everything. Let me get on my socialist kick real quick. We're commodifying everything, so the bottom of the bottom is up for sale too.
That-
Everything is up for
oh
sale.
yeah. It's
Okay.
neoliberalism.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. Free
Hmm.
market. Y'all want free market? Fine.
Hmm.
Understand the what's the word I'm looking for? The dark parts of your society. That's not the term. The underbelly of your society
Yeah,
is up for.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Underbelly of your society is also for sale. So
yeah.
it's not always selling. Look, you too can be an elite. No, you too can be a ratchet, and you can put on that iconography. You can put on that attire to attract more attention, more money from the people that actually live
Uh-huh.
that life and grew up that way. So
Hmm.
what you see Chloe engaging in, what you see Beyonce play with oftentimes, what you see all of these people that grew up
Hmm.
solidly upper middle, even rich or wealthy, you see them play with some of this kind of imagery because this system has everything for sale, including your underbelly of society and the culture that they create just to keep themselves sane, right?
Hmm.
So yeah.
You're going to
Sorry,
hell.
I'm
Yeah.
off my soapbox. Go ahead, yo.
Yeah, we're
Another
going to
thing I
hell.
was thinking about. Let me step on that for you. So I have the soapbox now.
Right.
Another thing is like, people talk about like a boring lifestyle, and I
Hmm.
was talking to Ed a little bit in Telegram about this, and like people talk about like a boring lifestyle and how people are too boring and they want somebody that's a little bit more flashy or exciting. But then I
Hmm.
think about like, Memorial Day, I went on a smaller yacht, and I think it was like $1 million. But then you see like I think it was, I remember that's what they said, but like you could see how like these guys that are living the quote unquote boring life, they go out on the intercoastal. We had dancers on the boat and everything else like that, and throwing a little bit of money. They can have their little private parties. Okay, they go out and have trips and things like that, and it's really calm. And then they may have like a couple sessions where they start talking about business, depending on the environment. But then I've dealt with the other guys, the ones that do have the swag and excitement, and then you start to see how like a lot of that shit is just a lot of fucking struggling. Like
Yeah.
every day is
Yep.
like you don't know what's
And
next, and
then
so on and
this
so
is
forth.
Megan Thee Stallion in Japan. Okay, this
Mhm.
is how it's been exported.
Lord have
Hey,
mercy.
Oh my gosh, a
let
half
me
skirt.
Yeah,
let me
she's
bring
dressed
up the brother,
Oh,
like
the
she's
Sailor
nameless
fucking
Moon.
Sailor
protagonist.
Moon.
Sailor Moon. Yeah.
What did the brother nameless protagonist say? The plantation model will go global.
Hmm. It already has. Yeah.
And there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, and the thing is, she actually dressed up as an anime character the other day from
Hmm.
My Hero
Hmm.
Academia as well.
They
Hmm.
off the
Hmm.
reservation now? Oh my
Yeah, oh
God.
no,
Oh
Yeah,
no,
it's,
we've been gone.
globally. Look at this. See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
move your fucking hand. Sorry.
Yeah, that's nice
All right,
view. I ain't gonna
down,
lie about that.
down, Pookie, down,
I,
Pookie,
I
down,
swear
Pookie.
it's like
I
cockroaches.
apologize.
They just don't, they not gonna die. They just keep multiplying. God
Yeah,
damn.
Hmm.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
apologize. I started
Yeah.
pulling out ones, and
I mean, hey, I
I ain't gonna
mean,
lie, that's a nice view, but yeah, that's my poopy coming out.
What I'm saying, I'm showing it that this is not local anymore. This
Showing
is
the
yeah.
device.
this is how you get your
Shit,
billion
it's not
dollars.
even national.
No,
yeah, like look at the
Yeah.
hands.
Oh,
There's like
close.
not one melanated hand. Okay, there's one.
no, there isn't.
There's like barely
Yeah,
any
Yeah,
melanated hands
that's
in
all
this
Asian
image.
hand.
yeah.
Wow.
Shout out to
Right.
Star Trek. We're gonna have aliens twerking in a minute. Go ahead, yo.
Yeah,
Oh
like I'm
god.
being blinded by the reflection off their skin.
V, don't give my
Yeah.
ideas. They
Yeah.
already put Stacey Abrams in Star Trek. Don't give them ideas.
Oh
Oh
man,
God.
hey, bro. I mean, didn't they
They
have
tried.
She-Hulk twerking? I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, she Hulk was twerking with Megan Thee Stallion. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she was.
I'm saying. I'm saying. Oh my
But this is the
God.
life they want to live, man. It's just like, and
Hey.
it's kind of crazy, but you see it, but how it permeates through society. But we really have to, like I try to. My nephew wants to move to ATL, and I'm like, bro, no. But like, I have to think about like, okay, we were in South Florida, but ATL is a
Mm,
different beast
mm.
altogether.
Oh yeah.
But
That in Houston. Yeah.
You know,
you have
And
to have
something
a
that
strong will
it
in
was
these cities.
what ATL did was take the Houston butt naked model and export it to Atlanta.
for real.
But
You,
BGS, they swear Atlanta is the home of it all. They don't
No,
understand. Atlanta
no.
has done most stealing from Houston, Texas in the law of land. And we don't say
If
because
if
we
if
that's
if
about
if,
funny.
we
if,
about
if
our
you
dollars while they're
if you
about their cattle.
if you take Southern California and add Houston, that's Atlanta today.
Mm,
Some wild shit
I
over there,
wouldn't
bro.
doubt it.
Fact.
You,
Yeah,
you know
because
something that
they moved New Games moved half of the after the defense contractors from Southern
into
California
Georgia.
into Georgia, right? And then that's where the money came from. And then the athletes started coming, and the Freaknik started coming, and then the stripper culture.
Freaknik.
And then, but the same kind of stripper model was in Houston before Atlanta.
You know, something young Grizzly said, was one of the first things I started telling my girlfriend when we got serious is like, stability is boring. And I'm okay with that. I want, like, for my wife, I want boring. With splashes of entertainment and fun and whatever. But all the fun shit, like young Grizzly was getting at, that shit's not real or sustainable.
No.
It fizzles out real quick. You know?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done, Demir. Go ahead.
I have a quick saying where I say, consistency is boring until you go outside and your car doesn't start in the middle of winter.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
All of a sudden, you in
I've had that happen. Yes.
Or your heat stops working in wintertime.
Ooh, that's even
real
worse.
fucking boring.
I have a saying on that. Stability is peaceful. Thank you. It is very peaceful. Right. Most men are looking for peace, except for, young men. They're trying to get a peace.
They get enough peace, then they're looking for peace.
Yeah, exactly. Because that shit will wear you out.
All right.
You know
All
what
right.
I'm
What
saying?
category do you think Ed's gonna come in at?
I think we're gonna get like a 2 today, a 2 or a 3.
Two?
You know,
Okay.
the
now,
subject matter is dictates about 2 or 3. We ain't gonna get a category 5.
we only get
you
5 to
know?
5.
Tsunami might come in at a
Yeah, the levees won't break. The levees
The
won't
levels
break.
won't break. Okay.
Yeah, you know.
Medium our brother's been pushing out lately. Jesus, man.
Oh yeah. He's been like 3-4 times a day.
Yeah, it's about to
Yeah,
fuck shit.
yeah. YouTube said fuck that because as soon as I got another strike removed, they gave me another one.
And another one.
That shit waiting for your ass.
You know my
I can't
last
post for 2 weeks.
my last video about our relationship, I got age restricted.
Really?
It's the same type of video every time. It's when I do videos at night and it's blacked out. Literally, I've gotten 3 strikes that way.
Really?
I don't know what the fuck is with. It's literally the same style. So I'm gonna have to chill out because I can't post anyway. So it is what it is. But what's up, everybody?
Trying to fire up
what's
that
up,
other
man?
channel, man. Try to fire up that other channel.
Wait, your IR video got struck.
No, it
BTS?
got age restricted. So I was asking Dr. J, and listen to it for me. See why you think they age restricted the video?
No, they do what they want because that's who they are. I mean, the video they hit me on was me talking about like black women bond with white men through mutual hatred of black men, and that shit is factual.
Boy,
Yeah,
hey, stop telling the secrets, player. Go ahead.
Like,
Yeah.
and it's to the point where hell, shit, a lot of these white boys don't even hate black men like some of these sisters
That's
do,
a fact.
and black women be shocking these white boys, be like, God
That's a
damn.
fact.
They've taken that mantle over for sure. They've taken the reins of that horse.
Look, I'm not gonna name the content creator, but I woke up, clicked the damn live because it suggested it to me, and I'm listening to a cackle of hens celebrate this white racist dude from UCLA getting cut. Like his friend put him out because he was saying the N-word on the phone with his mom because he found out that his white girlfriend cheated on him with a black dude. Anyway, and the black women were celebrating him for that. Some of them were turned on by that. So yeah, I agree with y'all.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that. I mean, that's just mental illness. I mean, that's why I call it that. That's why I call it social mental illness. Because when you're on that type of shit, like, granted, if one thing that prompted me to come up based on what you all were just talking about was Grinch did a stream that was really good. Y'all should check it out today. And he was talking about how today's black women are such fucking crybabies. Like, what happened when chicks would be a single mother? And my mom is actually like one of these chicks where they would just own they shit. I did what I did and that's it. And I'm gonna handle it because I'm that chick. Versus these chicks out here are literally, because he was commenting on some a video Angry Man did. And with Angry Man was playing videos of like women talk about they hate black men, but crying in cars and shit.
Right.
Yep.
And what I tell brothers, because a lot of black men, they get so guilty. I said, yo, they don't really hate you. They hate themselves. And they project that shit on you.
And they hate
And
their
this is,
position more than anything.
yeah, and this is why when black men start talking about all this bullshit, if we just do this or individually they do,
Yawn.
you can't, like, you can't make them white.
No.
Yeah,
That's the
there's
goal.
nothing for us to do at all. We've already done enough. If you really look at what black men have done and still do to this day, and also what they have to go through. So, like, a lot of women will talk about, like, well, these fathers aren't here because you're a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
Shout out to Valdez's grandmother. I can't get that statement out of his head. He has a grandmother. Why women act like this? And his grandmother told him, some people want a partner to go to hell with, and that's what black women are.
hysterical.
That is
Well,
true.
yeah, and
I
the thing,
shout his grandmother out for that. That is so damn true.
yeah, it
But,
is. That is a good statement. And the bait for that is guilt. And niggas just love biting on that shit. Black men love to try to. They have this fantasy of saving this chick. I'm like, yo, at this point. And Grinch said it. He said, because he didn't throw all black. He said the black women that got some damn sense generally got somebody.
Yeah.
The ones that are out here like wilding, like, you got to really think about like how you look. Like Mr. Z said what he said about the women cackling. Like, how do I can show that to any other race, any other ethnic group of black person? Mother, I could literally, I'm gonna tell you how retarded that is. And this may sound fucked up. I could literally show that to women in Sudan that they went through that genital mutilation shit. And they probably would think that shit is retarded.
Yeah.
You're talking about black women in the first world, and they love to remind other women of that. Like, they love to remind women of that, talk about dirty foot, which I personally think is a shot against other black women in other places. Because you ain't never really seen them call Asian women and shit like that.
It is.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you're in the United States. It can't be black men, like, for you all to be cackling. It's funny and it looks goofy. And I would love for sisters to have to sit in front of like a Just Pearly things. You know what? That would actually be a great video.
But we saw that on
would
the piece.
send her some shit like that, and then she reacts to a video like that. Because they would be embarrassed like a motherfucker.
But we already saw that on Lapeef where she's like, so you mess with a guy that doesn't have a car? And then it's just like
dun dun dun.
But even still, like, that cackling shit especially because think about it, white women understand that though, they're one of the few people that know, like, white men ain't all that like that, So it ain't nothing they haven't seen before. So for if you saw like a group of white women just reacting to that shit, black women would lose their goddamn shit. And it's like, why are you mad? Why are you upset? Because it's not like you all don't put this kind of content out there.
Didn't I say that though? And this is gonna happen. And I think it's gonna happen sooner than later. You're going to have the Richard Reeves of the world talking up on us and on the other side, you're gonna have black women telling him to shut up and he don't know what it's gonna be fascinating to see it. It's gonna happen sooner than later. Y'all heard me. Y'all heard it first.
It's already happening.
Yeah, because BJ should see it too. You see him taking shots at Kimberly Crenshaw. I know I'm not the only one that see it.
Yeah, he took shots at her because she's wrong. Yeah. She's not standing by her word because intersectional feminism, intersectionality is for black women only and not for black men.
Yep.
We can't use the same thing.
Yeah, and that goes to what you're saying, Ed. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Well, white boys learned a long time ago. White boys learned a long time ago that telling us that black women worship them does not affect us because it bothers them more that we can fuck their women more than it bothers us that they can fuck ours.
Yeah.
So they learn, even the racists learn to kind of calm down on that because it bothers them more. And because we really don't care because we know a lot of these chicks be double dipping anyway.
Exactly.
So
yeah, they'll come back.
So
the thing, black men have never cared. That's why I read. That's why I read that piece from
because of the power and wealth.
Yeah,
well, because power and wealth was also they were never our women.
Yeah,
white men have always had access to our women. Okay.
Yeah, but you got niggas like you got dudes that that's it's funny because I'll have dudes try to check me if I say call white people, they'll tell me there's no such thing. even though I'm
Yawn.
describing something that we're talking about in the context of a fucking conversation.
We're
But
not-
let BGS talk about they were never our women because we were bred. That's some shit them B-bag niggas can't accept.
But
There's
I
They
want to
can't
say this.
accept that shit.
There's no
Wait, so
such
what?
thing as
I'm
white
sorry.
people until there's no such thing as color until we name the color, right? When they name a class of
Yeah,
people, they become a class
yeah,
of people. There's nothing you can do about it. It's accepted. There are white people
yeah.
because that's what we call them. Okay.
But
Yeah,
to
but like
something
I
that
said,
Ed was
even the
saying,
same dudes that talk about they're forever on truth, but like this shit about being
yawn.
bred and they're never our women, see, they can't accept that.
No, no,
No, Ed, to
because
something you was.
they're repeating shit that's been said 40 years ago. That's what they're doing. That's
You
what's
mean
happening.
the dated ass rhetoric?
The data says read it. Well, white people are not really white people. Yeah, we
Yeah,
read that back.
yawn.
We read that back 40 years ago. Come give us something new.
Look, it was something that Ed was saying earlier, and okay, so this is because we don't critique women like this, which is what
Mhm.
does that fragile snowflake, risk averse look like on women? And it looks like what you're describing, which is I'm gonna complain about everything. My mom stood on the fact that she messed up and she was a single mom. I'm not gonna stand on it. It's his fault. It's your fault. It's society's fault. It's
I
everybody's fault
mean,
but
because
mine.
in their mind, I don't. They really believe that if they yell about black men enough, that
Mhm.
other groups of women, they really believe they have the power to niggerize black men.
That's a
Mhm.
fact.
Yeah.
And
That's a
I'm
fact.
like, there's nothing that
Mhm.
black women can do that other folks have already not done to black men
That's
in
a
the United
fact.
States.
Mhm.
So you are, and here's another thing too that people don't understand. I've always said that a man's woman is their greatest character witness. So
Mhm.
a lot of this stuff that black women try to absolve themselves from, because this is
Mhm.
why I can't like Pink Book Lessons airs these chicks out probably worse than anybody.
Yeah, Lord. Yes,
Mhm.
Lord.
When you look at
Mhm.
some of the news videos she be putting out, oh man,
Mhm.
Yeah,
Well,
like the
okay,
latest one
so
where like these what's it called? These lesbians are deleting their partners.
yep,
that
Right. Like,
the
you know,
Jamaican that shot her son in the head because he wouldn't get her some cigarettes and some liquor.
yep.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
that's
Well,
post
All,
COVID stress.
well,
Yeah.
all this
so
is
what?
stemming from is that we're not mollycoddling them anymore. We're
Mhm.
not
Well,
we're not gonna
well,
just play the
no,
game.
real quick, Ed, because
Hold on. Let AL finish speaking.
okay,
No,
I'll
no,
go first. Go.
that about y'all know. I get quick to the point. We're not mollycoddling them no more,
Mm-hmm.
and they're not liking this shit.
Mhm.
So in turn, that's why you get all these like Ed is saying, and everybody saying with these videos. You
Mhm.
they coming out, they crying. Oh, we don't like what you're doing. We don't like what you're saying. We don't like this about you. But why aren't you accepting us for who we are, man? Come on, we're not gonna
Yawn.
mollycoddle y'all no more. Yes, a big yawn.
But no, to what Ed was saying. Okay, I and this is where Ed especially began on me because when I try to put myself in those shoes, what I see is they bought into the hype. They bought into their own smoke that they've been sniffing out of their own ass, which is
Yep.
I went to school, I did this, I'm of
Mhm.
this class, and because
Right.
I'm of this class, I'm different from you. They
Mhm.
most of
really
these chicks
believe
are
that. They're
not
not
even
just
that
saying
though.
that. No, that's true, but they it's not a thought thing, it's a feeling thing.
They've
It
been
doesn't matter what's on the ground, right?
they've been taught this since they were little. If you do these
Exactly.
things, you get these markers, you become a different class of person.
And
It's not
and,
true.
and then you're
Well,
stuck.
even still, I mean, yeah, I hear that, but
Yeah.
like, there's no difference between like a Glorilla and like a Kerosene. It really, I mean, they all come back to the same place.
Yeah.
And once you understand, it's fucking mental illness.
And it's,
That's what it's
it's,
literally insanity what they're doing.
it's not insane. What it is the condition. That's what we're talking about.
Programming.
Programming. We talk about Clark's book, Tangled Pathology,
Hmm.
right? You didn't correct it when it was small, right? And you let it fester. Now it's so big you can't correct
It's
it.
in
The
Japan.
reason why, the reason why I call it mental illness is because it
Mhm.
can't be fixed. There is no like, and I always like, and even if somebody were to say, well, how you're gonna fix it? Well, here's the problem. I
Mhm.
always say this: you cannot unspoil the child in the same environment you spoiled them in. So we're not
Yeah.
kidnapping these chicks and isolating them somewhere for years and years and years. That's
Mhm.
not happening. So in
Cryogenic
the
time chamber.
context, it's not because see what people fail to realize is the programming never stops. This is why I
That's a
tell
fact.
niggas to get out of the country. Yeah, there's background, just like y'all were talking about Windows XP and stuff earlier. There's background stuff that's
Yeah.
always happened. Y'all know this when y'all code. Y'all know this more than that.
That's why it's not mental illness. They're actually
Well,
programmed.
I understand that. I use that to communicate to people.
To
But when
emphasize
you
the
start
point.
talking about social conditioning and stuff, black men start thinking, well, you can uncondition them out of that. And the
Well,
reality is, with the tools that we have, that's not gonna happen.
you don't have. Even if you did, it would take 3 generations actually.
Exactly. So I just tell them it's mental illness because they identify that it's something that's not fixable.
Okay.
Well, to bring it to the
I get what you're saying, BBS, but that's why I communicate that. And then I challenge them to tell me how that's not that. Tell me how you can fix it. That's what these niggas think. If I just make 7 figures, they'll start to act right.
Nigga, you didn't even say 6 no more. You said 7. Oh God.
That's
Okay.
what
keep going.
Jason said.
That's a fact. I heard him. I heard
Jason
him say
said 7 figures is the new 6 figures. This is the bullshit he's selling these motherfuckers.
But to bring it back to the original, let me get it after you, BJS.
Now, that's exactly why you can't fix it, is because the society keeps pushing the same message. You can't fix it. Go ahead, young Grizzly.
Yeah, so to bring it back to like the original reason for this video, like how is this mental illness going to stand up to Robo Landlords? How is it going to stand up to all these places that are selling your
hyperinflation.
your shelter, to the point where your men can't even provide the shelter for you.
Yeah, we may have to come up with a new term. I may have to start calling it unfixable conditioning.
Yeah.
You heard it here first. Put it in the book.
Otherwise, BGS is gonna keep on giving me like the minus.
If you actually push tangular pathology, push pathology, right? Because that's what it is, right? That's exactly what it is. And keep referring back to Clark, because they can actually go back and see the book 50 years ago, where it's actually before it actually started to happen, right?
Grizzly, hold on. Grizzly asked, like, how is this going to deal with? Well, they're fucked. I mean, Dr. Clark talked about that. They're going to be an underclass. This is, I mean, when you see videos like Summer Walker and shit like that, say what you want to about Thomas Sowell. I don't agree with a lot of shit he says, but the biggest term he came out with that I think is gold is that black redneck shit. The level of black redneckery bullshit. I mean, they are just. This is like a plane free, like. Diving headfirst to the ground. It is not just gliding. It's at this point,
it's already crashed and it's burning around you. It's not diving.
You're right. You're right. And it's literally, we're going to hell at this point. We're going past the ground because
we digging into the core.
I was just looking at it because Lil Kim did her raunchy shit, and that was bad.
Foxy,
but it's the level of cheapness, and just like, do you not understand that they're letting you come out there and look? And by the way, all these motherfuckers look like they got Glorilla, look like she got Down syndrome. It's been talked about that Summer Walker might have mental health issues.
Yeah,
I've heard that before. Yeah,
she's cracked because of a lot of the stuff she did before. What's it called? Before actually getting on, where she was a stripper.
She's cracked already. She's a stripper.
Yeah, she was already fucked. So she was just, and then she was also young too. Like seeing all that stuff, like that really fucks women up because it's like, all right, cool. Some of these dudes, myself included, it's like we're fingering these bitches on the dance floor. It's like, all right, cool. Like $5.
That's how they make their money. Yeah.
That's like, and then they'll let after a while.
Is that why she had a pregnant heifer in her video twerking?
She was the pregnant heifer.
Basically,
that was her.
That's been in ghetto culture forever, but it's never been taped and put out there like that.
Yeah.
I've been seeing
and then they're trying to, and the funny thing about it is, that's you black men doing. No, you're promoting it.
No.
Yeah, and then it's so funny. How many new light-skinned bitches are coming out? So y'all saying we colorist. Who's this Ice Spice fucking homie,
Ice
the clown looking bitch?
Hysterical.
She doesn't like friggin' Sideshow Bob.
Sideshow Bob.
She's gonna be a fucking Krispy Kreme sponsor. I'm like,
this nigga's the
yo,
worst.
for Christmas, get some Ice Spice. Like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Hey, you got to
But
give it
no,
to her.
it's
She made
crazy
Munch
because
famous. She made the
And
term Munch
black
famous.
women are just boosted up, and then they want, oh, it's your fault. No, y'all the one. That's why they keep coming out with them.
Yeah. The Great Eye. Who are you? The Great Eye. Who are you?
It's Shocks.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
well, there's some.
Hey,
Go ahead,
it's
bro.
something I wanted to throw in there. Two things. One, since you in the nomenclature, Ed, and you were talking about the guy talking about some white people don't exist or whatever the case may be. People like that I like to call exactivists, because if you don't agree with them exactly how they see the worldview or whatnot, it's it's asinine or whatnot. I call them exactivists.
Stealing it, put it in the book.
That's a good term. I said that. Yeah, Black Patriarch
I
was
like
coming
that.
in
I like
I
that.
don't even talk to people like that because I know where it came from. So this is old argument. So why are you trying to make it new? It's an old
The
argument.
thing about it is, at the end of the day, we live in a capitalistic country, and these are the rules by which you have to play. So all it is, I'm gonna pick up the Bible or pick up some esoteric knowledge and try to game motherfuckers. This is what dudes do in the business
Yawn.
world with credit. They try to pick something that they could be like the credit pulpit, the Bible pulpit, the hotel pulpit, and then this is a way for them to use their mouthpiece to basically convince people that they know shit, when a lot of them don't know shit. It matters for them to affect their own position.
Yeah.
As
So,
Tariq like to say, plebiscite babbling. But on the other side of it though, it's all gonna rule itself out. I mean, while we're on the topic here, I don't know if really anybody's paying attention. They're gonna come out with a U.S. homegrown version of the social credit system. So,
the thing is the thing is that where have they done this as far as an experiment? They never roll it out completely. The thing is,
it's already being done. So if you decide to take your name and look it up on Google or something like that, those data brokers and stuff, they come out with
a social credit
it'll say
score?
something like reputation score, and they already doing it. They're just not disclosing it.
Well, the thing is, a social credit system, the way that you can do anything as far as use any kind of algorithm. The thing is, social credit system is a state-based thing. Like China was going to do it 3-4 years ago, but the thing is, there's bugs in it that you can't really use it because it's actually discriminatory. China doesn't do it. But
the bias, the AI bias.
AI bias, a whole bunch of things that haven't been perfected, right? And plus, you're going to catch a whole lot of crooks if you actually use it. So, so they'll use. You can use anything in the background as far as algorithms that actually check people's credit and stuff like that. But as a nationalist system, no, they're not going to do that. Not yet, anyway.
Okay.
Another thing to answer Young Grizzly's question too about with the buying up of the houses. Because you gotta understand, a lot of these motherfuckers are not fucking with Section 8 no more, because you can get way more money for rent. Like it used to be, you can get more money for Section 8 than you could, normal rent, depending on what area you're in. I know in North Carolina that was the case. That's why motherfuckers would take brand new built houses in white neighborhoods and do it. Now that is flipped. So
those rent hikes are so high.
Yeah, even Christian Christian did a video a long time ago about that. Like he was talking about that. Yeah, ain't nobody playing games with that. So what you're starting to see is just like what Pink Book was talking about. You're starting to see like a lot of these African ship networks. You got women, these studs that are fucking these women that are fucking women and men. You got these black women are fucking a lot of these lower class white non-black folks. Right?
Yeah.
And a lot of this is this is like an underclass intermixing. And then the dudes that they're dealing with, a lot of them, a lot of times are not productive, and that's even going to get more pronounced with the younger generations, as a lot of dudes aren't even dealing with black women because they're becoming the poster child of a lot of this negativity. They are literally being scarlet lettered. And they don't even understand.
I want to emphasize what Ed is saying.
If you really want a book that talked about social credit score and the trust AIs and the separate AIs actually running the system, look at Damon. This is the first book by Daniel Suarez that she talked about back in, I think it was 2007, 2009. Okay.
And
get that book, listen to that book, let's tell all the stuff that's going on right now.
And
Wait,
what a
and
lot of that.
before you move on, because to go back to what you just said like a minute ago, I have very close friends in my inner circle that are police officers, and those domestics with the LGBTQ women, it's oftentimes exactly what Ed said. Both of them be cheating with a dude, the stud and the femme, right? They both and lower seriously, the stud and the
I'm
femme,
about to
they
choke.
cheat.
I was eating, man. God damn.
I'm no seriously.
That's been going on. It's been going
And
on. Yeah.
like he said, that you'll have solidly middle class women, black women dealing with lower class non-black men, or everything that I just said. Like I know secondhand at least, right? I'm
Dude,
not there, but you know,
when I
yeah.
drove the Uber, I got some stories, yo. The thing about it is, black women, a lot of women in general, but a lot of women, there's shame amongst other women because they're like, you're not gonna make all of us look bad. So like, white women have white trash, other women have their own mechanisms, right? Black women have they have no governors
No, they
on
don't.
anything. And they used to have some shame. Now it's literally nothing. And so even how they interact with each other, like it was another video about, because if you ask black women about why they don't get their nails done or hair done with other black women, this is when all of a sudden they understand what the fuck we be talking about. Right. And so trust and believe the violence is gonna skyrocket because the only option they're gonna have is to cannibalize each other. Because all they can do is talk shit about us. If dudes are not dealing with them, because eventually they keep fucking with the niggas. They fuck with niggas that ain't got nothing to lose. Well, when niggas ain't got nothing to lose typically do. And then the niggas that got something to lose, they're gonna
away.
they're gonna have to bounce. They're gonna have no choice. It doesn't matter if they want to play the Obie Allen bullshit, the Amawale bullshit. Like Grinch said, motherfuckers gotta, and Grinch is a strad killer. They gotta do what they gotta do for survival. A lot of brothers got literally get away from motherfuckers because of survival.
Yep.
It's not calculated in there, and that's where I come in, and with shout out to Ed with the black woman social worker. This is where I come in. Like,
This
are you
nigga,
sure
the
this is what
black
you
woman
want to do?
guardian at Lightem.
Right? I'm like, is this what you want to do? Because it ain't looking good, and it ain't gonna look good in the future.
I mean,
Like,
look at
right?
that Shaquella shit.
Yeah. Oh
I
man,
mean,
such a
the
sad story.
thing, and here's a couple of things. Number one, black women don't talk whenever it's female on female, it doesn't typically blow up because it's not a narrative that people want to push. Not just black women, but the overall society. When it's so women on women violence is really something nobody's really interested in promoting like that. And so women understand that. And so a lot of, and to be fair, a lot of these women, a lot of women love toxicity. They love that shit. Y'all was talking about being
excitement.
I call it being allergic to normal. It's like a gambling addiction where the addiction is in the highs and the lows. That's how women are with drama.
Social media's pushing it even further.
Yeah, and so they literally are living a fucking reality show, housewives lifestyle, and they say, "Oh, well, that's boring." And then and this is the thing: it's like, cool, if that's what you want, cool, but you bitch when you're broken and you're on the curb, just fuck. Because these chicks will tell you now, like these chicks will tell you that chick for the Black Ink Crew, they have mental issues. BGS, I get what you're talking about with socialization. They're on pills. They will now tell you openly, I got schizophrenia and all this other bullshit.
Look at them in the eye with a sad face and watch them cry. I'm dead ass serious. I'm not joking. Just look them in the eye. Just look them in the eye with a "Are you alright" face, and give it long enough. I did it.
I mean,
I've
think
done
about it. They're already taking pills when they're taking all these mollies and all these different drugs and all types of shit.
Oh yeah, don't even get me started. Yeah, black women.
It's just
Yeah,
go ahead, finish, Grizz.
Yeah, they've been taking all these pills already, and they're already dealing with this shit. And it's crazy. So they got to take pills to get some other level of excitement or to numb them from the fuck shit that they're doing when they're doing all this whole phase shit. Because now they can, like, liquor's not enough. They have to really be blackout, fucked up, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And then next, now after all of that, once the damage is done to their psyche, they have to start taking actual prescribed pills to actually normal and level them out so that they can try and get their fucking life together. It's just
and
escapism
you
is
can't
normal.
fix that. You cannot. That damage has been done. That
Oh
shit
yeah, it's
cannot
gonna.
be fixed, and it's to the point now where they'll look at a chick like I'm not trying to hold this chick up as like the what a chick should be, but they'll look at a Shay Sade with hatred because like, bitch, how dare
Yeah,
you be
yeah, yeah,
normal? How
yeah,
dare you look like you ain't been fucked up by life?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, escapism is the norm. So that's that. Once again, this is where I come in. Where like, if you continue to engage in this escapism, whether it's drugs, whether it's social media, whether it's extreme, insane, aspirational talk, right? This manifest talk and all of that, you're just digging yourself a deeper hole of, like it says, mental illness. Like it's not even delusion. And I agree with when he said like mental illness. There is no digging yourself out of that. I like you damn near be homeless and still be that insane,
And we're
right?
not even talking about how much they get ran through by the white boys, the Arabs. Don't get me started in Michigan.
Ooh.
Like these like
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
Hispanic, like and it's like, and the thing about it is it's a black women really act like these dudes don't pick up on the fact that I could do whatever to this bitch, a lot of these chicks,
They think
because
they don't
that's how
know.
desperate they are.
They think they don't know.
Ed,
It's
Ed,
I've
don't
been
talk,
around them. They think they don't know.
Ed, don't talk about the air's public toilets like that. Oops, did I say that out loud?
No, no, seriously. They think, and that's why they want the white dude, right? Because they think they're green. They think he don't know. No, bitch, you don't know. Right?
Yeah.
So like it's and so shout out to my African brothers, my Nigerian brothers. This is why I'm like, they see y'all as the dumb, educated, rich niggas, right? Within the black race. So that's why they go after y'all with such zeal. But like these people have good family values and he won't care about my ratchet past and he won't, and he'll thrust his family out for me. Da, 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 because it's always
Yeah.
about finding the lame, the square person
Yeah.
that's gonna
Yeah.
eat this, right?
what
Or that
what their
doesn't know or think he
So
can
reputation,
alpha
black
his way
women ain't
through.
where it
black
Go
used
ahead.
to
women ain't
be their
doing that.
reputation. The problem is now is black women have like put their shit out there and it's them doing it. Like they're supporting shit that does it. They're putting their shit out there to the point where it's to the point where there's no mystery. Like other races of women are really not scared of black women anymore. Like not like they used to be. That's one thing that's going on. And the other thing that's going on too is, like I said, their reputation is out here so bad that even a lot of the quote unquote squares in the lane, nobody is looking at a black girl and say this is a good, like I'll give you a perfect example. This game God of War, the new game. There's a black girl in it, and if you look at this black girl, she's like she's like good solid character in the show, in the movie, in the game. And it's like when you look at how they portray her, the best way. What's that fucking movie, A Wrinkle in Time?
Yeah.
That's kind of the best way to quickly describe how they got her acting. Ain't no where in the fucking media are you seeing that type of black female? That innocent, nice. That you ain't seeing that shit nowhere no more. You're not seeing that.
No,
You're seeing literally the absolute shit that used to be called racist stereotypes. You see black women running towards that shit. That shit was weird to me. That's literally how, like, when I saw that, I was like, wow, they actually got her looking like a normal black
You know what?
girl, bitch.
And you know what's crazy? They have it's like they're trying to clean up the image that they have out there, and they're trying to do it, but they still keep the sexual promiscuity and rebellious nature, almost like having a wholesome hoe or a wholesome stripper.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Exactly.
look at
there's that
the
one
show.
chick. There's that.
Born again
Hold on.
virgin.
Yeah, look at the show.
Yeah, and
Hold on. Go ahead and finish. Yeah, Grizzly.
there was there's this one clip that was going around where this chick was like, yeah, these guys, they treat us like the fun girl. I like my nerdy guys, blah blah blah. Okay, go to her social media, you watch one or two videos and find out she's a traveling dancer. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And it's just like, of course you're the fun girl. Like, you're getting, because you're doing fun shit.
You fit. Yeah. You're basically you're diesel. You're a hoe.
Yeah.
Trying to be fun. Go AB.
Yeah, look at the show Invincible. I am convinced. Be just okay what you say. I am convinced. Whoever wrote that show has dated a black woman, because that dude's girlfriend is the textbook example of a black woman. Good Lord.
Yeah, nobody likes that character either. Like nobody likes that character.
Yeah, that's the one character I'm like, okay, can Iron Man kill her, please? Seriously,
That is
can
literally
somebody
like the
just
only character
fuck her head
that
or
like
something?
nobody likes. Yeah, it's they really and yeah, they really set that shit up.
But that,
And
I'm
and
gonna
I'm
this
tell you,
is the
convinced whoever
problem with
wrote
the
that show has dated a black woman because there's no way they would know that unless they.
and this is where you get isolated, right? You get isolated because you told everyone it's racist to critique you, it's
Mhm.
sexist to critique you. So we just back away, including your own men. So you will increasingly find yourself in these same-sex loving relationships or by your goddamn self with your toy. And and which will further drive you into that insanity and your cackling coven of hens on the internet.
I actually
That's
think that's
those
where it's
that's will be your
going.
refuge. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's actually think where it's going with black women in the next like 30, 40 years. Black women are just gonna be fucking. They're gonna be with each other.
Shout out to
That's
Nameless in the
literally
Hive model.
that's literally what that shit's gonna. It's gonna be like a real coven. Like you're gonna have the light skinned motherfuckers, and then you're gonna have what the fuck they doing, which is I don't even want to imagine what the boys dealing with that bullshit are gonna have to deal with.
Yeah, it'd be
Because
like a hood for
remember,
mascara.
in the 90s, you still had like the grandparents and shit that had some common fucking sense to kind of heal that
Right.
shit. That shit
Yep.
is been gone. That remember what
That's
I
just
told you about the rise of the Tokyo Tony grandmothers and the replacement and got rid of the Judge
Yeah.
Hatchet grandmothers.
Yeah.
Shit.
Chief Keef Mama. The
Yeah.
rise of them.
Or what's Blueface? Bitch keep
Blueface
punching him in the
Mama.
face. Like
Yeah.
that.
Or or Little Scrappy's mother, and
Yeah.
how he kind of like went off
Ooh.
on her on
Yeah.
on
Yeah. Yeah.
TV and shit, and then you
Yeah.
can see how the boys are
Oh
hurt from
yeah,
this shit.
Mommy D. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and the dudes
They gonna
can't
call
like
that
a
black
lot of these
mom.
dudes are starting to resonate and see this shit, and they're like, if Scrappy did it, maybe I can start doing it and being real with my mom and saying, hey, listen, this is a problem, and then also be real with the woman that I married that is just like my mom, and say, hey, listen, I can't even be vulnerable around you, bitch. You too hard.
I
Hold
guess
it,
Scrappy
hold it,
must be
Mm.
gay
hold it.
because I
Right,
remember when
right.
Platinum Elite told me when I said you should check your mom, he said, nigga, you gay.
Scrappy ain't the first motherfucker who done cussed at his mom. I
You
But
know,
mean,
you
but
got
let me
oh man, what a boozy badass like
Boosie.
fucking
Yeah.
Gabriel Union tried to talk shit about him. He said, "Yo, you think y'all a power couple? Don't nobody think y'all.
I
Don't fuck the
mean,
way with a
you
dildo."
let as and I'm gonna be as a cousin of many black young men. Well, young men. Let's just say the way they show their mom that they didn't approve of their upbringing is by not marrying a woman like her. And I'll just leave that there. Y'all know what I mean.
That's what black women. That's what you know. What that's what black. That's what a lot of black women think, and there can be truth to that.
Mhm.
But I know dudes that had great moms that yo, it just wasn't hard.
It's just that they have a bad batch of women that were trained to be a certain way that black guys don't like anymore.
Mm.
Yeah, and
And they were their mama.
it's like yeah, man. I mean, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck you think these motherfuckers are gonna be out here doing, yo. First of all, I wish somebody would ask me, why don't black men deal with black women? Like, yo, black women don't want black men. First of all, let's start there. Because if I gotta make 7 figures or 6 figures a day to black chick, that means I can't afford one.
Hey, you see, I made a response to that because it don't. Hey, if that's what we're saying now, 7 figures is the new 6 figures. All right. I mean,
Spoken by a motherfucker that ain't spoken about a motherfucker that supposedly makes 7 figures and still ain't picked the
Yeah,
black woman off the
be-
damn tree.
and
you see what I'm
they're not
saying?
they're not worth it. That's why he hasn't.
Shit. Tarina She did exactly what he said. He said if you get a mixed one, make sure they mama is
Mhm.
the one that is the part that ain't black. And he
I,
showing up did what he said. Shit.
Mhm.
I agree. I agree.
Hey, I mean, when we start talking like that, I mean, you, I don't know, like when you look at the environment and then you still say 7 figures is the new 6 figures and you stand on it, and like you're not even saying it with some type of somber tone in your voice, like this is so unfortunate. You're saying it low key, like it's almost like they buy into the social Darwinism thing so deep. like they're celebrating it. Yeah, this is shit. It's gonna make y'all niggas rise up. This is gonna make y'all elevate. This is gonna
No,
make y'all work harder. Like that's what it sounds like,
no,
at least to me.
they're selling the dream to black women. Okay, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I guess.
Yep.
They're
But
Yeah, I
selling
haven't seen that
black
movie.
men. They're not talking to black men when they say that shit.
Hmm.
but when you put
And
that into like,
because they're not saying that black women have to make make the seven figures.
Yeah.
but when you
It's
put
Yeah,
that into like the ether, so to speak, right?
yeah.
What does that do to people? What does that do to the men that are still at $40,000
Now you see where I'm
or
going.
forty
Exactly.
thousand dollars at 45?
In other words, they said that what it puts in their mind they can't afford a black woman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly, and it pushes them
Yep.
away even further.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
they say well, this Latin is a little bit cheaper. And by the way,
yeah,
there's all these other benefits that come with it too.
Yeah,
The
she's
one, just
actually
a
doing.
1 year,
Well,
like
if they
a
can't
one
afford it,
year
that means
warranty.
you can't afford them. That means they're a concubine forever, ever. Get on your knees, bitch.
All I got to deal with is this Hispanic dude
They're
looking
not
at me
even
funny.
they're not even worth being a concubine at those prices.
Yeah,
Yeah.
BTS.
Because they don't follow the
Let's
rules.
go.
They're
Nope.
not.
Yeah, that's true though. That's true though.
Another.
Yeah. Yeah. They
I remember
don't
when
even
I
follow the
asked.
concubine rules.
I
Mm-mm.
asked. I asked Concrete Rose is why should we marry these chicks, right? And she the first thing she talked about in-house pussy, like pussy doesn't come standard on all women.
Yeah.
It,
Or like you
Yeah,
can't order
I
the shit
heard that
like
like
it's an Uber
Danielle
item.
really tried to act like she had
Had
the
answers.
answers on
Yeah.
that, and I'm like, and I get it, God, you let her get it out. You want to just go on their show and
No.
just pop their bubbles constantly, but
No.
it's like, what is okay? What about you as a black female is different than any other bitch out here?
this ass though.
In other words,
Like for real.
oh yeah, oh you okay? It's real easy. Okay, you divorce more, you get married less, you're hard to get along to,
Uh
you don't respect your men,
Jeez.
you compete against your men, you got an attitude,
Uh oh.
you cheat, you got babies out of wedlock. Do I need more? That's
Because
different.
Yeah.
SYSBM, because SYSBM actually believes in
One time. This first.
SYSBM actually believes in marriage. They just don't believe in
And marrying them. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
exactly. So when you
Yeah.
talk about marriage,
Mm-hmm.
it's not marriage. It's the real issue. Is real like what I would say to Danielle is if a guy like Jason Black, who's
Mm-hmm.
been on every interstate, Jason kind of let out the bag. And he says he makes like 125 a month.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, if he's
Mm-hmm.
been on every interstate.
Yep.
And like he says, and he is where he is, made
Mm-hmm.
it, lost it, made it again.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I think he never got over the fact that that bitch helped him lose a lot of it the first time, or
Okay.
whatever.
He did mention it with some anger in his voice. True. Go ahead.
Yeah, but if this dude is saying you should not get married until you're 40 years old,
Mm-hmm.
and he is still not married, but black women are the only option.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody with any kind of fucking common sense is gonna read between that. If you
Mm-hmm.
can't get a nigga like that to take y'all, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what hope y'all got.
Yeah. Somebody else is trying to get in.
AB.
AB.
AB was trying to talk.
Okay. If he wants to get in.
I guess he muted. Okay. But
Okay.
yeah. I mean, no.
Yeah.
I'm
Shit.
Go ahead, AB. And we're gonna wind this up in about 30 minutes. Okay.
okay.
But
AB, go
yeah,
ahead.
I was gonna say, black women ain't fooling nobody because I saw this white chick a few weeks ago. Talking about the Stacey Abrams election. She like, yeah. She's like, yeah, we voted for Brian Kemp at a 75% clip because
Mhm.
we're never gonna let the black woman take our place.
No, the thing is, what happened is most black guys, since you didn't speak to them, stayed home. That's what.
Yep.
That's real. That's
Yeah.
but they don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
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 Me too.
I mean,
Yeah, ain't nobody.
I
I ain't vote for that. Man, I ain't vote for that white motherfucker. I'm just
yeah.
not.
I mean,
Shit, I'm watching this game.
Yeah.
This is where the delusion turns into mental illness, where you're living the environment. You're
Mhm.
feeling the crush. I think for me, when I became more hopeless than I already
Mhm.
was, is with COVID and just sitting down watching video after video of this insanity, particularly on Kevin's channel, right? And you're like, wait a minute. We're in the middle. I always say this. I always bring this up. I can't help it. We're in the middle of Armageddon. Y'all don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Y'all just had to elbow your way through how long of a line for toilet paper, and y'all
Mhm.
still sounding this crazy? No,
Mhm.
y'all gone. Y'all gone.
Mhm.
There's no salvaging that. If
I agree.
COVID didn't humble y'all, I don't know what will. That
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that's where I'm at.
they like the lower their price goes, the more they want. Value of badge is like the price of a fucking less than Starbucks coffee, but they talk about 7 figures.
3 rings
Right. And
anyway.
they
Coffee
don't
Girls
value,
International.
I
Go ahead,
and
mean,
they
you
don't
Grizzly.
talking
value none of that shit themselves, which is the crazy part about it. It's just like even if dudes really started to say, all right, cool, listen, we want to invest in you, so on and so forth, then you'll see one or two women get right. But
Yeah.
then you just start to see where a lot of them they'll just go right back to the bad poor habits, and it's just kind of sad. You just look at it and be like, all right, cool,
Well, you're
like
conflicted
I'll
with
be
your
over here with my
perceived.
boring life.
They don't have to do anything. They don't know how
Right.
to do anything else.
Well,
That's all
you're
they got.
conflicted with your perceived notion of freedom and what you think is liberatory, and with your actual safety,
Mm-hmm.
right? With your actual life progressing. You're conflicted, and that's what I think it is. They want both. They want all. They want everything, and it's slapping them in the face, and they can't help it. Oh well,
Yeah, well,
that's his
it's gonna.
life.
Reality will bite at some point.
Mhm.
Yep.
There's nothing they can do
that's why
about
they in the car
No,
crying.
no,
I
wait,
hate
Ed, nope, 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 Ed,
life.
wait. Let me address something that BGS said. No, BGS. Reality is gnawing on their ass now.
it. Hmm.
That's why we call it a mental illness. It's gnawing on their. Forget bite. It's gnawing on their
Nah,
ass, and they
that
still don't get it.
passport,
Reality's
those
eating their booty like groceries.
You see?
Hey, man, shit, Grizzly.
yo, that passport bro shit is triggering them, man. They
Oh,
don't start fighting niggas
Yeah.
in the street. You got a
I don't put it. Hey, all jokes aside, Ed, I don't think you're wrong on
Yeah, I
that,
don't
bro.
put that
All jokes
passport.
aside, yeah. No, I
I
think
said,
you're
Getting
right.
fuck
on the
Pat.
plane, be like,
Hey,
and you be
passport.
getting on the plane with a black woman behind you. Where do you think you going, nigga?
Well, we're not even gonna talk about the BBL crisis. All that bullshit. You
mm-hmm.
know,
I thought they were slowing down on that. They still doing that crazy?
Man, she mentioned where I just did a stream with a female just now on that shit.
Uh-huh. Well, okay. Yeah.
I thought they were slowing down on the BBLs. Okay.
No, not really.
No, oh
They're trying to
no,
make. They're
not
trying to make
one
money.
stream. Do that one.
They're trying to make
I
money.
guess. I mean, all right.
Mister
All
D,
right.
what you talking about? You know
I'm in the
that's
city of it. I'm just saying.
all
I'm in
They
the
that's
city.
all they
they
know.
all they know how to
That's
do is
all they want, and it's a part of the new culture. It's their
all they
minds.
know how to do is double down on
Shout out to
bullshit.
being built like an ant. Go ahead.
Ha.
fuck passport bros, domestic bros, 2023.
Mm.
They bringing them here.
You ant booted
Mm.
bitch.
No, I'm just saying, all these Latins, they importing in here all the time. I ain't even
Hmm.
talking about passport bros. I'm talking about the ones that's crossing the border and shit. Why leave? That's why I keep saying that ain't your problem. Like the problem is, the best man is gonna win. And if you're a dude and you got your shit together, I mean, somebody's gonna bend because musical chairs.
Now I could think like I would call this my bias of just being in the U.S., but you don't hear about like strip clubs and stuff like that in other countries like you hear about it in the U.S. Like the
Mm.
strip club culture and everything else. So it's like, okay, how are we not an actual sex tourist destination?
Mm.
Like,
Yeah, it's true. But it's because we're too expensive. That's why.
right,
Just
and that
people.
I guess because we have strip clubs, whereas it's just I guess streetwalkers out there or something. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Where strip clubs and streetwalkers stuff like that is cheap elsewhere.
Yeah,
Hmm.
except for what the
Eh,
red light district is the only other popular place.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
but it wouldn't be like sex tourism. They don't promote it. It's controlled
Yeah.
for the locals. But other countries, it's wide open, like Gambia, um, basically Kenya, Brazil, Thailand, Philippines. It's cheap. That's you go for cheap sex. That's where you go to certain countries like
It's
that.
definitely not cheap in the U.S.
No, it's not. That's why it's not a sex tourism destination.
Mm-mm. Hey, that child
We
support bill
we
is
have
something serious,
yeah
yo.
we
Anyway,
have
go
only
ahead.
the finest hoes for Arabian princes.
Mm.
Somebody said Aladdin. Go ahead. Go.
What? A whole new
You
world.
see what I'm saying? Oh man, no, no, it is sad. It's sad to see your counterpart just go down delusional land, and like like I said, I really think some of them are so far gone that they will walk backwards off the cliff, fall off the
Mhm.
cliff just to catch that last look on your face of, oh my God, I couldn't save her.
Mhm.
Out of spite. And to like that is a mental illness. If you're willing to
Shit.
be impoverished, be struggling, be all of this just so no motherfucker could tell me what to do, just so you could say that. I mean, all right.
I'll be looking down while they fall with a bag of M&Ms in my hand. Be like, oops,
Right?
got to see it through, I guess. It's like better you than me, baby.
Hey, bro, I've you know, as a millennial growing up and seeing it and like hearing it, and you don't really know how to put the words to what you're seeing and witnessing until you
Mhm.
become a little bit older, and you're like, oh, so that's what they were exhibiting. And now that we have the internet, and I love the internet because it gave everybody a microphone and it's all the spectacle now, right? So, like, the spectacle of trying to one up each other and speaking about how horrible men are, black men specifically, it's fascinating. And then you watch them, like, okay, you were talking about Jason Black. On the other side is all these female content creators that have been single for how long, BGS now?
Oh,
These female content,
at
the
least 8,
colorist
9
queen
years. Yeah.
herself,
Yeah.
the colorist queen herself,
Mhm.
now she's talking about polygyny and polyamory that she's been
Mhm.
engaging in. I'm like, yeah, because you're probably a miserable woman,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
You
Who is this?
Ain't getting
she's
nothing
aged
else.
out.
Got to get a
Chrissy.
piece.
yeah,
Chris,
you let
she's
Maybelline
aged out.
Muppet get married on your ass. I'm just saying. So right? So like
Are you
her,
talking about Kristen Karazin? Is what you're
No,
saying,
no,
BGS?
Chrissy.
Or
no,
Chrissy.
yeah,
Yeah.
Chrissy's talking
yeah,
about polyamory?
Mhm.
yeah. She was
What
doing she had that conversation a months ago, yeah.
Yeah,
Her,
just like you said with Jason Black, or just like Jason Black has been saying, you better get on with somebody.
yeah,
And
yeah,
she looking for a
yeah,
producer
yeah.
to team up with. Okay.
Hey, you got the other one, the abort black male babies one over here. Apparently, she has a black man. I don't know, maybe a figment of her imagination, but she don't got nobody ever since she had the baby with what's his name. I mean,
Mhm.
hey, y'all been single for too long for you to for your ideology. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, oh
Imagine
well,
trying to have an intimate conversation with Cynthia G. She's like, yeah,
with that voice,
like
Okay.
that
with
Can
that
nasal
the
voice.
voice alone, she don't.
can you have a conversation with Cynthia G?
I
Yeah,
mean,
it's just like, I know you're dominated, but like, I don't know. I can't
I know
mimic the
you're
voice, so
conquered.
yeah, I know you're conquered, but I love you anyway. Like, just an
Yeah.
intimate conversation.
She,
Like,
she, I
what is
I
her
love
pillow talk voice?
I love black
She's
Or
penis.
Pill Taps to grab every
I can't get away from it.
female
Yeah.
so that
yeah,
way to
right.
give her all the money, the attention, so that way she could buy her house and still
I
fuck
know if I
back
get
down the
pregnant
side.
with a
Who,
And
son,
yes,
I will abort him
who's
from
talking about
you.
Cynthia G? If she ain't got enough money to buy it, buy it now, then she doesn't need it,
Yeah.
oh no,
Oh,
she
that's
needs
another
every
thing.
money. She needs every money. After
huh?
this is that. She needs the money.
Well, I'm saying, what does she need money for? She can buy a house now.
Yeah, no,
If
no.
Because
you
She
she got
should definitely be able to
it's
afford
she
just
a
got
house now.
more
she
than
got
anybody
she
else.
got 200,000 subscribers. She should be able to buy the house now. If she
She has
wants to.
Hmm.
100 subscribers.
100. Oh, okay. She
No,
should be
she
able to
still
buy
should
a
be able
house.
to afford a house now. Yeah.
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 She
That's
doesn't,
it.
Yeah.
and like she
It's
live in L.A. or something like that
And she's been doing numbers for years.
for
She should
years.
be able to afford a house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
She
I mean,
spend
she
That,
money.
probably has to have
Most of
everything,
these
more
chicks,
than
they
likely.
spend money.
know what
Yeah.
it is
but I
now.
mean,
They want
hey, wig
luxury
maintenance ain't
apartments.
cheap, y'all.
Hmm. Say
Yeah,
what?
Wig
well, yeah,
maintenance ain't
wig
cheap.
maintenance ain't
Oh,
cheap.
oh,
That
but,
Darth
but
Vader
at
helmet.
least she changed the wig. I'm glad she did that because she wore that other wig.
Barely,
Like 8, 9 years with the same wig, but she got
barely
color in the
changed it.
wig now. Yeah.
That makeup ain't changed though. Anyway, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I'm being
yeah.
petty. I'm sorry.
It's
Go
called
ahead.
perfection. You can't do anything with perfection. Why change it? It works.
Ugh.
You know what?
Eh,
This will be the last thing, and I'll log off. But
mhm.
I semi want to be alive to see this, but it's not really my only purpose. It'll just be a nice benefit. But
Hmm.
to see what happens 20 years from now, like as I said, I've been going to church, and you start to see, like, in the pews, the big hats are starting to disappear a little
Yeah,
bit,
because they're
and
passing away.
now,
They're dying off. Yeah, that's why.
yeah,
Hmm.
and then now you're seeing the colored wigs are coming in.
Yeah,
and that's what you're
Whoa.
gonna see in the
it's
The wigs,
pews
the
genetics.
in
wigs
the
were
mixed.
always here. The wigs were always here.
No, no.
No,
In other words,
hold on.
Not the
Not
colored ones.
not the
the
fire red, not the aqua blues.
the
That's what you're
boomer
gonna see instead of the big hats.
the boomers were the big hats, right? The Gen X
Hmm.
are the colored wigs. So the
Right.
boomers are dying out.
So I'm
The
seeing like
millennials are the tats everywhere from the neck down. Go ahead.
I'm seeing the blonde shortcuts. You know
Hmm.
the
Yeah,
what's it called
the
the super
bobs.
super blonde looking like
Hmm.
Super Saiyans.
Or
Okay,
I'm
platinum
yeah.
blonde.
seeing
Platinum blonde.
the
But
platinum blonde. Okay, and then
Hmm.
I'm also seeing the red wigs and
Yeah,
everything. It's like you're
Hmm.
seeing it here and there, but it's just like whoa,
yeah.
Wait, I got a
this
question
like
for you, Grizzly.
yeah. Go ahead.
How many men are there at church?
Oh man,
Percentage wise, what you say? What you think?
Outside of the pastor and the
maybe
headship.
probably maybe like 20, maybe like 20%.
That's the 80,
It's
20 rule.
mostly women. It is kind of
Hmm.
spread out. I've only been going
Hmm.
for a couple of weeks. The
Yeah.
only reason I say that, and I want, yeah, I'd say it's probably about 20%. But the only reason I say I also do Bible study, and in Bible study,
Hmm.
it'll be most 10 men,
Yeah.
and then it'll probably be a little bit like 15 women or something like that. So
Okay.
Hmm.
it's a small church. They don't
Hmm.
meet every Saturday, every Sunday for actual church service. They
Okay.
meet like
Okay.
the second and fourth or whatever, but the Sunday
Hmm.
school is every week. So
Mm.
it's like, all right, cool. You know, you see it, but you see there's only a small group of men, and a lot of the men. I'm the youngest. I mean, the next youngest is like 40, 44
Yeah.
or something like that,
Yeah. No reason for them to be there.
Why? Why?
right?
Men don't like getting pimped.
Right, and
Uh,
then of course, go ahead.
you're not speaking to them. That's why.
Yeah.
Because women are actually run that church. They fund the money. They want to get their needs met. That's where they go. And men are just there as an add-on.
Yeah, like today, if you looked at because for whatever well, what they do in Sunday school is they split, and so the men go like to the hall downstairs, and the women stay upstairs.
Hmm.
But what was noticeable is that when we came back upstairs after like the separate lessons,
Hmm.
um, all the pews, and it had to be maybe about 12 rows, it looked like, were
Hmm.
filled with women on either side. So it's had about 24 women, I would say today, actually, not 15.
Okay.
But then you see only 7 men,
Hmm.
like, and me being one of them. I'm like,
Mm.
Hmm. Hmm.
what the fuck? And one of them is a really old dude that,
Hmm.
like, supposedly he's like really bad health and everything. And I'm like,
Hmm.
okay, this is very telling. Like, you're just seeing things. Like, I'm really, yeah, I'm just like taking in a lot of stuff just from that experience and what this means and what's happening in the community in a sense. So now I don't look at strip clubs, I look at churches.
I
mhm.
mean, if your society of men, before we even start speaking about race, are becoming more and more to themselves and kind of falling off of society, or at least only doing the bare minimum to subsist, right? How would that not affect church and other, houses of worship? How would that not then affect the workforce? How would that not? It's going to affect everything.
Hmm.
As your young men say, screw it. What's the point? I got priced out of homes. I got priced out of women, and they got bad attitudes, and I can't have children, and I'm not going to have a nice car. Like, it's not as hopeless as I'm kind of making it seem, but some do see it that way.
Well,
And
yeah, I mean,
it's
again, back
very
to
few
Jason
enough.
Black and 7 million, 7 figures is the new six
You
figures.
see what I'm
Well,
saying?
bro, like, if I was to really
Yeah.
believe that, I'd be like, listen, I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing with y'all. All right, cool. Y'all got it.
You
You know what I
and
mean?
I
Like,
think that's what I think what people see as encouraging language is actually very defeating language. When you say I'm happy we have somebody that's successful here that can also say it. When you hear that as a 22, 23-year-old, there are going to be some men that are like, that's just going to make me work harder. But it's way less than what you think, right? And I think certain people like Jason Black, they think they're encouraging people by saying that. And I'm like, I'm around these young men all day. They don't see that as encouraging language. And like BGS said, that's because he ain't talking to us. He talking to the women. But okay.
well, also Jason
Yeah,
Black, like,
you should be like
Jason
Kevin.
Black's
That's why he's talking
audience.
to women now.
Yeah.
Well, I
And it's
mean,
not.
when I listen to Jason
It,
Black and his audience,
And
like,
it's not to be
his
successful
audience
because
are
it,
they
it,
like
know
it
what
boo.
the
it's
fuck
all
is going on.
it's always been women. Okay. when I
Yeah.
first encountered Jason Black on Facebook, the majority of his followers are female. Okay,
Yeah.
always have
Mhm.
been.
Well, I think about the age. Like, if there are men there, these are like 40-something-year-old men. Like, to me, like,
No,
yo, these.
it's pretty mixed.
No,
It's
he got
pretty
some
mixed.
young dudes.
You
He
get
got
some
some
young
young
dudes.
dudes.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
but
the
like,
the
like
older
every
guys ain't
time.
falling for that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that
Go
young
ahead.
Grizzly, that's what I'm telling you. Is like he thinks that's being inspirational, and for his particular audience, some of
Hmm.
those young men, a sizable portion, they
Hmm.
actually do have that type of aspiration. So
Hmm.
for them, it's encouraging. But I say if you put any random young black man and have them listen to Jason. The race stuff, yes. When he talks about economics to a certain extent, sometimes yes. And Jason comes with the numbers. It's the way he interprets it, right? And then it's like,
Mhm.
well, what is a young man supposed to do with you telling them, hey, seven figures is the new six figures, right?
Hmm.
Like 100,000, 120, 150. And then what he did with the young women that he had on, which is this is where it gets good, is he asked them to describe their lives, the life they want to live, and
Hmm.
then he butts the numbers down, which we saw Kevin do often.
Hmm.
And when he says, okay, that's private school, that's this type of car, this type of house, in this type of neighborhood,
Hmm.
you're looking at 350, 400, 500. Well, like you said earlier in the stream, Young Grizzly, now we talking about 3.5% of the population type stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What are men supposed to do with that?
I
You
tell you
can't
what,
just keep on
Um,
screaming, get rich and die trying. That's not good
no,
enough.
no,
I
no.
have
You
a
don't, you don't, you don't
different
get
Hold,
rich
perspective on
die
it.
trying.
hold on. Let chaos go, and then somebody
You don't,
whoever's
you
next.
don't, you don't get rich and die trying. Either do two things: you sink or swim, or you escape. There's no logical solution. Now I already know that six figures was not enough. It was gonna be seven figures. I did a stream on this 3 fucking years ago. So what Black put up, that's late to the
Mm.
party.
Just link to the what? Link to the
He,
basically.
he's late to the party about
Okay,
if you do seven
I,
figures.
I did a goddamn view. We just did this with Grand Grizzly early in the video, right? Okay, 100,000 is for the whole population is less than 10%. Okay,
Mhm.
Hmm.
not including black people. We talk about black people. We talk about 4%. The math doesn't math. Okay, it don't
Yeah,
math.
350 is less than 1%. It's in the
Yeah.
top 0.81% for
So you
350K.
Yeah,
so
yo, can I
all
chime
those
in real quick?
so all them goddamn chicks that are like five and sixes, you're not gonna get that motherfucker. Okay, stop trying to blow smoke up there. Go ahead, Shocks.
Yeah, so I'm actually one of those dudes. In the ten
One of
percent
those
of earners,
one- the
right?
top
And
the top what percent of earners?
10%,
Okay.
100K. Yeah. So my perspective is a little different compared to like non-black dudes in undergrad and grad school.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them they just had the career pick for them. They didn't really like have a choice in the matter.
Okay.
And I think that's something that we could probably focus on, like just how kids growing up, yo, you're doing this, that, the third, and
To do that, who you need to talk to?
what do you mean?
If to do that, what you just said, pick the careers
Yeah.
for them. Listen, who you need to talk to?
Oh, young black men.
The
Moms.
mama.
Yeah, mama, thank you.
Moms.
I
Thank
got
you.
Shocks. I got 3 kids and I got 5 grandsons. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You need to talk to their mama. Their black mama runs this shit. Okay. Picking a career, you need a family structure, you need a culture and a family structure where the kids will actually do what you tell them to do. Right. We
And
don't
they
need
can
Yeah,
to
be
I
just
had
expect
reinforced.
I had to go through my dad, but my family's Jamaican, but I had to go through
Yeah,
my
me
dad
too.
and say, hey, listen, yeah, and I couldn't. I was like, hey, pops, man, I really just want to do computers, and for that, I just need certifications, and I don't want to do college anymore. And
Mm,
he's just like, I'm talking. I remember he's in his work clothes, he's on the bed, hands crossed, and then I'm sitting there like looking at the floor, 20 something years old, like,
mm.
oh, father, please. And it's just like,
So,
that door's closed, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You
So,
you talk about because the thing is with what I hate Shocks, and this bothers me. Okay, is because um we're comparing ourselves to cultures that go back thousands of years, right? So we think these people learn how to do this when they moved to America. No, this culture goes back thousands of years. They didn't just get here yesterday. Okay, they
mhm.
might have come to America, but things they came with their culture intact, right? We were bred
Right.
here. Okay, and we have a defective culture here. So trying to map on what other people do onto
Mm-hmm.
Black America is damn near fucking impossible. We can't even get Chloe Bailey to actually sing decent songs.
God damn.
No, I mean I understand your perspective. I certainly do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I do think there's some hope to some degree. Like for instance, in my own family, right?
Uh-huh.
There's a
Tell,
bunch of
tell,
single moms. There is, right?
there were a bunch of single moms. Tell me about your grandmother and your grandfather. Okay, were they intact family?
Yeah, they were. They were.
Okay, mom and pops.
Yeah.
Okay, middle class, suburban.
No.
Okay, where'd you grow? Okay, how'd they grow up? The sharecroppers? Were they working class people? What?
Working class.
Working class people. How about your parents?
Same.
They go to school?
Yeah.
To college?
No.
The high school only? What? 2 years of college? What?
Just high school only, both of them.
Okay. Okay. So did they encourage you to go to school?
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make. Like, I didn't really have a choice. It was either law, engineering, or medicine.
Okay.
Right?
Now, okay, for them to do that, how they get informed? It was law, engineering, and medicine. Who picked that for you?
They did.
Who picked that for you? Mother, mom, or
Oh, my
dad?
mother actually.
Okay. What's her background?
Just a Jamaican woman, man.
Jamaican woman. Okay.
Yeah.
She's immigrant, right?
Yeah.
Okay. In other words, she's not ADOS.
Pardon me?
Number one, immigrants have the guff enough to actually get here, right? So
Mm-hmm.
they're cut from different cloth. If I go back to Jamaica and you try to do that with the average Jamaican on the street, how would they go?
No, but like in my opinion, ADOS is the most influential culture in the world, though.
Well, listen to me. Well,
Yeah.
this is what I'm saying, right? Well, you're an immigrant, right? Immigrants have a different energy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How did they get here? Why did they come here?
Yeah, a lot of that stuff is like what happens at home. Like,
It was like chain immigration. Like when one comes there and they file for more people and
I
stuff
know,
like
but
that.
the thing is, for an
He's
immigrant
missing
to leave,
the point,
for an
BGS.
immigrant to leave his home, right? Like the percentage Jamaicans is not that high. So you got what
3 million about.
3 million in Jamaica? Okay,
Yeah,
how many
about 3
actually make
mil.
it here? You'll tell me here or in Jamaica?
No, in Jamaica, there's about 3 million Jamaicans.
Yeah,
In
around
other
3
words,
on the island.
on a small percentage actually make it here, right? What causes them to leave, and once they get here, what kind of work ethic do they have?
a very hard one.
So in other words, you're talking like Young Grizzly's Jamaican.
You're dealing with a skewed pool in the beginning. That's what BGS is saying.
You're dealing with a different culture. You cannot map
Mhm.
ADOS culture onto somebody else's culture. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, because like even in a Jamaican household, I never thought of it as looking down, but also knowing the difference between you and Black Americans. Because I never, you just see it. It's kind of like a racist in their own home, and I'm sorry to say it like that, but my parents would be like, yeah, Black American people, them, so on and so forth. And it's like you hear them talk, and you don't really think anything of it. And I never really looked at my Black friends differently, but you really start to see it differently when you grow up.
Yeah.
Because I've never really been without multiple jobs or something
Mhm.
else like that. But then
Second that.
your yeah, and then your Black American friends, like they barely have they barely can keep one job,
Yeah.
or there's always something going on, and it's just
Yeah.
like, whoa, really? Like and
Nah, but
also business and entrepreneurship.
I got a question for you though. Like your family, were they like more Pan African-ish, like a little more on the Rasta side, or not really?
No, not really.
Mine was. So like I never really bought into that division per se. I understand BGS's point. It's not apples and apples comparison, right? But I do think the more older, like traditional FBA culture, they definitely have that same work ethic.
No, they don't. No. I mean, they have the work ethic, but as far as
Yeah.
education is concerned, they don't have
Yeah.
the same educational concerns. It doesn't work that way.
And
Trust
I
and
think
believe, man. My great great grandmother was born in 1883. Okay, I remember her. My great great grandmother was actually born in 1880. I remember her, so I remember. I have a memory of 10 generations. Okay, so my family's been around a long time. I know the culture. Okay, Jason
Yeah,
Black,
and
my hometown.
when it comes to like what I didn't learn the education side of it from my parents. I learned the work side of it. So my
Yeah.
dad has always had. I've never known my dad to work an actual job, a 9 to 5. He's like 70 years old now, and he's still talking about like he left his shop. He's a cabinet maker, and he's been that since Wappy killed Philip, like since forever, right? Like way back when.
Yeah.
And I just never known him to not be that. And then my mom, at one point, she used to work for DCF, Burger King, and take care of old people. So she had like 3 jobs.
Sounds like a Caribbean person to me.
Right, yeah, like, and they made a whole skit about it and everything too on SN. Oh no, is it SNL? No, not
No,
Living
it was
Color.
Living Color. Amon.
Living Color.
Yeah.
Amon, yeah. But it's like that's what I got. I didn't get the education side of it because they were lower class and like not poor, kind of poor, but my grandfather on my mom's side owned a butcher shop in Jamaica in Glengoff, St. Catherine. So it's like when you see all this stuff and like that's what I got from them, not so much the education, but you see the difference in terms of what that produces, in terms of like later on.
Yeah,
but I think what needs to be also.
No, but at the same time, bro,
both
Jamaica
my
has the same
daughter.
problems too.
Well, the thing is, that's why I say go to Jamaica and take.
That's where I was going to go.
The everyday walk around Jamaica and see what he does. Does he have a degree?
It's not the same.
No, not at all.
And that's
not
what
at
I
all.
wanted to say about Haiti and also because my best friend is half Nigerian, and when you talk to his father, that we have a skewed group of people in majority that leave these places and come to America.
Right.
When you go back home, that's where you see the American equivalent. That's when you see the Nigerian Pookie. That's where you see the Haitian Pookie. That's where you see the Jamaican Pookie, right? That's where you see the ratchet Jamaicans. I mean, I live in South Florida, so I see the ratchet Jamaicans down here too. But that's where, you know what I'm saying? So like that, and the ratchet Haitians and stuff like that. Like that's where you. So I think when we're having these conversations, yes, there's a class element. There is a ethnic, division, a upbringing division, but also the equivalent of this of who we have these conversations about in Black America. The equivalent of those people are still back home somewhere in Nigeria, in South Africa, in Haiti, in Jamaica, in Dominican Republic, wherever, right? In Brazil. I mean, like, look at Brazil, bro. Jesus Christ, right? So, like, when we speak about some of the shortcomings of Black Americans as people that are children of immigrants, that's because the people that are like that are back home usually, right?
Yeah.
All right, BJS, I'm out. Love y'all. I gotta try and wake up tomorrow.
Yeah, because I mean, I've been talking about this educational piece for the last 35 years, right? I learned how to train. I learned how to teach my own kids. The thing is, fighting against their mothers is the problem. If you want, if you want to change the educational system, if you want to get these kids to pick careers that will actually mean something instead of sociology or whatever they take, like my kids did, okay, instead of IT or something else like that, then you have to get to the mamas because Black men don't control this community. They don't. They never have.
May I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
What kind of pushback do you get from their moms when you try and suggest certain careers?
I'd ask my kids what they wanted to be. Right, my son wanted to be an NBA basketball player. Right, okay. He got offers from the G League. Okay, when he was like 19, 20. Okay. They put a kibosh to that, right? Because he's going too far away from home, and we don't want him to work that hard. Blah 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 blah. My daughter could have had her master's degree at 21, right? She need to stay in high school, and she need to have fun. She need to go out with her friends, and this, that, and the third. And they didn't take it seriously, right? Okay, I was going to move to Cuba so my daughter could be a doctor because it's free and it takes 6 years. Okay, go to medical school, right?
Oh, Lambs. Latin American Medical School. Lambs. My bad.
Or Lambs.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Latin American Medical School. The Cuban school for free.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's where I was going to go, and take her with me so she can get her medical degree. Okay, and you can't take my baby to Cuba. You can't. She don't want to work that hard.
Kept that old gynocracy leash on you all the way throughout your life. Oh, I understand thoroughly. Trust me.
I got one grandson that's up to par, and I can't tell you how much bullshit I have to go through to keep him there. Okay.
Hey,
Mm.
BGS, look here. What's going on, guys? How y'all
Hey,
doing tonight?
what's up,
What's
Mike?
going on there, Lou?
I was going to tell,
But Shocks, you'll learn when you get into it. You actually try this shit, man. Get
well, it's not
into it
even
and actually.
trying because I'm doing it now.
Oh,
Peep this.
I'm talking about he wants to do it on a mass scale. Go talk to the women, okay? Go talk to the educational system and see what kind of pushback you get back because I've done this for 35 years, okay?
I asked my mother. I said,
And I'm gonna tell you
when
something after this.
one sec.
Hold on. Go ahead.
I asked my mother. I said, you know, you kind of gave us over to my dad. You know, y'all been married X amount of years. I said, how did that make you feel to get the pushback from you know my aunts and other black women? You know, to let my dad kind of take over and raise us at you know 10 years old or whatever. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Literally told me that black women feel like a failure. That's how
Wow.
they feel. That's how they feel when they give that boy over to that mom.
Mm-hmm.
They feel like a failure. That's why they won't do it. My boy right now is literally got called up to play on the senior boys team this weekend. He went to their team went undefeated this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Now you just know what I've been talking about. Lenny knows what I'm talking about. I've been pretty much in an art as well, taking the blueprint for this kid and just trying to apply it to him.
Mm-hmm. He's
He's had so
probably
much
getting
support.
recruited as we speak, right? By colleges.
He's got next year. He's got senior year, and then that's when he'll go for pretty much all the. They get so many recruits come in, like it's almost to a point where they get overloaded.
Mm-hmm.
So his next year he'll be his senior year, and then that one he'll be on one of the toppest league in the nation. It's one of the top 10 leagues in the nation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um,
But they probably
they just got in that league, and they actually just went undefeated. Like
but college is already trying to talk to him, right? Sending you letters and shit.
they're sending you letters, but they're also like how do you put it? They're bombarded, so they're making the kids do the work now. Since
Okay.
COVID happened, yeah. Since
Okay.
COVID's happened, they make the kids do the work. They're not doing that as much anymore. But it's still once you get seen, it's like it's moving pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But to apply these lessons that you guys have, and then his mother to still give me pushback.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one that got the boy in one of the toppest leagues in the nations, getting at least being seen, and I still get pushback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I don't think brothers really understand how deep this pathology goes. Black men with children do, right? But it's the pathology of like this sickness. It's just a mental illness. So that's all the shit is, man. And it's just really just a haughty spirit and pride. That's all the fuck the shit is, man. Just to not want to be incorrect and to warp your whole world into saying that you're not incorrect, right? So, but I was gonna tell you on Grizzly and Lindy and you, y'all can kiss my ass because my girlfriend said the same shit. She goes, I don't know how the fuck you say this shit. See this shit now. I said, it's just being around these guys and kind of like acknowledging this black pill a little bit. Not really just acknowledging it, but just seeing the practicality all around you. And then just being able to, how do I put it? Not necessarily avoid it, but
Mm-hmm.
to use it, and wield it in a way that's for your benefit, right? And it's very alluring because I really remember back when you said, "Man, I could have took my talents and went to some college, some think tanks, and been a millionaire by now." You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Yeah. Yep.
And you know, with that kind of power, you've been able to take your grandson and your son and move them anywhere the hell you wanted to. So that's
Mm-hmm.
something that I always say. I always appreciate you for. I always appreciate you and love you for not taking that deal and sticking around with us whole lump of coal over here.
Yes, because some group in there offered me $20,000 a month, um,
Yeah, I believe it.
but I
I
couldn't give it to anybody else. It would go straight to them.
yeah, I believe it.
So I decided against it.
Mm.
But that's what that was what I wanted to hop up here and say right quick is
Mhm.
back when everybody used to say, Mike, you doom and gloom. When we're here,
Yeah, but the thing is, you're trying to warn people ahead of time. Like everything I said was going to go on ahead of time. It's already happening. So the
yeah.
thing
You
is,
know, boy, you
uh,
know me, I was just trying to come here and co-sign with you. Like, yo, that shit's popping off everywhere. Like, yo, this technology is here.
It's here.
You
Yeah.
know, and then like you used to say before, that everybody thinks the AI shit's always like some fucking robot. No, it's the fucking software. You're not
Yeah.
when you call in to get your, hey, I got a late payment. Can I put it out for a month? You talk to a robot, and they gonna give a fuck about you.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they don't care no more. They want to remove the human element out of it, so the human element doesn't feel bad for the software. Pay me
And
my
and then the catch, well, the thing is, the only thing that's stopping them is because of all the corruption that's in the system. If
yeah,
the AI takes over, it's going to catch all those people,
yeah.
and they're going to bring all those people down. That's why the Chinese shut it off. Okay, but if
Oh yeah.
you really want to know how deep it goes, read Daniel Suarez Damon. Those two books will give you the whole skinny um, about about how it would actually work.
Name it. Was
And
it AIMD?
they're doing it to the letter. Go ahead.
Say the name again.
Damon. I actually showed it
Okay.
by Daniel
Yeah.
Suarez. You know,
Yeah,
you had to
so
spell
don't worry about it. I'll
Damon
go
as
back and listen
far as
to it.
yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah. If you really
yeah,
want to know, that it's in that book. I read it like 10 years ago.
gotcha. Yeah, but it's actually how
Go
do I
ahead.
put it? It's actually you know when I say it like this, and I don't know how most brothers feel in this space because I believe a lot of guys in this space probably just way more smart and more intelligent than I am. It's
Mm-hmm.
got to a point where I know I'm dumb
Mm-hmm.
and I know I grew up dumb,
Mm-hmm.
but then I became one of the smartest people in the world, and it's mind blowing to see people's lack of knowledge. And my
Mm-hmm.
question to you was actually wanted to see: are we becoming dumber, or have we just, or do we just have too much information at our fingertips?
We have become
We're getting
dumber.
dumber.
Yeah, we can't become dumber because we're lazier because it is at our fingertips. It's not contained inside of our heads.
Gotcha. Yeah,
And technology makes us even more dumber. So it
yeah,
makes it
because
worse.
even now, like I got like even my girl, she goes around, like she'll be making networks and stuff like that, right? And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the girls be like, "Girl, teach me your ways. How the hell do you get these guys to treat you this way?" And she was like, "It amazes me the lack of knowledge that has not been passed on
Mm-hmm.
to the women in my generation." And I said, "I can't tell you that. Like, it ain't really that men have failed. It's really not. Y'all mamas failed y'all big time. And then to allow the fairy tale to masterpize in y'all's mind
Mm-hmm.
how the life should be. You know, that you think you can go to school and get a degree and put you in a different class. No,
Mm-hmm.
the fuck it's not. It's never going to be that. You know, you know, you have to come from that world. And there's only a very small amount of men who are able to get in that world. I mean, look at Mark Zuckerberg. He wasn't born in that world.
Yeah.
Granted, he got Facebook and that put him in that world, but you get what I'm saying. Like, that's a different story. But it's hard to even get up in that world. And here's the crazy part. Like, even my girl was like, she's like, I don't even know what the fuck they want to be up there for. Half them niggas are weirdos. She's
It,
laughing over
it,
me.
it,
She's like, she's
it
like,
it's just an aesthetic. You know,
yeah,
it's really
she's
a
like,
different aesthetic.
yeah, she goes, it's not just a different mistake because you got to realize that they're not normal. They've never had a normal life.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that they come off it. She goes, you know, one guy, uh, super wealthy, father left him um, a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
I won't go into his background.
Mm-hmm.
Dude just lacks personality, lacks uh, any fire, any killer instinct, anything in it to want to be a man, right? And then there's no drive to even do it. But dude's at a job just because he's bored. And just to sit here and listen to her talk about it, I'm like, man, this dude don't even want to like this. And she's like, nah, he doesn't. He's rich. He's gonna do nothing the rest of his life. But to have the inner circle that he has, you don't have to do that. His daddy made that like that. You know what I mean? So, like you said before, it's kind of interesting where he just has to pretty much be what he's supposed to be at. And because his life is pretty much laid out there. You can't do that here with the women here in this country. You can't. You're not gonna get it. You're just not. You know, it's a problem. I tell brothers all the time, SYSD, and go find you a chick overseas and stay your ass over there, bitch. You have to. So,
BGS. Now, wait. Oh, there. Come here. What's Hello.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, I know something on my timeline on Facebook. It looks like nowadays create and gave Blade a child after almost next year 50 years since his creation. Ain't that something?
Okay.
And they said one of the reasons why Marshall Ali they didn't want to go through the script because they were going to introduce this girl early, and they got the comic book ready and pressed for next year in February. So they planned this out from the start.
Yeah, they did. That's why the director left. He didn't agree with the script.
Well, he didn't agree that introducing Blade's child into this.
There's probably more in there. I think they're going to do a gender swap at some point. Introduce a female hero.
Like right off the bat, so they're not like a do like what they did with Wesley Snipes' Blade when they went for 3 films. They're gonna try to do 1 film and then say now it's gonna...
evidently that's what's in it. That's why he left, but we don't know.
Who was that?
Blade.
No, Blade got a daughter now. They got the comic book ready that won't be available till February, but they already was going to do it the movie around next year of that same. And you know, it's funny. Usually with a comic book, you're supposed to introduce that first, let it be in circulation for like a year to a few years before you start putting it in film. But look like they're trying to cut all that and say we're gonna do it right there and there.
Yeah,
this is gonna be the first. We're gonna have the comic book first, right there, and you're gonna see it right in the movie in the same year. That's
because the character's already been introduced into the movies with Snipes.
So to make it the transition, they try and integrate the comic first, right there in a few months before it come out in the fall of 2023, because that's what was stated to be released. But because they already look at the script months in advance, they said, and he said, I don't like it. I'm not going through with it. They got to go scrap it and rewrite the whole script now.
No, they have to find another director that will actually do the movie the way they want it to be done.
So it's going to be the way the script is. So it's going to go through with this.
Evidently, because has he come back?
No.
Okay, that means they're trying to find another director.
Oh shit!
What they said? What's the whole synopsis supposed to be?
Evidently, they want to introduce a female hero into Blade. So they disagree with the script. That's how come the director left. We don't. He didn't actually say why, but we're guessing that's what it is.
Yeah, you know the sport crap is done for them. They've already ruined. I think they've ruined Marvel and all these guys. Like I said, DC might have a chance to pull it out with Black Adam.
No, they have, and now the shift with DC, because they got all the characters, that's the direction they're gonna move. They're gonna make them more.
Black Adam didn't do that well, so we have to see.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Oh, really? Let me check it.
Black Adam didn't make its money back, so.
Not at all.
In other words, to actually make back your production costs, you got to double your.
Yeah.
That's
what
Black Adam.
Well,
it only made like 300 something million. It was actually done for 2, so they needed to make 5.
Black Adam, Wikipedia.
Yeah, but the funny part is that it's the lack. Well, let's put it this way: then we damn sure know feminism has worked in. If you don't have men and young boys wanting
the budget was 200 million. They made only
380. They made 380, I do believe.
Yeah,
it says it 380. I'm gonna double check. I think it made only.
No, it didn't make more. I just checked it today. It's
380. Keep pull up. Compare numbers.
No, go ahead and hit Black Adam box office. Yeah, Black Adam box office will come right up.
Yeah, I think this is.
There's only one number, man. There's not.
So it only made $38 million.
380.
But how much was the budget in the film?
200 million.
So how much it's supposed to be?
You have to, when you compare the split with the theaters to get your money back, you have to at least double the box office. They did not do that
because they had to pay everybody else, right? With the
advertising, the split with the theaters.
Oh, okay, yeah. So they had to make roughly to make their money is like
450 million,
like 500 to almost 600 million, at least.
For it to be success, they had to make like 500 million at least.
At least 600 million at most. Yeah.
So it flopped.
That's right. Yeah, it flopped. Yeah, that flopped. Ooh, damn.
Yeah.
Well, they got some new people running it anyway, so.
And one thing is that they're just neither here nor there. Okay. The thing is,
I think this is an indication, BJS, of what you said about the Burke Institute.
Mm-hmm.
why they're so interested in young black men and in young boys. If your
Mm-hmm.
boys don't, if your men don't have a rally cry, your boys don't
Mm-hmm.
have a rally cry to be turned on by masculinity in that matter, to be
Mm-hmm.
badass, to be cool, to be muscle, built, da 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 da.
Yeah.
Andrew
Yeah.
Tate says is he's fascinated that the Spider-Man is this generation's hero, right?
Okay.
A small, skinny dweeb, as opposed to when we grew up, it was, who was the two guys on Predator, right? Arnold
Okay.
Schwarzenegger and what was the black character's name?
Yeah.
Played Apollo, right? He said,
Even though Spider-Man is the most popular Marvel character.
no, no, I'm saying I
Popular, yeah.
understand that, but he's saying back our heroes back in the day used
Okay.
to be built, used to be
Right.
masculine, used to be
Mm-hmm.
strong.
That's right.
Now it's just this droopy kid who just has super strength, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you transition that into back to Black Adam, and these kids are not resonating with that type of masculinity anymore.
Yeah.
I think the Burke Institute. I think I think they are. I think they are
Yeah, we're
definitely onto something.
talking about Brookings.
The Burke, excuse me,
Yeah.
yes, Burkings
Yeah,
Institute.
it goes along with the lying flat, with the grass eaters, with the Great Resignation, all that kind of stuff goes along with the same thing. With the people think that the young men not having sex is incel behavior. It's not. They're
It's not.
voluntarily not engaging.
Yeah, yeah, they're not. They're volunteering, not engaging.
Hmm.
My girlfriend wanted me to ask you a question.
Oh, good.
She said that if an individual doesn't have someone who loves him
Mm-hmm.
outside of his mother,
Mm-hmm.
and outside of quote unquote maybe his family, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if an individual doesn't have someone who loves him, he has
Mm-hmm.
nothing to fight for. He,
Mm-hmm.
he has no incentives. If we go to war, is that individual deemed a coward if he refuses to go?
Um, evidently not, because
Okay.
you saw what happened in Vietnam. Okay,
Yeah.
they weren't deemed cowards. Okay, in other
Yeah.
words,
And Muhammad
um,
Ali, he said no. He wasn't
yeah.
a coward.
Well, no. What the thing is that the draft dodgers weren't seen as cowards. Okay, in,
Hmm.
in Vietnam, that's when the change happened. Okay, so nowadays you're not going to war is not seen as being a coward unless you're invaded. That's a different story. If someone
Okay.
invades you, then everybody's got to go.
Gotcha,
That's
gotcha.
automatic. But thing is, an arbitrary war of aggression, no, that's not happening anymore in the United States.
Gotcha. Yeah, because that's what I told her. I said, you said the same thing. I just told her, I said, look, you can't call that individual a coward if that individual doesn't have someone to love him, that wants to have a family with him, that he can
Yeah.
take care of, he can provide for, he has property, he has something to live, to die for. Right? I said that individual is pretty much just floating through life.
No,
Encouraged to float through life. I said he's pretty much
that
just
basically, okay, a lot of that stuff about valor in service in the in the military comes from the Prussian school system, right? It has to be socialized into the boys. So
yeah, yeah, I agree.
regardless of love, it's got to be socialized into the boys, and and the system has to work for the boys. So it's really not about love. It's about is there anything that I can actually get out of the system? Does it help me? Does it serve me? If it doesn't, they're not going to fight for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Which is you're starting to see that globally, that all
Yeah.
the young men are just not that the system globally is not um pretty much a slave labor globally is not seeing there's any incentive. So
Yeah.
it's just weighing down globally all over the world. So
Yeah.
it's like you said before, when I first came into space, you're like, no, look bigger, look bigger.
Hmm.
Oh, you're still not big enough. Go bigger. Then
Yeah.
when you start to see it globally, you're like, holy fucking
Yeah.
shit! Like,
Then you know
like
what then you know what the Brookings is up against and what they're trying to keep from
yeah.
happening
What's
inside
also
the United
too,
States. Yeah.
yeah, it's just not the United States. Or you go like look at China. China's a
Hmm.
totally new different system than we are, right?
Hmm.
And then
Yeah.
half the young men don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I just watched two dudes. I
Hmm.
just watched two Chinese men drag this one dude out of his house because he didn't want to go be quarantined.
Hmm.
And granted they might be in a civil war there soon enough, but
Hmm.
it's fascinating to watch these young men just not give a fuck. Here's the thing: leave them in comfort, they don't give a fuck.
Hmm.
It doesn't matter. And I told my girlfriend, I said, the level in which comfort a man can be at is 30,000.
Yeah.
I said my TV can be on the floor, my mattress could be on the floor.
Hmm.
I got my fucking food. I can go in and eat. I was like, man, you'd be shocked how low dudes can go.
Yeah.
did not give a fuck,
Oh,
and we still live on. Yeah,
they're willing to sleep in tents. So.
yeah, yeah. That's why I told her. I said, you remember that movie Ready Player One? And she was
Mhm.
like, yeah, like everybody was in no trailers. So I said, yeah, men have no problem living like that.
No, they don't.
Really, really fucking dope. You know what I mean? So she was like, wow, I cannot believe that this shit's actually in our face right now. And I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, they know it. That's how come. Richard Reeves and Chetty is trying to make the system fair. In fact, Dr. Johnson on his last podcast talked about men actually using Title IX against females in the schools. You're
yeah,
not treating us fair. There are not enough positions, not enough. Uh, the system's not working for the men inside the school systems. That's
yeah.
going to bleed out. Okay.
Oh, are you talking about that lawsuit?
Yeah, the lawsuit, the Stanford lawsuit.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. And that's a direct reflection of the manosphere. Okay.
Yeah,
The
it is.
manosphere's been pushing that. If manosphere doesn't push it and doesn't make this popular, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
This stuff does work.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It's not that this stuff does work. It's amazing to me how many brothers, like you used to say before, SYSBM is just
Mm-hmm.
we're almost like late to the party to an extent. I mean, in terms of bringing all these ideas together, like all
Mm-hmm.
the data, but dudes have
Mm-hmm.
been doing this already for years.
For years,
So,
yeah.
so now everybody's just identifying with,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm SYSBM. Yeah, I've been doing that shit fucking the last
Yeah.
5 years, bro.
Yeah.
That's what y'all want to call it? Okay, cool.
Yeah. SYSBM, MGTOW,
Yeah,
Passport Bros are all part of the same flow.
yeah, it's all from the same floor. And that's what I told her, to my girlfriend. I said, she goes, why are you so afraid? I said, I don't give a fuck when a bunch of squawkling bitches say that they don't have this and they don't get that and they're done with men, right? That doesn't mean shit.
Yeah,
But you
that
don't
means
get I said, but you don't get a civilization decline as rapidly as ours is. She goes, I thought you were more scared of the violence gonna happen. I said, yes and no, but in the same time, it's the indifference. I ain't gonna lie to you. I see bitches all the time at the store. I just don't open the door. I
Mm-hmm.
keep to myself. I put my headphones in and I just mind my fucking business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I just don't acknowledge nobody like that. I literally was in the store like 2 weeks ago, and this lady
Yeah.
was like, "Excuse me, sir, can you get this off the top shelf?" I said, "Yeah, no problem. It'd be my honor to get that for you." So I grabbed it off the top shelf for her and put it in there.
Mm-hmm.
So as I'm walking down the aisle, this other lady says, "Yeah, sometimes I have to get my husband to get stuff off the top shelf too." I said, I stopped both of them. I said, you know what I find fascinating is that you two ladies don't have a problem meeting men. And about 5 of the 10 of the people heard me say that. And they just started shaking their hand like, yeah, they were shocked. And so I said, so I told my girlfriend the same story when I got home. And she was like, yeah, she goes, it's weird to me that since you pointed out to me, these dudes really don't interact with nobody. I'm like, no, don't be wild, man. They want to go to the gym, they want to go to the store, then come home. I said, and on top of that, you bitches ain't got no game, so y'all gonna have to do something better than shaking your titties in your ass. You can get that for free or $5.99 on OnlyFans. Like,
Yeah. If you want the girlfriend experience, pay $50.
yeah, you just pay $50 and get a weekend with that shit, and then you're done with it, man. Then you go
Yeah.
back to your life, and then just you're done. Yeah,
If you roll up in the right place, you can pay $10.
yeah. And
If
that's what I
you
said.
want
I
to
was
go,
like,
if you want to go discount.
and I told her, I said, you think about it. I said, my brothers in the future gonna be able to pay maybe what, $300, $100 a day. She's like, no way. I said, yeah, be able to go out and be seen with this bitch and then come back home. And yeah, I said, trust me. The same thing that happened in Greece is happening here. Same
Yeah.
fucking shit. And people that can pay are paying for it. All these bitches are going down further and further, fucking with people that they really don't want to. That's what it is.
Yeah, because you're going to flood the market. Because when they start dumping these chicks on the street, what do they have? They don't have any skills. All they have is their bodies.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
or
that's what I told her. Yeah.
even Hammer, who's a virgin, right? Talking about black chicks. He turned down a 40-year-old chick that was going to give him some pussy. You know, basically for cheap.
What do you mean, the one that wanted to buy a sex doll? That Hammer?
Yeah, that Hammer.
Oh wow!
He turned it down.
He turned it down. So what he want? Young?
It's not what he wanted. He wants. He's 21. He wants what he wants, right? It's not. Basically, sex is a byproduct of what he wants. That's not really what most incels don't want sex. What they want is a relationship. They're blue pill. They're not black pill. They're blue pill. In fact, I got it on my channel called "Interview with an Incel." Right? Check out what he says. Has nothing to do with not getting sex. He wants
what they want is what What they
Okay,
want is what Rolo.
okay. So since that's what he wants,
Hold
BGS.
on, hold
Hold on a
on.
second.
Let Mike.
What they want is genuine burning desire.
They want
What the
genuine
fuck
desire.
they
Roland Tomasi talks about it all the time. That's what they
they
want.
actually want it, but they want the sad part is they want it from a pretty girl, and
Yeah,
they're never
yeah.
going to get that.
And they want what they see in IG. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So him want to buy a Android robot, wherever he say he wants to get that thing's to give him the girlfriend relationship experience, correct? If I remember, before he had an interview with, he did mention that months ago.
He hopes basically that kind of robot that he's talking that kind of flesh and blood robot, not flesh robot, is about a good 15, 20 years off. He's not gonna wait that long.
Shit.
When
Good
you
luck
go
to
when,
that.
when you can go down to the corner, pay $15 and get it done within 30 minutes. Doesn't make any sense.
It make no sense either, man. You know he has some
But
money.
here's the thing. But here's the thing though. It's like I don't like it when dudes. Here's the thing. Some of these older guys genuinely got to have some compassion for guys like him.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm looking at it from my perspective, if I go back down to that generation, right, and I'm a 20-year-old kid, and I've always had access to pussy in my hand,
Right.
but I've never had access to a relationship,
Right.
and I'm the gatekeeper to that damn thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can see how they can kind of get off kilter, the way life is supposed to be. Hell, fucking yeah, it's hard work to fucking be to eat to tell my even tell my son, for the next he's 17.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the next 13 fucking years, you got to eat more shit, and then your life turns around, right? As a guy, that's fucking overwhelming for a dude, especially if he ain't got no father in his life and somebody kind of directed him, man. Like
Yeah.
that's
Well, your son is an athlete. He's not gonna have that problem. So
no, he don't have a problem, but you get what I'm saying though. Just
Mhm.
even if he wasn't, just telling the 17-year-old for 13 more years, you got to eat shit, build yourself, to finally get to a point.
Get into IT. Get into IT. Learn your skills. Grind for 3 years. Learn your skills. Take that skills. Go remotely to some other place. You get it all you want.
No,
It's
no,
not
no,
that hard.
no, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to do that now in America, to do that from what I think what Grizzly was saying earlier,
Right.
for these niggas to have to even get to that level.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, fuck that. I told my son, I'm like, fuck, man, by the time you're 25, 26, you're going to have more gorgeous women like you. You can go live overseas. Take your degree and live overseas, bro. You can fucking get 3 wives. I told my son, fucking take your ass to Thailand and fucking have 5 wives, and I can go more than raise a grandbaby.
Basically, but by the time he gets through with soccer at 19, he can go to Brazil, play in a pro soccer league. Get all the pussy he wants if that's
Yeah,
what.
even that, and that's what I told him. I said, you could do that, hell, you can go buy your way in over there at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It just is what it is. Like that's why I'm looking at some of the stuff, man. It's just
Yeah.
It is overwhelming for these young dudes. That's how I will say, because it
Yeah.
is these expectations that they're putting on these young men.
Yeah.
It's too much, and that's why I was telling my girl. I said, the sad reality is the relationship and having a woman will motivate men, but the problem is these bitches want lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, these dudes are not gonna go slave away anymore. I mean, you literally raised a kid who lost his father to divorce courts, went to seeing this nigga every day for 4 days a month, and then he's always got to hear you bitching and complaining with your mom about him.
Yeah.
And then it's like he's just pretty much floating through life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
At some point, reality's going to kick in, and they're going to start
yes,
selling these bras this pipe dream or this
yeah,
lottery ticket shit.
Yeah. Say bitch kick rocks.
No, not even bitch kick rocks. Basically, if you want to survive, if you want to thrive, you need a man to do it. A man to help you out. You got to take the man that you qualify for.
that
Stop
take the
lying
man
to
you
these
qualify for.
bras.
Yeah, you
Stop
got to look. I just was talking
saying
to right now.
7 figures is new 6 figures. That's bullshit.
It's
That's
bullshit.
bullshit.
Yeah.
It's
But here's the
bullshit.
thing. I just talked to one lady. I think it was on Friday. I think it was on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And she said she got her own house. She's almost paid it off.
Mm-hmm.
She what did she tell me? She said that she's 60 something, but she's gonna have to work the rest of her life, and she's a nurse.
Okay.
And I said, yeah. I said, in my opinion, both genders need to eat a piece of humble pie. I said, because this system's not set up to take care of single people the rest of their life.
Mm-hmm.
So she said, yeah. She said, because I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna make it in the next 5 years. You know,
You know,
and I
you
told her, I
you,
was like, I don't, I
you
just,
got
you know,
you got to get out of your paradigm. You got to be bold. Okay, you got to
yes.
have some kind of guts. You know, does she have if she got some kind of pension because how long she been a nurse?
Well, here's the thing. She has a house that she has about $500,000, $600,000 worth of equity. And
Mm-hmm.
so what she told me was is that she's got friends of hers that live down in Mexico. They pay
Mm-hmm.
$1,200 a month.
Mm-hmm.
They got maids, they got people to go lawn, they bought a house down in Mexico. The
Mm-hmm.
cost of living is $1,200. I'm
Mm-hmm.
looking at her like, what the fuck you waiting on?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
said, you can go down there and
White.
do that. I said, go to and travel back and forth to California
Yeah.
and go work 2 days and bring your ass back down there. You
You,
done. Like,
you could do that. You could do that. You could settle it all. Move to a. Is she black? What was she?
no,
Latino?
she's white.
She's white.
Yeah,
Oh
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
yeah.
But,
Yeah.
but you know, as
Yeah.
they get older, as they get older, they didn't that risk factor because she ain't got no man. It's the lady that did do it that she was telling me about. It's her husband and her. So I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, she got a man. She got protection out there. So
If you find an expat community, you don't have to worry about it.
no, I agree. I agree with
Yeah.
that. That's what I told her. I said Mexico's got about 100,000 expats down there.
Yeah.
Ecuador's got like 50,000.
Have her go to what is it? What's the name of it? What's the name of my podcasting thing? Uh, look up the Expat Files with Johnny Mueller. Right.
Gotcha.
It comes on. It comes on twice a week. Right. If you listen to it for 6 months, you'll change your image about going down to Mexico or someplace else. Right. How can you retire in a third world country and that's just thrive and survive? Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You don't have to do this. You got money. You don't have to do this. The thing is, um, you don't have to stay here.
Yeah. You don't have to stay here. Yeah. You don't have to.
Yeah. And
But
you're a
and I
nurse.
told her, so
You
you
can
have
be
a
a nurse
degree.
any.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
you
can
can
be
be
a
a
nurse
nurse anywhere.
anywhere.
And I told her, you have a degree. So for you to come over here and work 2 months and take your ass right back down there is nothing.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like my uncle down in Brazil. You know what I mean? I'm trying to go see him this summer. My
Hmm.
girl thought about some when we going. I said, I'm gonna go see my uncle. Like, nah,
Yeah,
you
she
ain't
knows
going there.
better.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
Yeah,
she
she knows
knows. Yeah,
better.
she knows. She knows. She already knows. She goes that culture down there.
Hmm.
Even if I took you to Mexico, she's like, I won't let you out of my sight. I
Yeah.
was like,
Oh,
she's like,
yeah.
fuck no. She's like, I
You
wouldn't
know,
let you out of my sight.
yeah. Well, if you like Latina, she know better.
Yeah, yeah. So she's
That's
like,
that is that's the website Podbean Expat Files. Johnny Mueller comes on twice a week. I've been listening to Johnny Mueller since 2000. I would say 6 or 7. Okay, he's been down in Latin America for like 30 years. He actually runs expat seminars twice a year.
okay.
Basically, if she really wants, she go down to Guatemala, live there, and it's only like from Houston, from like Texas, it's only like what 2.5 hours.
Something like that. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could really, if you really wanted to do it, that you have what 30 countries you can actually retire to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I even told her because she was like, I said, me and my girl, we was thinking about moving to Thailand, and she was like, what? I was like, it's free healthcare. I mean, after you get that part resolved and it's fairly normal,
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got shit to do. I need to go find some shit, to keep myself occupied after that. You know what I mean? Especially at that
Mm-hmm.
age. I mean, I forgot what's her name. His name is Sunshine something. I can't remember. He's got a podcast. He's down in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he's down at. He said he lives off $1,700 a month.
Yeah.
And he said
Yeah.
that's a lot of money. He goes, so.
I did that for 3 months. My budget was in Guatemala was
$80.
no, it was my budget for rent, for food, for take the bus was about $450 a month.
Even if you times that by 3, just say you wanted a better cost of living, quality of
Hmm.
life over there.
Yeah.
What $1,200, bro? Like, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like,
You're living large at 1,200.
you're living large for $100. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's all I think that time. But this is what I wanted to ask you though, because I'm thinking this is the only thing I think and see that they're going to stop these. Is if they are, because I would go live overseas for 3 weeks, and then just come over here and work as a nurse, and just try and fly my ass back. You think they're going to try to put a kibosh on that, or to try to slow down these productive men from siphoning off the net system by actually
No,
living here?
that's kind of hard. And basically, as liberal as this country is, that will put a big cause a big stir, especially amongst the men, to actually
Mm,
kind of keep people in. Unless you have a really like an emergency or something like that, where you can actually do that, put a kibosh on it. That's really hard. So I doubt it. Um,
gotcha.
and plus, now you have all kind of remote work. It's really going to be hard. So it's
Okay.
possible, but thing is, if it happens, it could happen. But thing is, um, then you have a fascist country, like the Soviet Union or China, okay, where you limited people leaving.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just thought I'd ask that. 'Cause I'm looking at the way the movement's growing, especially amongst these young dudes.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell most of the young guys, don't be brash. Just, formulate a plan, get you a trade, get you some kind of skill set, and take your ass
Mm-hmm.
overseas.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
get you for life, or just find you a way to be able to come back and work here 3 months, and then take your ass over there for fucking 9 and just chill out.
yeah,
So
yeah. You can do that. If you got the right skills. Got a guy I know. He's a HVAC, right? He comes, works a year, stacks his money, and then leaves. Goes
yeah,
to Africa, goes to Latin America, and stays for a year, and then comes back and does the same thing all over again.
yeah,
You can do that. The thing is, at some point, you want to kind of start stacking money. So if you want to retire or something like
yeah.
that,
You want to kind of never come
yeah,
back, yeah, but
and
yeah.
never come back. Yeah,
But like I said, we'll see.
yeah,
My robot landlord's name is Betsy.
yeah,
And,
yeah, yeah,
it is what it is, man. That's just the way of the world.
yeah.
Once your generation dies off and all these homes come up, I think these robots and Zillows and all this will buy the rest of those properties up, and then that'll be the end of the game.
The thing is that if you buy them all up and basically you can't have people pay 50-60% of their disposable income on housing. Okay,
Hmm.
people are going to get really anxious and upset, and then you're going to have a real problem. When you start dumping people out on the street, you're going to have a problem.
Well, here's
The
a
United
question. Well, here's
Go
a
ahead.
question I got for you to counter that. What are you gonna do? You think people are just gonna revert back to the old way? Just pretty much go back to piling in one home, like families used to do.
You do that, or basically you basically you have a seeds of riots and rebellion when it gets that far.
Gotcha.
Then you're gonna have high crime. You're gonna have a high discontent, and it's gonna be a mess
Yeah.
because people won't see a future. What happens when people don't see a future?
Well, that's what I told my girl. I said, "How do you motivate?" Because she had asked me. She goes, "Well, how would you motivate these young men to get back on board?" And I says, "I don't think you can." I said, "Because for me as a man, it only take $30,000.
Mm-hmm.
I probably could take it down to 18 if I
Mm-hmm.
really really wanted to, right?"
Mm-hmm.
So she was like, "Yeah." I was like, "But to take on a consuming creature, women are consumers. You
Mm-hmm.
need to make fucking damn near 5 times as much as that to just bring you on board." So
Mm-hmm.
dudes are looking at it like there is not even an incentive to even bring y'all on. I don't even want to call it. You know what? Maybe it's nihilistic that I see in some of these young boys.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what I'm seeing. That might be the better term as opposed to black pill. Um,
They're indifferent. Nihilistic is black pill. They're indifferent.
no, I know, but it's more of they're leaning in more. I f- and I could be wrong. When I look at the black pill, I look at it as half of it nihilistic, half of it practical.
Yeah.
Right? And so I just feel like a lot of these young dudes are leaning more nihilistic as opposed to like
Yeah.
they're not even
They're
they're
leaning
not
that
even
way.
acknowledging their purpose in life. You know what I'm saying? So
Because they don't see a future basically.
yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
you see
yeah,
nihilism when you see dudes uh, uh, basically banging chicks on the corner, and
yeah,
prostitution has this big spike.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then they'll go into nihilism. They haven't done it yet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's but it's shocking to me how many don't even care if they see something on the street. They just keep it pushing.
Yeah,
And
that's the
it's crazy.
difference.
The crazy part is that I don't even know if they're not even acknowledging it as being indifferent
Yeah, I mean they're indifferent.
or
No, I've
just not
talked
even
to
paying
guys.
attention because most of them. No. What I'm
They're
saying is
indifferent
most
to
of
it.
them just have that. No. I agree with that. I'm saying their
Hmm.
version of indifference is if you look at most young people, they get that hump in the neck, which is they just
Hmm.
look down at their phone. So
Yeah,
they're just
yeah, they
pretty
do.
much they're just their indifference is like not even paying attention. These motherfuckers get hit by a bus. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Like it's just you know.
yeah, yeah. Scott Galloway was actually talking about that. It's having a hell of an effect on especially the boys. They're not afraid of the girls, but the
Yeah.
boys, right?
Yeah.
They're afraid that the boys at some point will actually rise up and get violent
Or
and actually
that
try
why?
to overturn the system.
I think they will. They turn the power off, just like that. But that young black boy, I guess he shot his mom in the head because she didn't took his VR or wouldn't buy him a VR or some shit like that. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I think here's what I said. I said the men will come around once the comfort goes away. When these young boys ain't got no comfort no more, then they revolt. You know, but as long as they keep them comfortable, I mean, heck, they got them loaded up on bullshit and sedated on porn, free porn,
Yeah.
and fucking free video games. I mean,
If they come around, they look up and find out that there's no future. Well, what do they do?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Then they're not gonna go quietly.
Well, that's what I told her because I said, back in the day,
Mm-hmm.
men were more in shape, right? More slimmer, did more outdoor activity type shit. I said, now they got a fucking bike. So now you can have a group of Negans riding around this motherfucker. They don't need to be in shape to fucking form a war party. You know what I mean? Like you just need some technology, couple cars. You know what I mean? Like cause she was telling me about down in Mexico, and how they modify them cars into like mini tanks. And I was like, what the fuck? She's like, yeah. She's like, we Mexican, bro. We can make anything. Like,
Oh yeah. If you can find the parts, you find the parts.
Yeah. So I was like, damn it, man, what the fuck? She's like, yeah. She's like, well, her biggest fear is for more of Mexican culture to flow over into American culture in terms of the lawlessness. I said it could get there. I mean, there's certain parts where the cops are leaving in America. They don't talk about it. These cops are being hired by these rich areas.
Yeah.
And that's where the fuck they're going. You got retired cops just going to go work rich areas.
Yeah. No stress, no stress.
Yeah.
And get paid almost the same. And
and all I gotta do is piggyback my son or my child and close enough to that area. We went to a soccer game over in Houston. It was Houston? Yeah, Houston. So we turned on this road, some random road, man. Millionaire mansions, like all the way down the road. I'm like, what the fuck? Where did these come from, right?
Yeah.
But then, not even a block or two away, we had a bunch of apartments, and I was like, oh. So I started laughing. My girl was like, "Why are you laughing?" I said, that's where the help stay at.
Yeah. They have to keep them close. Yeah. They subsidize them. Yeah.
Yeah. So I said, the help stay here. The help get to go to good schools because of the $1 million mansions that are close by, but their children go to private school.
Yeah. They have to. If you want a system to function, it takes people that help.
Yeah,
but I told her, encourage them to stay.
But that's what I told her. I said, now take it back to medieval days. What's the difference? And she was like, what the fuck? She's like, are you serious? So we kind of drove around in the area for a little while, just looking around. After we dropped off at the tournament, she was just like, before his game, she's like, this is some bullshit. I was like, right there. I said, ain't nothing changed, man.
Rich people won't stay if there's no help. Okay?
Yes.
If they can't get their meals, they can't get their cup of coffee, they can't keep people sweep the street, they're not gonna stay.
That's it. That's what I told her that. And she was like, I cannot believe that everybody is this, because you would never think it would be such a rundown apartment complex that's close to a bunch of mansions.
Yeah.
I was like, it is what it is, man.
They have to be close enough to actually make it worthwhile for them to come to work.
Yeah. So so it's like I said before, it's all coming to an end, to an extent. I'm shocked to see what's going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years. I'm gonna say 10 to 15 years.
It's not going to take that long.
Well, I know that. I'm just saying in terms of I don't know if this is a human species condition. I don't know if this is part of the the Mouse Utopia experiment where this life lab part and what the outcome of it will be. So I don't know. I don't know if it's just a phase before we die off or a phase before we get violent and revolutions start happening. I don't know.
You basically, this is the same thing happened with the Industrial Revolution, the switch in from the 18th to the 19th century. Now you have another switch from the 20th to the 21st for the next 200 years. So this phase, you've been seeing it coming, but now it's time for the switch.
Yeah.
Already laying off people and actually replacing people with automation. So we have to see.
Oh yeah. I knew that was coming, man. I've already set myself up ready for this.
Yeah, we know it's coming. The thing it hadn't happened yet, but now you see the switch happening.
Yeah,
and accelerated things.
Yeah, it did. And boy, or say it like this: I'm more happy with the expat community than I thought I would be. It's bigger than I thought it would be, and it's
Mm-hmm.
more inspirational than I thought it would be. So
Mm-hmm.
I think that I think especially down in
Mm-hmm.
Mexico City, they're pissed off with the expats because
It,
they go
it,
down there and they won't speak English.
no, they're driving the prices up
Yeah,
because they're
that's what I'm
bringing
saying.
money,
Yeah,
and that's what it's not about
yeah.
speaking English. They're driving the prices up. That's what they're upset about.
No,
So,
no, that's what I'm saying. So they're
yeah,
pretty much creating a culture within a culture, and
yeah,
then driving the prices up, and then now the Hispanics are saying we want to be paid more, so the only we can survive.
yeah.
So it's
And it's
interesting.
it's a ripple effect. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying it's a ripple effect in terms of me taking my ass down there.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm the big papa,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And people want to
and
live like you. Yeah.
yeah, but then at the same yeah, exactly. That's the point I'm making. Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting that I'm running from something that I think is too big, but I'm actually doing the exact same thing to them. So it's kind of funny. So
Yeah.
humans are funny.
Shit rolls downhill, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So yeah, I appreciate y'all having me on, and y'all was doing this show tonight, man. I was listening to it in the background. So
Yeah. I'm getting ready to jump off in about a few minutes.
Um,
Anybody else want to jump in before I jump off?
shit. The only thing I would say is, since it's very past like almost reaching 5 hours, thing about these drones machines with guns,
Okay.
I expect that was coming anyway. I mean,
Yeah, it was.
we all seen movies in the 80s, the tech movies. That's how I portraying what we see now in the first 20 years of the 21st century. It was about to come eventually.
Read the book Damon. It spells all that stuff out. It's fiction, but it spells all that stuff out.
well, they had already did that with
And
who was the shooter?
what year Damon came out?
2009.
Oh,
who was
man,
the
I knew about this long for that.
yeah?
What
Well,
what I'm
they
what I'm
already did.
what I'm saying is it goes step by step with the trust AI, the flying drones, the robots, the automated cars, all that stuff, and how it's in the future. All the stuff you see now, he spelled it out in 2009 to almost to the T.
Yeah. Well, they wanted to do those police robots. What was it?
But
With the
mo-
Dallas
mo-
shooter.
but the movies that came out back in '80s already depict that already. So
All
what he
right.
wrote, he already knew already. We already knew that already.
If you, a lot of this stuff goes back to iRobot, written in the 30s. Okay. But the thing is, if you want an accurate picture of what's going on right now with the drones, with the robots, with the trust AIs, with the
Mhm,
social credit system, right? It's in the
mhm,
book. That's why I'm telling you about the goddamn book. I'm a
mhm.
sci-fi nerd, okay?
Yeah, I follow sci-fi too these
I'm a
days.
I'm 63-year-old sci-fi nerd. I've been looking at this shit since Colossus in 1969, right? I read Dune in the mid 70s, okay?
Hmm.
I'm a sci-fi nerd. Okay, I've
Hmm.
been doing this a long time. I'm telling you the book to read. If you don't want to read it or listen to it, don't.
Hmm.
If you want to know what's
No, I
going
mean
on
for
now,
anybody else that they have to read to get more clear, but I tell people it's nothing new.
it okay.
Hmm.
There's nothing new, but thing is, if you want an accurate picture, again, an accurate
Hmm.
picture, read Daniel Suarez because he's a programmer. That actually quit to actually write books. He's,
Hmm.
all these systems that we're hearing about right now,
Hmm.
because you didn't hear about trust AIs running banking systems, right? You didn't hear about that. Or
Hmm.
social credit. Where have you heard social credit before?
But I
What
heard it.
movie? What movie?
I read about it. I forgot what book it was, but it's
What
not that.
movie? What movie?
With social
You
credit.
the social credit
Uh
system?
Shit. What was I watched a few movies. I can't remember every movie now.
What movie? You say it's been around for a long time.
No, I'm
What
talking
movie?
about like the RoboCops and those things, but like all the other extra stuff. I mean,
The
it was coming.
RoboCop's been around since the 30s. Okay, it's updated. If
Yeah,
you
yeah.
want,
I mean,
but the,
everything. Yeah, if they wrote a book about it
but
back in the early 20th
Star
century.
Star Wars had this stuff back then, right?
Mhm,
With the killer robots. If you want an accurate system of what the technology right now with the trucks, with the cars, with the automated systems,
mhm,
with the AI controlled social credit system,
mhm.
read the book Damon. Like I try, shut up and read it. Okay, that's what I'm telling you. That's why I knew about this stuff way before it came out. before they actually talk about the social credit system. That's where it comes from, right? Read it, okay? Read it where AIs take over the whole uh, financial system, right? And it's underground. It takes over the whole system, and you have all these automated system, drones, whatnot, according to your social credit system, hiring, uh, outsourcing people out of jail and stuff like that. All this stuff is in Damon. Okay, read it. Read the 2 books. Don't if you don't, you know, buy the book, read it. If you don't like it, I'll refund your money. Okay. Instead of saying what there's nothing new, read the goddamn book. Okay. I mean, how many times I have to prove that I'm right? That's what I'm saying.
Well, no one said you're wrong on BJS. I ain't say you're wrong. Say it's bullshit. I ain't coming to say that. You know that.
Read the book. Okay. Instead of arguing with me, read the book. That's what I'm saying. Read the book or listen to the book on Audible. Okay. When it first came out, I listened to the book, and everything that he pointed out, as far as systems is concerned, you're seeing it right now. Okay. Almost to the T, including the mini drones, which nobody talks about the mini drones. Okay. The mini drones, some of the mini drones that they're using in the Ukraine right now, it's in there, run by AIs. Okay. Go read it. All right. Anybody else? I think Lindy's asleep.
Yeah, he asleep, man.
Yeah. All right, y'all.
No, I just didn't have much to say. Thanks for having me up, BGS.
All right.
Great conversation as usual. I
I
didn't
don't
have
get
much to include. So
I don't believe that for a second, Lindy. Nothing that you can talk about anywhere, not in open air.
yeah, no.
But
I
what?
think.
Go ahead,
Give me a
Lindy.
second, Chaos. I think with everything that's going on, I think you can pretty much just just let it rip at this point. As long as you don't give names, dates, and locations for anything specific.
Yeah. Like I remember the piece I took down from my from the private stream.
Oh yeah.
It was right on the money.
Yeah, you
They
were.
admitted it now. Go look at Mearsheimer actually did I don't know if you saw it. Actually did an interview with the Swedish Prime Minister. Okay, but maybe like a week ago. He's actually talking about the exact same thing. They're expecting Russia to actually crash. They still believe it. That Russia's going to crash. Putin's going to get
Russia has a
taken out.
crash right now.
Well, they are too, but I knew they weren't because of the secondary system.
Yeah.
Bricks the building.
And I'm gonna say this as well. I heard on because a lot of the limousine liberals that during the Obama administration who were on various news outlets are now doing podcasts because they lost their jobs because they ran afoul of this. Oh yeah, like Aaron Mate, cats like that who were always kind of like on the fringe, but they were on like the left, the anti-war left.
Okay.
And not even because of the quote unquote wokeism and everything else. They've lost their positions and
I was wondering because I was looking at the real news networks and I was looking at Chris Hedges and I said all the limousine progressives are lining up over there. I said, damn.
Yeah, they're going back. I mean, well, Chris Hedges is going back to his roots because he's really like an old school. I mean, you probably know about his family background, but
I've been following him for years. Yeah,
he comes from a family of priests and shit. But yeah, even him, he's starting to go a little black pill, just a little bit.
You have to. Okay.
I think he's finally taken some of the blinders off, but he's not backtracking on things like his support for Extinction Rebellion, which was an AstroTurf type thing, and all this other stuff. He's just kind of, he's just like, okay, fool me once, shame on me, and he's just going on about his business.
Yeah, because he had to know it before now. I'm saying he didn't believe it.
Yeah, I think he I think because of his background, because of his experiences overseas as a war correspondent, and
Mm-hmm.
seeing the things that are going on, I understand where he comes from because he comes out of that milieu.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, that's the best way to say it. Toto ran over to the curtain and pulled back the curtain,
Mm-hmm.
and you seen the wizard pulling the levers and everything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So
In other words, how do you handle the inner white supremacy? Even though you're progressive.
right, I mean, and the thing about it is one thing to deride it and
Mm-hmm.
to kind of make your money and your
Mm-hmm.
livelihood
Yeah.
off of critiquing the system,
Yeah.
but he's coming at it from an old school, uh, early 20s, early 20th century
Yeah.
progressivist
Yeah.
mindset, which
Yeah.
has been,
And
which
and F,
that comes that
and
classical liberalism and that stuff,
yeah,
and
and
that's all.
FDR liberal. Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff's all been dead. They you know, it's like our a person that we both listen to.
Mm-hmm.
He called it, and he's been saying this for years. The country's fascist. It's always been fascist. It's just a quiet kind of fascism.
It's maybe fascist leaning, but thing is, fascist you need a very non-liberal populace.
Well, yeah, that's always been there.
Mm,
That's always been there to an extent, and
yeah.
truthfully, Christianity can lead towards
Yeah, it can. But the thing is,
yeah,
I think we're way too. The thing that told me that it's almost impossible to have fascism in this country is COVID-19. Can't get them to wear a fucking mask. Okay.
that's true. That's true. Because that's the individualist
Mm-hmm.
mindset that we're inculcated. Because you got to think about it. And I think Gigi and Dr. Neil are better people to really talk about this because they have the credentials.
Mm-hmm.
But uh, American society and Western European society in general is schizophrenic because on one hand it expects conformity but teaches and inculcates you into this sort of odd notion of individuality and
Yeah,
personal
yeah,
freedom.
yeah, yeah. And that doesn't mix with fascism. Okay.
No, but at the
Okay.
same time they want to have so they engage in all sorts of skullduggery and
Mm-hmm.
fuckery in order to have a tiptoe uh, crypto fascism
Mm-hmm.
that they want to call democracy or whatever the fuck they want to call it.
Yeah, and basically this is a good old fashioned uh 19th century liberalism in
Ye-
action.
Yeah, and it's dying.
Yeah.
It's died on the vine. They let it die on the vine. So
I don't think I don't think that these kind of old systems going to work in a technocratic age, which we're
I,
headed to.
no, I w- I think when I actually went back and read the technocracy manual
Mm-hmm.
and then reread old dude um, uh, Count Chocula,
Mm-hmm.
read his book, and I was like, okay, yeah, we're running right smack dab into this. It's just hang up. It's just like little, like you guys were talking about earlier with the Luddites and that
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
The culture's going to catch up, and the culture's going to be at least 75 years behind. But with social media, it may speed things up to a certain extent
Mm-hmm.
because with the younger generations, those that are being born, uh, will be so rapidly inculcated into this society the way that it's going
Mm-hmm.
into more of this techno fascistic quasi
I
Marxist.
I think it's closer to Marxist than it is fascist. But yeah.
Well, there's a reason why I keep bringing up that
Okay.
because if you think about the plantation system,
Mm-hmm.
it's a public private partnership.
Yeah.
What is that? It's fascism. So we're not really talking about like the fascism as we saw in the 20th century that was
Okay.
propped up by the British and and the financial sectors in London and
Yeah.
Switzerland and New York. I mean, let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of like a test run, and then they put the wrong person in charge and he went off the rails.
They did. Yeah.
You know that's what they get for not vetting they're demagogues, but a little better. However, with what's going on now, I don't know, man. It's gonna be. I mean, all this is gonna be done by committee, and what I see right now is the various cartels that have been created throughout the system. Because from my historical reading, that's kind of what the Europeans do. They turn everything into some sort of cartel.
They will, except the thing is they can only do it with half the globe or
Right, right,
because the rest of the world's not buying it.
right.
Especially after this misadventure over the last year or so.
Yes,
That America has a real problem with screwing the pooch. I don't know why.
I don't know. I used to think
I
I used to think it was just hubris.
Yeah.
It's like our army has niggas. What you
Yeah.
got?
Yeah. Yeah. Because
And, and
I look at it, and said, how in the world would the kind of information you guys had thought that this would actually work the way you thought it would, and still trying to double down on it, so that we're not wrong. Okay. At what point when half of Europe freezes over? Okay.
right, and the thing about it, BGS, is that on the show Pushback with Aramate, it
Okay.
was it was Jeffrey Sachs that
Mm-hmm.
came out on his show and was
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, these guys. He claimed in his narrative that he was asking these guys, "What are you guys doing?" And basically, he probably had that conversation with them.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, "Well, we're just going to run with your game plan." And he probably said, "Hey, look, it didn't work the last time.
Yeah.
Let's not do this." And it's like, "No, no, no, we're going to go ahead and do it because it did work the first time,
Yeah.
but at the end result wasn't the one that they were looking for. They're still looking for their end result,
Mm.
And because they implemented this plan in other places and it kind of worked,
Mm-hmm.
so then they're going to try and use it again because they
Mm-hmm.
think that now with the NATO thing and the Donbass and all this other stuff, I don't know. I think the people who are running the State Department are fucking idiots, but I'm just a
Yeah.
layman.
Yeah. And I stopped calling them idiots because they're kind of really prickly about that kind of shit when it comes from me.
Well, they know my
But,
voice. I don't care.
yeah, but this is the debate, between Mearsheimer and Carl Bildt. Okay. And what he said about like the latter half, it's kind of scary. Like they're gonna double down on this shit. So they're willing to sacrifice his people. He said, in other words, we have to face up to the bully. I said, even if you freeze to death, okay. That's what Mearsheimer was saying. Okay. But a really interesting debate, especially
I'm
from Bildt.
Yeah, I have not listened to it because I kind of stepped away from this stuff to work
Okay.
on personal shit.
I
I don't know
heard that.
why, because the world might be coming to an end. But
Yeah. And well, neither I or nor you can do anything about it. So
exactly, so you might as well just live your life,
mm-hmm.
and be frustrated in the
And hopefully they're not
process.
too dumb.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is that more than likely you're gonna have a lot of turmoil in Europe for the next couple of years.
Ooh, yeah.
It's going to there's going to be reverberations
Mm.
in America,
Mm-hmm.
especially economic.
Mm-hmm.
You may have probably already, even though I just said Mouser's goods. I mean, the rehypothecation schemes
Mm-hmm.
and the propping up of European blue bloods
Mm-hmm.
through various financial schemes is no longer feasible. and also there is some truth about some of these guys on the right who have their critiques about the WEF and all this other stuff. These fools really do want to take, at least Western society back about 150 years. They want to maintain that the level of technological advancement and everything else. They want that to continue to go, continue to progress, but they want the standard of living and everything else to go to what the third world is currently. And
Okay.
that's not feasible because of the amount of people that are in the system, but they got something for that.
Oh yeah.
So
I mean, what are you going to do if the system is equalizes like that? Not much you can do.
no, there isn't.
So you have to adapt. So the thing is, you got to get people to adjust to it. And at this point, it's actually adjust or die. And they probably prefer you that you die. So
I'm gonna be honest with you, and you guys, for those who are still listening, take heed. They would rather for you to die. I'm not kidding. They would rather for you to die, and they don't care what you look like,
no,
whoever they are.
yes, whoever they are.
Because
You know.
a lot of them, theys look like you too. Don't get it fucked up. But on that, I'll say good night.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna sign off too. Thanks, Lindy. Yeah, but thing is, well, listen to what Lindy's saying. At some point, we run out of road to kick the can, and I think the end of the road is pretty close.
Yeah, it's right around the corner.
Right around the corner. So, and then when they run out of road, okay, the can's gonna hit the wall. It might not be pretty, and it is what it is. So hope that the better angels actually extend this kind of stuff. The thing is, I can't. At this point, I can't uh, actually figure out what they're really trying to do because none of it makes sense anymore. Like,
I
none of
don't
it
know.
makes sense anymore. I'm trying to figure out because why would you do that? I said, you knew it was going to blow up. Why'd you do that? But I said, okay, you guys are our leaders. Go ahead,
Yeah, it's just
carry
like
on.
when they blew up the pipeline and everybody started pointing fingers.
Oh Jesus Christ! They know who did it.
Yeah, like at first,
Oh yeah.
Poland is like, "Hey, thank you, America." America's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, what?"
Yeah, they definitely will do
Are,
that.
We
are,
did-
are, all that's going to happen is German industry is going to have to move to China. So the technology you're trying to keep out of China, it's going to move there by
Exactly,
necessity. Yeah,
exactly.
for them to stay alive. I said, who couldn't see that coming?
I mean, the thing about it is that they're pushing what they don't want to happen is probably going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want the the Germans and the Russians to link up
Mm-hmm.
economically, militarily, uh, socially,
Mm-hmm.
culturally, but you're going to end up pushing them there anyway because they're
Yeah.
already quietly making overtures towards that.
I think the pipeline was the last straw. So that's like when you have the Germans meeting Xi.
Yeah, I
That's not
did see that.
that's not that when you see things like that, it kind of tells you what the direction they're going. Then the Germans wouldn't do that just willy nilly.
No, no, and this whole notion that they were going to just uh, send liquefied natural gas over there on container ships. That
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
We have to do behind the wall, Lindy. To really get into it because, like, I mean, you're a better reader of this than I am. I can't make sense of it. The thing is, what do you expect them to do? Everything that you try to keep them from doing, it kind of forced your hand, and then double down on it. I said, okay. I said, I can't do this with y'all no more.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where I don't. Like I said, I'm layman. You know.
hmm
Uh,
You are now, but yeah.
yeah, I'm like this is wow. I don't get it.
I know you got that call like Lindy, nigga.
No,
You didn't get
actually,
the call? You didn't get the
actually, everyone that I know has been actually very quiet.
Oh shit. Oh, that's not a good
Very
sign.
quiet. That means
It's not a good sign.
nah, it's not a good sign.
Mm,
It's not a good sign. I was like, ooh,
yeah, it's not a good sign at all.
because a lot of people they want to keep. I'm gonna say this. I have a friend that works for the agency,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't go because I just didn't go.
Mm-hmm.
But a command of ours um, was sent to the Ghost Fleet.
Okay.
It came up on its end of its days, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Its operating life cycle.
Okay.
So they sent it off. So they were all there. A lot of people were all stationed contemporaneously at the time. They were all there. And they said, "Oh, girl showed up." He said, "She asked about you." They said, "Yeah." He said he was coming, but he ain't here.
Mm. Okay.
She said all she did was put her sunglasses on and didn't say nothing to nobody else the rest of the
Okay.
day.
Okay.
And that when everyone else went to the local bar downtown Norfolk to
Mm-hmm.
tie one off and to catch up, he said
Mm-hmm.
she went back to her room
Mm-hmm.
and, and they saw her the next day leaving like quietly.
Wow. Okay.
And I was like, well, she knows she has my number. She can call me if she really wants. But I was like, oh, she can't call me.
No, she can't call you. Yeah.
She has to see me in person.
Yeah. 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 Some things have to be relayed in person. So,
Yeah,
you
she probably has things she wanted to get off her chest
know.
and other stuff. But you know,
Yeah, it is what it is,
it is
man.
what it is, man. She can find her kick somewhere else.
Yeah, 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 yeah. The tea leaves are spread out in front of you, so
Yeah,
there's not much to keep secret.
no, at this point, no,
No.
no.
But anyway, man, go get some sleep.
Yep.
Mhm.
Good night, everyone.
All
Guys, be
right.
safe out there.
All
Have a
right.
good
Peace
one.
out, y'all.
And I wish I had that dark
You had that? You had the what?
the dark ghetto book, man. I want the PDF. That book too expensive, man. That's the one that really kept my attention.
Just email me, man.
I'll email you right now. All right, good night, everybody. Peace.